Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
6 seconds to go. Empty backfield for Baker Mayfield. From the 25, Mayfield throws the ball right side to Palmer. And he fakes the lateral, runs it up the middle of the 40, and they're still lateraling it. And he gets lateral back to Otten, and finally picked up by DHC, and finally the game is over. The Texans dig way deep and come up with a historic performance in beating the Buccaneers 39-37. An amazing, unforgettable day at NRG Stadium. Houston wins.
Hey, unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. We talked about it when we left here at the half, right? No matter what happens, we come back in here with the dub. Yes, sir. And that's what we did. Everybody kept fighting, man. Adversity kept knocking at our door, right? It didn't matter. No one in here wavered. Everybody just kept battling no matter what happened. Love the resiliency of this team. All right, love the way you guys fought for each other. It's outstanding, right? We just keep building, keep stacking, man. Awesome win, way to be gritty, way to tough it out, all right? And let me get a ball here. Got a little history going on. All right.
What's that?
We got the NFL rookie record. Only 400. Got it!
Yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Reaction Monday. A victorious Reaction Monday. Texans 39, Bucks 37. What a game yesterday. What a performance. There's so much to dig into with this game.
Oh, it's so nice to have a weird game be a good game, too.
Yes.
Instead of a weird game, like, oh, how do you lose a game like that?
It's all it's been the last few years. And even the one game they won like that, last year nobody wanted them to win. It was in Week 18 against the Colts.
Yeah.
We couldn't even enjoy that one.
It's like when you find out, like, that weird thing you're into is actually socially acceptable. Like, oh, all right.
Oh, cool.
I thought it was just me.
Yeah.
That's what it was like before the internet, kids.
That's right. That's right.
So look, yesterday, it's funny, is who was that saying it's only 470 yards?
Somebody said that?
Somebody said that, like jokingly saying only, they were being sarcastic.
Oh, in the speech right there.
Yeah, only 470 yards.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of true because it could have been like 570 yards if CJ, on a day in which he broke the rookie record for passing yardage, was a little bit off. Actually, way off in the first half. Just misfired a few times to Tank Dell.
Yeah.
And then weirdly, when CJ hit Tank Dell on the mark, Tank Dell dropped the ball. It had all the makings in the first half of, oh boy, what a letdown game. Oh man, the Texans just aren't where we thought they were. And I had tweeted about it that, it was actually maybe a positive sign for the future that there were all these opportunities out there and they were just misfiring. I wasn't thinking the immediate future.
Right.
I was resigned to okay, they can build on this next week. And then all of a sudden, CJ fixed it. And out in the second half, it was a completely different story.
It was a completely different story in the second half. And I think, look, they didn't run the football well again. They were not good defensively yesterday. But that said, the headline for this game, Seth, and I heard you say it on KHOU last night. I said it in the postgame show, that we knew that the Texans had a good quarterback in C.J. Stroud. You knew this was the guy for the future. I think what we learned yesterday is you've got that next level of great quarterback, which is you left too much time on the clock guy.
Yeah, he's that guy now.
You left too much time for C.J. Stroud. That's a next strata above just the good quarterbacks.
Well, remember, we said it. It was kind of a sign after the Falcons lost that, okay, really, defense, you left too much time on the clock for Desmond Ridder.
Right.
But, Ridder is not that guy. Whereas CJ, he's very definitively that guy now, where he's the guy that you can't leave too much time on the clock. I feel bad for Todd Bowles because I feel like in hindsight, it's obvious they should have let the clock run down. He had 4 downs to get a touchdown to win that game. So I don't feel like that 10 seconds should have been.
You're talking about when he used the timeout instead of the 10-second runoff in the last minute of the game.
Yeah, okay, if he could see into the future and know that he was going to score on the very first pass play, then perhaps he should have let the clock run down. But I think it's just that CJ, there's no accounting for a guy marching down the field in 37 seconds like that.
No. And I thought, man, I thought they managed the clock brilliantly. That is one part of DeMeco Ryans that I've been really encouraged by this season is in my mind, he's very good at the end of halves and the end of games with his timeout usage. They had 2 timeouts left. Their first 2 plays were in the middle of the field to Dalton Schultz, and he didn't try to get fancy and keep a timeout for some reason. Like if you're in the last minute of a game, to line up and get to line up and get a play, either to line up and spike it or to line up and get a play run is 15 to 20 seconds. You're burning off half the clock if you do that.
You know what? And especially because that was something that they had to do on the fly. Because the plan there would be for CJ it would be for Dalton Schultz to get out of bounds or CJ not to make the throw. Now, CJ talked about it afterwards and said that they just, the first thing you want to do is just get the ball rolling, just do something positive. So maybe they would have thrown it anyway, even if you knew that the clock might keep rolling. But you're right. They didn't overthink it. Okay, we need a timeout now. Do the timeout here. Yep. I'm glad you brought that up. That's been a feeling that I've had to get accustomed to. Since the Ravens game, where in the Ravens game they burned timeouts. The Ravens game, it was frustrating.
They burned all 3 in the first half with 8 minutes left in the half.
Yeah. So in the Ravens game, you had that old familiar feeling of looking up at the scoreboard or looking on the screen and saying, oh, they got no timeouts in this situation. It's been nice. Since then, really, you look up and you're like, oh, this is like found money. Yeah. I wasn't expecting to have 3 timeouts in my wallet.
This doesn't happen. Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah. It was like finding 100 in your blazer that you haven't worn in a while.
Yes.
I didn't even know they made $100 bills anymore. I haven't seen cash in so long. That's how I feel about these timeouts.
Absolutely. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday following the game on C.J. Stroud's. Real quick, the numbers. 30 of 42, 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. And we're going to get to the perfection of C.J. Stroud in just a second here. But here was DeMeco Ryans following the game on C.J.'s performance.
It was a gutsy performance from him, right? It wasn't all clean, but he gutted it out. He was tough in the pocket, made some plays, right? Made some big-time throws for us. And the receivers, they were reliable for him. They made those catches. They made tough catches, made big plays for us. So it's all those guys working together. But C.J. was just a very gutsy performance by him.
So the perfection of C.J. Stroud, 158.3 is a perfect passer rating, and that's the max you can get in the NFL. 158.3 is the highest passer rating you can get in the NFL. C.J. Stroud had a 158.3 passer rating in the second half of this game.
Yeah.
He had a 158.3 passer rating on first down passes in this game.
Which is big. Yeah.
Huge. We'll get to that in a second. He had a 158.3 passer rating on the final drive of the game. Think about that. I mean, think about in the second half of this game when they're down 20-10 early in the third quarter. First down, which was a huge topic this week, of varying some things on first down, and I heard you talk about that on KHOU last night as well. And then the final drive where you have to have it. You literally have to have it. He was perfection. He was 5 of 5, 75 yards, dime in the back of the end zone to Tank Dell, which was preceded by an absolute dime to Tank Dell. Just an inexcusable time if you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not only a chunk play, but a chunk play where you let Tank Dell get out of bounds.
Right.
And now the Texans are lining up with 10 seconds left, and they get at least 2 shots at the end zone at that point.
That one, too, that was right in that soft spot in cover 2 where the Tampa should have done a better job of clamping that down and knowing who your threat was at that point, except that it was good route running by the underneath guy also, and it was a perfect throw. The safety could have been right on top of it. There were CJ, and again, after really being scattershot for the first 1.5 quarters or so, really scattershot, he ended up being perfect. Dropping some of those passes, there were at least 2 passes that were perfect throws, but the Tampa defensive backs did a good job of pushing out of bounds. In the old days, they would have ruled it,
catch. Yeah,
they would have ruled it a catch for that he would have caught it in bounds.
Nico would have had a touchdown on that one play.
They really, he whatever he had to do with his footwork or whatever he had to do to clean up, maybe it was just a matter of, he was like a pitcher. He was like a pitcher who has a really, really rough first inning and then comes back. And in the first inning, you're like, oh, boy, this just isn't his day. I hope he makes it at least 2 innings. And then he comes back and pitches a perfect game the rest of the game.
Yeah,
crazy.
Literally, perfect the rest of the game. First down passing was the big one there of the stats that we just went through. I got this off of your Twitter feed. 16 of 19, 297 yards, 4 touchdowns. on first down. So that includes the first half of this game when he was, as you said, a little scattershot.
And I think I got that from John Crumpler, who
Crumpler had it too.
Today. So, and goes to medical school too. It's lazy. So the thing about the first down is, for one, those 19 pass attempts on first down, that's 5 passes shy of the entire number of passes that he threw last week
against Carolina.
So as we're hoping for them to lean more on the passing game, they did it this week, but especially the Texans were amongst the most frequent runners on first and second down. We talked about that a lot last week, to the point where you're wondering, why are they leaning so much on such an atrocious part of their run game? Like, it's just some adherence to whatever philosophy Bobby Slowick had in his brain. And credit to Bobby Slowick, credit to C.J. Stroud for adjusting that this week and coming out and slinging it on first down.
Yeah.
And doing what you're good at. I mean, we'll get into it later in the week. This run game, it's so bad. It's just so bad. I can't not talk about it a little bit. It's so bad, and yet you do have to run a little bit to keep the defense honest. They need to be able to do a little bit better, to the point where, please, somebody other than CJ be your best rusher. Like CJ on look at him on this option. Like taking the pitch.
There's no way that was planned, right? That was not a design
play.
Not
as such, at least.
Singletary got stuffed at the line of scrimmage.
And he got stuffed at the line of scrimmage and was ass over elbows as he made it. Yeah, it wasn't planned that way. CJ just made it look so smooth.
Yeah.
And then on that, I wish they had shown another replay of that 2-point conversion that CJ ran in, because that was ugly as hell, too.
Yeah.
I don't know what exactly the design was. So, that's something we can talk about as the week goes on. I mean, you're not allowed to be the worst rushing offense in the league. And they're just, wherever they are in the bottom 3 or whatever, they've got too many talented offensive linemen that are standing around looking confused or just nonchalant about the fact that the guy that they just let run past him is making a tackle.
Yeah.
Like, this is not rocket science when it comes to this. They're trying to make it rocket science, and I think that's what, it'd be like dropping me down into a rocket science class. I'd be looking around like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Right.
What?
That's what they look like.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're sitting there in a rocket science class.
It's you in a rocket science class.
I'd just like to just hit somebody and push them around a little bit. Like, no. You need a slide rule.
Yeah.
But despite all that, it just highlights how, and Mike Meltzer had pointed this out about some of the discussion up in Chicago right now. The people who would say, well, the Bears need to do too many other things right now to worry about drafting a quarterback. There's too many deficits. I might have had opinions like that at various times. Now I understand and see, like, oh, okay, no, your chance of getting a guy that can do all of this, despite the running game being so bad, despite sheer incompetence at other spots, like, he just elevates your team that much. Worry about that stuff later.
Absolutely. No, wake up happy today.
And hire D'Amico Ryans, too, if you can.
Yeah, if you can do that, hire a really good young head coach. Absolutely. You got your guy. I mean, we've been saying it all year, but yesterday was validation that next strata, he's there. That's very exciting. Jalen Petrie had a great quote about C.J. Stroud that you'll hear coming back. And I think one of the most impressive things about yesterday overall for the team that we'll get to as well. And also, a lot of things on the injury front. We haven't even talked about Daria Gumbawale yet. My God, we got to get into that. So much to get into. The kicker, the place kicker, Daria Gumbawale.
Sometimes running back.
That's right. We're going to get into that as well as we roll on here on a Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. First, though, my man DBC was at the game.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
And it's just like, it's in them. Like, it ain't, like, it's hard to, put that into words. Like, that's not even coachable. Like, that's just like, they had said something about he did like a veggie meter, like where they check how much veggies is in your bloodstream, and they found all ice. Like, he really liked that. Like, for real, he really liked that. No vegetables, straight cold. Like, he cold-blooded, ready for the moment, bro. He tough, though.
That was C.J. Stroud's carpool buddy, Jalen Petrie, following the game.
I didn't know the veggie meter was an actual thing.
Oh, is it really? I didn't even know. I just liked that. I just thought it was funny.
No,
it was a funny way to
actual,
save you on ice water.
It's a non-invasive portable device that measures skin carotenoid processes.
Really?
It's a concentration biomarker of fruit and vegetable intake. Yeah. So it's actually funnier than I thought. At first I was like, man, that sounds way too made up, and just like it sounds like he's been thinking about this for too long, Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
But like, now that I know a veggie meter is an actual thing, I've got more respect for the joke.
You bump him up 2 letter grades on the joke?
Yes.
C- to an A-.
He gets an A-. His veggie meter reads A+.
So that was Jalen Petrie talking about C.J. Stroud. Man, it was these guys on this team are just. Daria Gumbawale was with us on postgame. We asked him about C.J. He's a dog. Like, it's been like this all year with C.J. Stroud. But man, you can see when he got that game ball, like just the exuberance of the locker room of C.J. getting that game ball for 470 yards passing was really, really cool yesterday.
It was like, there's a few things that C.J. did yesterday, especially, but all year long that he's been doing that kind of counteract the potential negatives on the scouting front. I don't like to I'm the last person to crush the scouts for being wrong about this guy or that guy, because it's impossible to predict quarterbacks. But the things you would have been worried about, one of which was, his ability to create or improvise or at least run to escape pressure. I thought yesterday some of the most impressive things he did, it wasn't even runs, it wasn't even completions he made on the run. It was some of the sacks he avoided on the run.
Yeah.
Just to be able to buy time to see if anything clears out and then throw the ball away. There's a level of calm that he has. There was another time where he evaded pressure. Oh, and it was a throw to Dalton Schultz that was ruled incomplete, but he rolled out of pressure and then just sat and calmly kind of waited out on the periphery for Dalton to clear and then threw it, and it was just incomplete. But it was how calm he was in doing it. That those things are really, really cool to see.
Absolutely. Great day for C.J. Stroud. Great day for the Texans, 39-37. They don't win that game if Daria Gumbawale doesn't come up big. You're probably like, he's a running back. He didn't touch the football yesterday. Yeah, no, he touched the football with his foot.
He did that thing which, the most curiously named sport, football,
yes,
which barely uses your feet at all. They had the running back use his foot to help win the game.
He did. Yeah. So Kaimi Fairbairn goes out with a quad injury right before the half. We'll hear from Daria in just a second. He was on the postgame show with me and Clint. Here is what he kicked a field goal in this game. So Daria Gumbawale comes out, kicks off to start the second half, and we're all looking at each other in the press box like, okay, this is strange. And then the announcement comes inside the press box that Kaimi Fairbairn is being evaluated for a quad injury. And then we know Daria's going to be the kicker the rest of the way. So they decide to go for 2, the Texans do, after their first 2 touchdowns in the second half.
Which I noticed, too, that the first time they went for 2, there are a lot of people, that especially coming back from the half, people skip the kickoff or they're not paying attention. So a lot of people, because I got texts from people why the hell did they go for 2 there? Yeah. That first time they went for 2, it didn't quite make math sense to do it.
No.
And I was like, oh, okay, they've turned into a modern football team right before our eyes by virtue of not having a kicker. They're just going to go for 2. They're going to go for it on 4th downs in the red zone. They're going to do all these things that you might not otherwise do.
Now, an extra point is, 32, 33 yards, something like that?
Yeah.
But
we had a texter ask, so I'm curious, we can kick a 29-yard field goal, but why not kick a 31-yard extra point? I'm curious on y'all's opinion on that.
Okay, well, let's hear the field goal, because Daria Gumbawale kicked a field goal to put the Texans up 33-30 in this game.
Oh, they're going to try a field goal. Here we go with some dramatic stuff here for Frank Ross's special teams unit. Gumbawale will try it. A 29-yard attempt from the left hash mark. Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Ogunbowale, the running back, for the lead. Snap is down. The kick is up. And it's good! Dare Ogunbowale for 3. And the Texans are back in front. Are you kidding?
It's just a great call. And did you hear the crowd popped for that?
The crowd popped. It was really cool, too, to go watch on the TV copy. D'Amico was trying to act cool as hell there, and then like as soon as it goes through, he kind of cracks this. It's almost like a mischievous smile, like they'd just gotten away with something. And then the special teams coach Frank Ross was just he went all special teams coach on it.
A full special teams coach.
He gave him the full special teams coach.
100% special teams coach.
Just like celebrating like they just won the war. It was awesome.
As white as the Sphinx, as one would like to say. Yes, he was. All right, let's hear from Dare Ogunbowale. Dare Ogunbowale was our guest on the postgame show yesterday with me and with Clint Stoerner. When did he find out that he was going to be the kicker for the Texans in the second half of this football game?
Right before the half, they were saying that Amy might be down. They didn't want to kind of confirm that he was out, but Frank told me I might need to come out at halftime a little early just to get some warm-up kicks. And then so came in, went to the bathroom, went back out, and Weeks looked at me and said, yeah, Amy's definitely down. You're going to be kicking. So that whole kind of last 3 minutes of halftime, I was out there kicking field goals, kicking kickoffs, and felt pretty good, felt confident. But once Cam and Weeks kind of talked to me, calmed me down a little bit, then I started feeling real confident about it.
Okay, he started feeling confident. Good job by Kaimi and Weeks calming him down. Oh, Cam. He
Cam
said
Johnston.
Cam.
Yeah.
I got confused because I was thinking about it. He further abbreviated Kaimi for it's just Emi.
Yeah.
Because Kaimi, as we know, is like actually an abbreviation of about 400
yes,
syllables.
Good point,
yeah.
yes.
So Cam and John Weeks kind of settled him down. Being in that situation, it's easy to think, well, hey, expectations are low, no big deal. But no, you're being thrust into a situation
win a
where
game, man.
The actual game could be resting on your leg that that you're not accustomed to using in actual football games.
Dude, he did a really good job on kickoffs.
Yeah.
He kicked a few into the end zone. Now,
He had one touchback.
He had a couple touchbacks, I think. One he had. They helped him out with a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah.
After it was after the 2-point conversion that the guy intercepted on Tampa Bay. I don't know if you saw number 9. I forget what his name is, but he got up and he threw the ball at He threw the ball at Michael Dieter.
Oh, that
was the 15-yard penalty.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, is that what it was?
That's what it was. Yeah. He got up and threw the ball at Michael Dieter. I don't know if he got up, but he may have still been on the ground. But he threw the ball at Michael Dieter.
What's he got against Dieter?
Nothing. Dieter. I've only seen Dieter speak a few times, but he seems genuinely like a nice human being.
All kinds of smack.
Yes.
Like waiting. He had a lot of time after Veo ran past him to be like, hey, I'm gonna go yell at this number 9 fella.
He keeps beating me. I gotta think of some jokes. Drop on number 9.
Hey, number 9.
Your mom is so fat. All right, here's one more from Dare Ogunbowale. This plays into what the texter was asking. Why do we kick a 29-yard field goal, but we don't kick extra points? I asked,
after that last touchdown, you could have kept it another one, keep it to a field goal lead by kicking the extra point there. They chose to kneel on it instead.
They chose to kneel on the final point after of the game. We asked Dare that in the post game. Why no on PAT, but yes on that field goal?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you, man. I couldn't tell you. That was a conversation between the coaches. I was just, I guess, looking over there just to see if they wanted me to kick the extra point, and they'd rather go for 2. And Slow was dialing up some good plays for the 2-point conversion, so it didn't really matter to me. But when the field goal, when they said we're going for 3, I was like, oh.
Were you nervous?
So that's the thing. I mean, I really didn't have time to be nervous. Kickoffs, I was probably more nervous just because you're out there waiting for the ref to blow the whistle. But the field goal, you jog onto the field, you got to kind of take your steps, and the ball's being snapped. So you don't really got time to get in your own head about it. So I would say I was more nervous for the kickoffs than anything.
See, this goes back to something you were espousing last week, Seth, or might have even been on the pregame show. Just don't. Sometimes you do better when you don't have to think too much about stuff.
Yeah.
That's what Dare's kind of saying right there. I didn't have much time to think during the field goals. You're running out there and kicking.
The whole thing, as far as the actual strategy of it there, I think at that point, it's just risk analysis. Like, you needed that field goal. Like, it was 4th and 10 at that point, And
it's not a makeable. Well, it was a makeable, but
it was 4th and 10. What the
fourth down?
Right. So they're thinking at that point, like, okay, we got a better shot of like if we can win this game with this field goal or take a lead with this field goal versus 4th and 10.
Huge.
They just felt good about that. So once it got down to just mere seconds remaining and potentially one play from the other side to come, they said, all right, we're just going to take this lead and like assume that a Hail Mary. Like in a Hail Mary from that spot, they're not even going to get to the end zone.
Yeah.
So it was the smart thing. Even though I'll tell you, the Bucs did a pretty good job of stretching that multiple pitch play at the end of the game.
They did. Yeah. They did. I was getting a little nervous.
Yeah.
A little nervous. I think maybe one of the most impressive things about this game was both bouncing back from last week, which was just horrific, obviously.
And I'm sorry, real quick, just to explain in case the guy was still wondering. So in that instance, when you're up by 2, if you try to kick the field goal and it gets blocked,
the PAT,
or the PAT and it gets blocked, then they can get that 2-point conversion.
They can run it back.
Yeah.
So you don't want to expose yourself to them being able to get 2 points.
Yeah, because it's not just Gumbawali's ability to actually kick the ball; it's the timing of it all and everything. And you think by that point, the other side's probably had some time to think about, like, okay, this is what we're going to do on the field goal block. It's going to make life really uncomfortable for him. Like this guy that's not real comfortable doing what he's doing. So I respect that decision.
Absolutely. So I think maybe one of the most impressive things about yesterday was obviously the bounce back from the Carolina game, but the resiliency within the game. You know, they're down 20-10, or they're down 20-10 with 12 minutes to go in the third quarter. The final score of this game was 39-37. Like it was a wild game. But I thought, Seth, CJ bouncing back from his performance last week against Carolina, which was his worst performance as a pro, and having a record-setting performance as a pro against, statistically, a very good defense. Tampa Bay had been giving up 18 points a game this season so far. A lot of bend but don't break. Horrible on third down, really good in the red zone. Like bottom of the league in third down defense, but top of the league, literally the best team in terms of red zone. The Texans scored 39 points against that defense. I thought Dalton Schultz bouncing back from fumbling early in the game and having a career day was really cool. And I just thought, look, they are banged up after this game. I mean, we're celebrating in the 24 hours post this game. They've got some figuring out to do of some things here. I mean, they lost 2 of their top 3 safeties within back-to-back plays.
Yeah, so depending on the severity of those injuries, that's a big thing.
Jimmy Ward is a hamstring, which feels like every hamstring injury is at least 6 weeks.
There's one thing about this defense, and I do think there's a lot of arguing and annoying opinions right now about Will Anderson on both sides of the aisle, where there's people that like on one respect, some people want to proclaim him a bust, other people want to act like he's Bruce Smith, and like it's definitely somewhere in between. But one thing that's definitely happening is that look, both Will Anderson and John Grenard are getting chipped and double teamed a lot, and you saw that yesterday where. You know, at times on a couple of the big, the one Mike Evans almost touchdown, both tight ends chipped both defensive ends beforehand. Like offenses are looking at the Texans defense as, hey, we can spend a little extra resources blocking these defensive ends because they're the biggest threat, and somebody's still going to get open downfield.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, honestly, John Grenard would have more sacks than he does right now if he was playing on a team that was better on the back end. Will Anderson definitely would. All the defensive tackles would. There's just too many easy pickings for quarterbacks right now, and they can afford to use multiple guys to block everybody and still have options downfield. So that's a situation that it had been, and now you're even further banged up in the secondary. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, the injuries are tough. Jimmy Ward, I wrote him down here. Jimmy Ward, hamstring. MJ Stewart, shoulder, and that looked bad. He had the dangling arm thing going on coming off the field. Hassan Ridgeway was barely been back for a game, and now he's got an ankle injury. Jake Hansen, hand injury. John Mechie got a rib injury somewhere along the way, and then obviously you may be looking for a new place kicker here for all we know. I guess Kaimi Fairbairn is getting some imaging done on his quad, and we'll see what happens. But
and somebody else
they paid the price yesterday.
Somebody else asked about why didn't they just have Cam do the drop kick, because he's an Australian rules football player. They know how to do the drop kick for the field goal. Mm-hmm. I think a couple things. One is just, I don't know how often or how much he's practiced that actually in the NFL. But the other is just, he's already been on IR once.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think the big reason punters and kickers don't do the same thing, I know everybody always wants them. Like, why don't you just combine the position? Is it like it's highly specialized?
It's very
You're using different muscle groups in different ways, and I don't want to tempt fate with that there. So, I mean, it's not a dumb question by any means.
No.
I would have the same question. I think that's just they kind of did the risk benefit on that too on the fly.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Reaction Monday. We'll get to headlines in the next segment. You know the big one: Texans 39, Bucks 37. Some good Astros news though that we'll mix into some headlines. Rockets got a win on Saturday. We will get to the big stories of the weekend in headlines next. But first, if you are in the market for that next luxury vehicle and you want to get
roads.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Yes! Takes the lead! Yes! Adele with the reception! Rock and roll! My goodness! There are flex on the field. Could be on the defense. What a comeback! Go Cougs! Let's go. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54. A 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff. Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
You know what?
So happy for Mark Vandermeer.
The worst part about that is that clip's been edited a lot. They took forever to announce that penalty.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was like watching on television where maybe they had already shown they knew what it was. Like, we didn't know up in the booth what the penalty was going to be. We were pretty sure it was on the defense, but it took forever.
Were you nervous?
It was really annoying.
I was nervous.
Yeah, I was nervous. Yeah, I was trying to
nervous,
nervous or agitated or whatever it was. Those officials yesterday were like, and it was both sides of the ball. I thought there was some real ticky-tack stuff going on. It was real. It was curious, some of the calls that were being made.
Definitely.
And especially that one, the hit on Perryman, which was well, this is why it annoyed me. Like, I'm accustomed to defensive players are going to get flagged just for making a hard hit anymore, whether it's realistic or not.
Call Perryman for targeting.
The thing that bothered me about that was you could tell that must have come down from the booth because
flag was late.
The flag was really, really late. We looked down at the side judge like forever, and then all of a sudden he threw it. So I'm thinking it came from the booth.
Probably.
Which I almost I can understand if it comes from a guy on the field and it's bang, bang. But this is one where the running back is not supposed to lower his head. If anything, you could have fined the running back for lowering his head. But Perryman would have hit him dead center in his shoulder, except the running back lowered his head down for contact.
I was nervous on that last play because there were 3 flags on the field.
Yeah.
And they were all in different parts of the field.
Yes, that's what you're right. That's what it was.
So I'm like, okay, well, that one is where it could be a hold.
Yeah.
That's one where it could be illegal downfield. It could be a hands to the face. You know what I mean? Like, that's
what was that illegal? Did you not see what the unsportsmanlike was?
I didn't see that one. But I was nervous when there's 3 flags on the field and they're all in different parts of the field. Like, the natural reaction is to go, well, odds are one of these is on the Texans.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, best case, it's going to be offsetting, and you play it again, and you lose 5 seconds or whatever just burned off the clock running that play. Now you only got one play to go get a touchdown, you know? But it worked out.
It worked out really well. On a drive in which, too, it didn't start off. It was not an auspicious beginning to that drive because they threw to Dalton Schultz, and Dalton Schultz couldn't get out of bounds. I think, the
first one, I think they knew he wasn't going to get out of bounds. That was straight up the middle of the field.
The second one,
The second one, for sure. Okay. Yeah.
So the second one, I wonder, and I have a hard time blaming Dalton Schultz for that one. Him trying to turn, I think he made a decision, in a split second of he was going to have to beat the tackle regardless, even to get to the sideline.
Yeah.
You could argue that instead of turning it up to also go for the first down, he should have just made a straight beeline to the sideline. But I don't know if I don't know how much of a difference it would have made.
Yeah. It all worked out. Texans score a touchdown. They win 39-37. Here was D'Amico Ryans following the game on the Texans offense early versus how they finished.
I think with our offense and with all of our entire team, just in the first half, there was a lot of misses with our execution. Like, we weren't on it. I think coming out in the second half, our offense was able to execute. We were able to create some explosive plays there in the passing game. I think CJ did an awesome job of making some big plays for us. Receivers, Dalton, Noah, Tank, all 3 guys, big game for us. So just the way they executed in the passing game, it was that's what kept us there. So credit to those guys. And the last drive, again, it starts with the protection. Right, when you have to throw it, they know you're throwing it. It starts with still being able to hold up in protection and still being able to execute and deliver precise throws, and that's what CJ did. Tank, unbelievable explosive play there to their sideline, and then for those 2 to connect again, right, with the touchdown. It's just that connection and that, that bond that I think Tank and CJ have it's real. Right, you see it off the field, on the field. They have a true bond, and it's fun to watch those guys work together.
Yeah, it was something else. I mean, and Tank Dell's numbers could have been even bigger than they were.
Right. Yes,
first half.
Well, that's where the good relationship comes in too. Like I cannot envision Tank Dell throwing a fit on the sideline.
No.
And like I think a testament to Tank Dell and his personality, but I think especially because Tank Dell and CJ Stroud have such a tight bond, and I think CJ tries to formulate that bond with all his guys. Like there's no. I can't imagine there was any part of Tank that felt like he was getting screwed over that CJ kept throwing errant balls to him when he was wide open.
No, and then Tank dropped one too. It was probably
exactly.
vice versa. CJ
probably just to make CJ feel better.
What's that?
Probably just to make CJ feel better.
I'm gonna take a hickey right here.
I know
for
CJ probably feels bad. I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm gonna drop one of his passes.
Here,
I'm gonna lower his passer rating. So the Texans win 39-37. Top of the hour, we're gonna take a look back at all 5 CJ Stroud touchdown passes through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. That call on the game-winning touchdown was outstanding. Astros news: Mauricio Dubon, Gold Glove winner for utility players.
Yeah, good job, Mauricio Dubon.
Yeah, Mauricio Dubon. If someone had told me before the season the Astros are going to have a Gold Glove winner, who's it going to be? I would have said, well, Kyle Tucker or Jeremy Pena. They both won one last year.
Bregman? You know who the Mauricio Dubon of the Texans is right now? Noah Brown. Noah Brown yesterday, who Lisa Ann recommended.
Recommended in fantasy, yeah.
I would say the guy shows up out of nowhere. And actually, like Noah Brown actually in the offseason got some criticism for merely saying, I like CJ a lot. I think, yeah, sure, he could be as good as Dak one day. And people acted like he was talking all kinds of smack. If anything, he was underselling it, apparently.
CJ's better than Dak right now. Yeah.
Poor Dak. He tried to have a good game yesterday.
He did. He was okay.
He tried.
Until
he dacked
until they had to have it.
When all Dak Prescott.
Yep. Cowboys lose yesterday to the Eagles. Did you hear the Astropolis is a thumbs up go, Seth? You're Astropolis?
Yeah. I was excited about this. It's a little less ambitious than I had planned for. They're only using like 2 acres of downtown real estate.
Right.
To build a fancy hotel and a little bit of retail.
The Jim Crane, led expansion of all sorts of stuff around the ballpark down there.
Yeah, it's
like
going to be
an entertainment district.
It's going to be a fancy hotel of some sort. They want it to be nice enough that opposing teams would want to stay there, which I would guess, the opposing teams would love just being able to walk across the street. But it also helps for anybody that might want to heckle them. If the opposing team is routinely staying in that hotel, you can get right out there.
We went to, they have a similar thing in St. Louis, and I know they have a similar one in Atlanta because Amy and I went to it a couple years ago where they built the ballpark and they built all kinds of stuff around it. It's like its own little, it's not in downtown Atlanta, but it's like its own little mini metropolis right there.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Like there's so much stuff to do. It's nice.
The one thing
clean.
I hope that he further follows my instructions. They didn't follow my instructions in calling it the Astropolis. That was my name, and they haven't seen them use that yet. Probably because they know I'm litigious. But I also, my other recommendation is to build an old folks home in the outfield.
Yes.
To where you can think about how many old folks would love to just be retired and just
sit on a rocking chair,
81 baseball games a year,
watch it from a rocking chair. Some baseball games.
We'll put some nets up in front of the porch.
You're a benevolent sort, Seth Payne, thinking about the old people like that. Good job by you. Good job.
Would you want to have it open and have them have a chance at catching a
for entertainment purposes? Absolutely.
I feel like there should be a net in the front of it.
100%.
Either that, or just have nurses, burly nurses with gloves out there. Yeah, so they can catch it for one of their people.
Right. Or let put some kids out there like they do in the home run derby. Mm-hmm. They stick a bunch of kids in the outfield shagging balls. Put 4 kids up there. They can protect all the old people.
They should have Tank Dell up there.
They should have Tank Dell.
I'm going to make everything Texans oriented today.
Yes.
In the headlines.
All right. Rockets win. They beat the Sacramento Kings on Saturday, 107-99.
They face the hated Kings tonight
as well. They play them again. Revenge game for the Kings tonight.
Back to back. Yeah, good luck, Kings.
Revenge game for the Kings. All right, that was headlines. Those are the big headlines here locally that are setting the pace here on a Monday. Big one is Texans, 39-37 over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's relive it. If you didn't get to see it, if you didn't get to hear it, CJ Stroud, 5 touchdown passes. All the Texans scoring, other than Daria Gumbawale's field goal done through the air yesterday with CJ Stroud. We'll relive the 5 touchdowns of CJ Stroud through the voice of Mark Vandermeer next. But Berkeley I said.
Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, 39-37. One of the most exciting games in the history of NRG Stadium yesterday. The Texans win. They beat the Bucs. C.J. Stroud leads the Texans on a game-winning touchdown drive with just 46 seconds left on the clock. 40 seconds it took him to take the Texans in 6 plays. Tank Dell, the 2 big plays, got him in range for the touchdown with a 26-yard catch, got him to the 15-yard line, and then very next play, C.J. Stroud hits Tank Dell in the back of the end zone for the game-winning touchdown. Let's relive them. 5 touchdown passes by C.J. Stroud yesterday. Let's relive these through the voice, the eyes of the great Mark Vandermeer.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard Mark's calls on these.
I have not either on all these. I'm very excited. I've only heard the Dario Gumbawale field goal, which we'll hear in Acknowledge Me in the next segment. And I've only heard the Tank Dell winning touchdown. I'm excited to hear these other touchdowns. This touchdown put the Texans up 7-3 early in the game. This was C.J. Stroud hitting Nico Collins on a slant to put the Texans on the board.
Nico wide left. Stroud fakes the give. Throws to Nico on the slant. Nico into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. C.J. Stroud to Nico Collins for 6, and the Texans take the lead on Tampa Bay.
The really cool thing about that one was a lot of our discussion about this game was, hey, Todd Bowles loves to blitz a lot. Is he going to release the hounds versus a guy who's very, very good versus the blitz? CJ's passer rating going into this game was 4th best in the league versus the blitz. And on this play, they blitzed and created a nice little vacuum where Nico just eased his way on into, and CJ hit him on the slant with no time at all. Is beautiful.
This was cool to see because that's what wasn't there last week.
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like. Carolina was really in tune with that slant game that the Texans have been running with Nico Collins, and that was cool to see.
Yeah, and Carolina had played a lot more just conservatively and played coverage and everything. When they had the opportunities, now the Bucs hit home with a blitz a couple times, but CJ also eviscerated the blitz a few times too. It was really, I mean, we've seen it already, so it wasn't a surprise, but it was nice to see the back and forth. There were times when Bulls did play very conservatively and showed coverage, and that's when CJ did look. Like, I don't want to say he looked frustrated. It seemed like it would be frustrating because he just was hung back, and there's nobody open downfield. Like, getting that balance and getting comfortable in those moments is something that CJ's had to do over these last few games.
All right, so the Texans went into the locker room 17-10 at the half, trailing. Tampa Bay gets the ball to start the second half. They go down, they kick a field goal to go up 20-10. So the Texans trailing 20-10, and really, I mean, if we're taking this thing back now a couple of games, that would be 8 quarters of football in which the Texans have scored a grand total of 26 points, going back to halftime of the New Orleans game. So they're still in an offensive malaise. You know, they're still sluggish offensively. In the run game, 7 carries for 7 yards in the first half. So they fixed 0 in the run game. They didn't fix anything in the run game yesterday. For now, who cares? They won the football game. I thought this play we're about to hear, the Noah Brown touchdown, this was kind of, I really felt like in the moment I felt this, and it turned out to be that way. This was like a B-12 shot for the offense. This was like, okay, we can do this, a sigh of relief. Here was C.J. Stroud to Noah Brown.
C.J. fakes the give. C.J. planting, and he throws downfield over the middle, and he's got a man Brown, left side, 50, 40, left sideline, full throttle, 20, 15, 10, 5, fighting for the goal line, and he's got it! Touchdown, Houston, rock and roll!
They would go for 2 because Kaimi Fairbairn was injured at that point. They would not convert the 2-point conversion, so 20-16 after this. This was, I thought this was just an absolutely huge answer in the game for the Texans.
It was huge. It was a great route by Noah Brown. It was a great pass by CJ. And then it was an awesome block by Tank Dell.
Tank Dell throwing his little body in there.
Oh, my God. At first, I was worried it was going to be a peel back block, but it was exactly like he was. It was perfect. It was perfect by Tank Dell. So that was fun. That was a fun one to see. And again, yeah, Noah Brown, who was kind of an afterthought in a lot of ways. And honestly, I was worried that Noah Brown was kind of be this year's Rex Burkhead. And he would be if all you were doing was depending on Noah Brown. But like this is CJ and his ability to use a broad complement of wide receivers and to find find 4 different guys for touchdowns yesterday. It was really nice.
The stiff arm at the end is what got the touchdown.
That's right.
The stiff arm. Poor number 24, Carlton Davis of the Tampa Bay Bucks. Go find a touchdown the Texans scored yesterday. He's in the shot on all of them. Like that poor dude had griddle marks on his ass after the game was over. He was cooked.
I didn't know anybody was named Carlton after Fresh Prince.
And he's Carlton Davis III. He sounds like he should be on Fresh Prince with the little Roman numeral.
How old does he got to be? That's well after, because the Fresh Prince was in the 90s.
Yeah. He came in the league in 2018. I checked.
So like his parents kind of doomed him to being like playing like Carlton,
getting stiff armed at the goal line by Noah Brown.
Yeah.
So that made it 20-16. The Buccaneers would tack on a field goal to make it 23-16, and then, I mean, this was an incredible throw. This was what you were talking about earlier, Seth, where CJ was off throwing to Tank in the first half, and then a switch seemed to get flipped. This throw to Tank Dell is one of the best throws that you're going to see.
CJ in the gun, gets the snap, pumps, now fires deep down the right side, and Tank Dell, touchdown, Houston! A TD to Tank Dell. Go Cougs! Texans down 1. CJ Stroud with some lightning on this drive.
Dude,
the throw to Schultz, the Schultz catch and run for the first, and now Dell to the end zone.
That was just such a perfect throw.
And just a flick of the wrist.
From that ball, the ball was on the 30. By the time he threw it, the line of scrimmage was on the 30.
Yeah.
CJ threw it from the 32-yard line and just dropped it perfectly 40 yards away into the back corner of the end zone.
Incredible.
I mean, Tank Dell didn't have to toe tap at all.
Nope.
He just caught it in stride. That was just beautiful.
It was beautiful. 23-22. Again, they would go for 2, and they would miss. So 23-22 was the score. They got the ball back. Defense gets off the field. They drive down the field. They get first and goal. And I thought overall Bobby Slowick had a really good day yesterday. I think Bobby Slowick, the overall message with Slowick is I think he knows what this team has to be, but he actually started calling plays that way, that this needs to be CJ's team. Except for some reason when they got in goal-to-go situations, he started to get gimmicky and cute on first and second down.
Like the gimmickiest stuff
like
ever.
RPOs with Tank Dell.
And poorly executed, too.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't even just like the defense figured it out. The multiple guys unblocked on these things.
Yeah.
There's just something in an offensive coordinator that has this part where they feel like they absolutely 100% have to check off the run attempt block, the box somehow. Yeah.
So it got to 4th and goal. And I think normally 4th and goal, down 23-22. If they had an actual kicker, they probably would have kicked a field goal there.
Yeah.
It was 4th and goal at, I think, about the 8 or 9 yard line. Instead, they go for it, and it's a good thing they did.
4th and goal from the 9. Stroud gets the snap. Stroud, quick throw, right side. Caught, touchdown! Dalton Schultz. The Texans are in front on 4th and goal. They convert. What a rocket from C.J. Stroud to the tight end. 4 touchdown passes for C.J. Stroud. 4 different receivers have caught them.
Yeah, and the play before that was the one where CJ actually had a beautiful ball thrown to Nico in the end zone. And under the old rules, it might have been ruled that he was pushed out of bounds. But, of course, that's not a rule anymore. So it was a nice catch by Nico, but he got pushed out of bounds. And on 4th and gotta have it from the 9-yard line, he throws that out to Schultz that, as we noted last week, all of these throws that CJ's really good at have gotten a lot more difficult. People are starting to understand and get a feel for what the Texans are good at. The really cool thing to see yesterday was how CJ has responded to it. The level of difficulty on these throws has gone up because the tendencies are starting to come through, but there were so many throws he made yesterday that there's nothing you can do about it. And Dalton Schultz, he was open on that play. Don't get me wrong. Like, Dalton Schultz did a good job getting open, but it wasn't an easy throw whatsoever.
No.
And a lot of those nice completions yesterday were not easy throws.
No. And that was so that's 30-23. They converted the 2-point conversion on that particular touchdown. That was the one where CJ. I mean, even that play, they didn't make it easy on themselves. CJ's like diving through sets of legs down at the goal line on kind of a quarterback keeper. So the Texans lead 30-23. The Cleveland Browns come back down. They get a touchdown. Looked like it was a touchdown on a deep ball to Mike Evans. Turns out he was down at the 1 yard line. They run it in 2 plays later. It's 30-30. We get the Daria Gumbawale field goal to go up 33-30. We'll hear that again in the next segment. And then the Cleveland Browns. I got Baker Mayfield on the brain in Cleveland. Tampa Bay Buccaneers drive the length of the field. Texans almost get off the field with about a minute to go with a forced fumble. Tavierre Thomas did an incredible job. Palmer, the rookie wide receiver, Seth, catches that crossing route down at about the 15 or 10-yard line of the Texans, and Tavierre Thomas punches that thing out. Textbook punch-out. Textbook punch-out, just like we saw D'Amico in training camp in some of those mic'd-up segments talking about how to do. I think he was talking with Tavierre Thomas about it, like punch down,
Watch
punch
the
down.
teaching tape.
Yeah. And Tavierre Thomas punched that ball out, and that's the way it goes with fumbles.
Hits 2 Texans, but it was one of those, like, it bounces right into...
It's Cashman in the face.
Hits Cashman, and then it bounces into Tank Dell's chest, and then or whoever it was.
Yeah, Tank wasn't out there.
It was, I think it was...
I think it was Kadar Holman or DHC, one of those two.
And then Mike Evans, who by the way showed up yesterday wearing an Astros jersey.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's a really cool picture.
You think it's a campaign to become part of this receiving corps next year?
I think he is definitely hoping that the Texans call him. He's a free agent.
Yeah.
He'll be 31 years old.
He'd like to play with CJ his last few years.
Yeah, 100%. I know it's pretty cool. I wonder what people in Tampa thought of that though too, because they do have a baseball team there.
Do they?
It's pretty good, yeah.
If nobody sees it, does it really exist?
That's true. Ooh, all those Rays fans.
Be
They're going to be really upset
hate for
about
all 7 of them to come after us. All right, so the Buccaneers drive down. They take a 37-33 lead. 46 seconds to work with. C.J. Stroud hits Dalton Schultz a couple times. They bang a couple timeouts. Hits Noah Brown. They spike it. You're at about the 40, 41-yard line of the Buccaneers with about 20-some-odd seconds to go. He hits Tank Dell on just a beautiful route that allows Tank Dell to get out of bounds more than anything else. 26 yards, and now you got 2 shots with 10 seconds to go from the 15-yard line. It only took 1.
10 seconds to go. C.J. gets the snap. C.J. looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead! Yes! Tank Dell with the reception! Rock and roll! My goodness! There are flags on the field. Could be on the defense. What a comeback! Go Cougs! Let's go. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54. A 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done!
Hey,
are you kidding?
You know, the cool thing about Tank Dell is, like people would love to just have the theory that, like, well, you just got to come up and jam him and disrupt his timing and rhythm. Like, offensive coordinators, Bobby Sloag himself, like, they've just gotten really good at working around that issue. And Tank Dell can get releases on his own, too. But in situations like this, where the play before that, you remember on 2nd and 10 when Tank Dell gets out of bounds?
Yeah.
On that, like, it's the classic dropped in the honey hole on cover 2 between the cornerback and the safety, and you think, okay, how do they allow that? Well, they're playing back, they're playing soft coverage, and Tank threatens the inside. He runs a post, and like the safety's got to respect that. But then he just he ran such a good route, threatened the inside, and then turned it back out, and it was a perfect pass. Like it's impossible to defend Tank Dell in certain situations, and it's just a matter of whether CJ's going to hit him, and he totally did in the second half yesterday.
Here was C.J. Stroud after the game. He gave a rundown of the entire drive, but here was C.J. on that final play, the touchdown to Tank Dell.
We just had put that in on sideline, so Bobby did a great job of just feeling the tempo of the game and feeling what we probably needed, and had a play we ain't worked on since training camp. And literally, I know the Tank's route was nasty. I didn't get to watch it. I just threw it. But I just had to take care of the safety. They're in quarters. Once the safety buys the inside route, I throw the outside route, and his job is to beat the corner, and the Texans win. So that drive, man, it was special, and that's something in this league I'm learning, man. You got to be great 2-minute, and for me, I just want the ball. Just give me the ball, call the play, and I'm gonna go make it play. So I'm happy with the win.
He's something else. That entire cut is actually about 2 minutes long, and he went through every play. Like, his recall is really amazing. He went through every single play sequentially of that final drive. and the sort of the thought process behind it.
I would think he's done a lot of impressive things. I didn't think that drive was that hard to remember going through that wasn't like Sean McVay or like LeBron James or like CJ could do that in other drives.
I was impressed.
It was like 4 throws. It wasn't.
I was impressed. Maybe I'm easily sold to. I liked it. Sue me.
I paid for this cheeseburger, and that kid took my $2 and didn't even have to use the calculator to get the change.
It was incredible. It was incredible. All right, acknowledge me. Let's acknowledge some performances. A bunch from the Texans. We've got an Astro in there as well. We will acknowledge the big performances and accomplishments from this weekend next. West.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is 7:25 on a Monday. This is the time on Mondays where we acknowledge big performances, big accomplishments.
We got a lot of people yesterday liked this segment. Out at the pregame show, we had quite a few both sober and drunk people demand that we that we do acknowledge me tomorrow. Yeah. They were making their predictions for who would be in acknowledgement.
They were.
And I got a lot of people on Twitter afterwards, x.com afterwards, suggesting candidates for acknowledgement.
I love that. Okay, well, it's good.
We have one listener who despises acknowledge me, but we can't listen to that guy.
No. I think it's look, man, it acknowledges the big accomplishments in a way that we're highlighting people here. That's what we're doing. So let's start it. This is going to have a very Texans flavor to it. I can promise you that. This is an easy one. Sometimes the obvious ones are the ones you got to do. C.J. Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
He's a cyborg. He's a cyborg of perfection, C.J. Stroud. Here are the categories of passing statistics in which C.J. Stroud yesterday had a perfect 158.3 passer rating. It's the highest passer rating you can get in the NFL is 158.3. Seth, he had a perfect passer rating in the second half of this football game.
Yeah.
15 of 19, 313 yards, 4 touchdowns. He was perfect passer rating-wise on first down in this game. 16 of 19, 297, 4 touchdowns. On the final drive, literally perfect. 5 of 5, 75 yards and a touchdown. 158.3 for all three of those.
The only thing that mars this, there's two things that mar that, all of that, which you just read. I feel like passer rating has become that stat that you only use when it suits your purposes. Not you personally, but people in general. It's kind of like the PFF grades. You're like, hey, grain of salt, but we're awesome, and this backs it up.
Me too. That's fair.
And two, I don't like the fact that the passer rating, like you can have a perfect score without actually having a perfect completion percent.
Perfect,
yeah,
I know.
I feel like the glossy passer rating numbers almost detract from how awesome that performance was yesterday.
Yeah,
because I'm watching. Because honestly, the best part about the performance to me was that CJ was not sharp at all in the first half.
He bounced back.
And as a guy who has watched my baseball team go to the ALCS every single year, often due to incredible pitching, I just love, nothing impresses me more than pitchers who struggle in the first inning, who look lost in the first inning, and then get it back together and end up having a no-hitter or a perfect game the rest of the game, right, which we've seen quite a few times over the years with the Astros. So when CJ did that yesterday where, he left a lot of huge chunk plays on the field with bad passes in the first half. Yeah. For him to dial it back in and be so precise in the second half, it was the imperfection of the whole product that actually makes it more impressive than anything else.
Well put. Absolutely. I agree with you. The way he bounced back individually in this game and bounced back from the performance last week overall. All right, let's get to this one. This is one of the most awesome stories of the season. Daria Gumbawale.
Yes.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, you acknowledge you fine, fantastic kicker.
Elite place kicker Daria Gumbawale. Gumbawale came in at halftime because Kaimi Fairbairn suffered a quad injury sometime late in the first half. We're going to hear from Daria in just a second. He didn't kick any extra points. The Texans just went for 2 after all the touchdowns. But at one point, they had a 4th and goal, I think, from about the 11-yard line or so. And the proper call was to kick a 29-yard field goal there. So they did.
Oh, they're going to try a field goal. Here we go with some dramatic stuff here for Frank Ross's special teams unit. Ogunbowale will try it. A 29-yard attempt from the left hash mark. Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Ogunbowale, the running back, for the lead. Snap is down. The kick is up. And it's good! Daria Ogunbowale for 3, and the Texans are back in front. Are you kidding?
That was great. He looked good. He looked smooth. That thing would have been good from 39 yards.
There was, I've seen a couple of clips of him playing soccer out at practice.
Okay.
Just messing around. And it's pretty impressive.
He said he played back in the day.
It's impressive to me, but when it comes to me evaluating soccer, it's not just him able to bounce it off his foot and then his head and do all that little hacky sack type stuff.
Absolutely.
They do with and he's got it did not feel. It felt like a much crisper operation. And I think that's ultimately when they decided to kneel on it at the end. There was multiple things that go into that in terms of probability and everything. But I wonder, the operation is a lot harder than the actual kicking of the ball. So I wonder if on that field goal, if Frank Ross, started looking at the Polaroids and the iPad and thought like, okay, there's a few things that the other side's going to figure out here. We gotta really reevaluate whether we do this again.
They got what they needed. They got those 3 points. Wound up being the difference in the game. They win by 2. Here was Dare Gumbawale on the postgame show with me and Clint Stoerner yesterday. When did you find out, Dare, that you were going to be the kicker for the Houston Texans?
Right before the half, they were saying that Emi might be down. They didn't want to kind of confirm that he was out, but Frank told me I might need to come out at halftime a little early just to get some warm-up kicks, and then so came in, went to the bathroom, went back out, and Weeks looked at me and said, yeah, Emi's definitely down. You're going to be kicking. So that whole kind of last 3 minutes of halftime, I was out there kicking field goals, kicking kickoffs, and felt pretty good, felt confident. But once Cam and Weeks kind of talked to me, calmed me down a little bit, then I started feeling real confident about it.
I wonder if he needed to be calmed down because when he went to the bathroom, he was actually dropping a deuce and he was on his phone, like looking at social media commentary about the kicker situation.
He saw
and he was like, oh, crap.
He's looking around. Where's Dare? It's in the bathroom.
Didn't say he came back after a few minutes, right?
Yeah.
So that's, it might have been that.
How crowded is the bathroom at halftime of an NFL game with players?
Not bad.
No?
Everybody goes in and you just try to,
Do most guys take care of business at halftime?
I would imagine.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt if you have to pee during the game. I've told you before. Well, now they have the medical tent, so it's a lot easier. You used to just you would have somebody hold a towel. You'd have a guy hold a towel on either side of you, and you'd do it right in front of 75,000 people.
Yeah.
And I was always amazed that so few, because every now and then when it gets caught on camera, people would act like it was a huge deal, and we're like, no, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
But like if you gotta go number 2.
Yeah, that's tough.
Then you got to run up the tunnel to one of the extra.
That's not a towel situation.
And hope that it's open.
That's not a hold up the towel situation.
They have a camp toilet out there. Bring out the camp toilet.
One of those little Fisher Price toilets.
Bring out the camp toilet in the sports section.
Little potty training toilet for the kids. All right. Hey, let's do some more acknowledging here. Noah Brown.
Acknowledge me.
Noah Brown. I thought his touchdown, the 75-yard touchdown, the Tank Dell touchdown to win the game was the most important one. It won the game. But I feel like the Noah Brown touchdown, you felt it in the moment, like, okay, this is a catalyst here. Like, this is a team that's really struggled getting out of first gear in the passing game, and they finally get an explosive play. That's an explosive play that this offense is designed to do. Catch and run, yards after the catch.
Yeah.
He got all the yards after the catch.
He got all that, like Tank Dell laying a block there, and then Noah Brown having the stiff arm. It just felt like a gritty, manly play.
Yes.
There was something about that play that just and there were those opportunities throughout the first half where D'Amico acknowledged it after the game. They just shot themselves in the foot. They had easy, wide open opportunities, and sometimes it was CJ misfiring. The run game, we'll talk about the run game during the week. I can laugh at it after this game, but my God, I would have been
so bad.
I would have been such an unbearable jerk
They're not
this morning
getting acknowledged.
No.
Yeah, not in a good way.
No.
Hey, a quick sub acknowledgement for our good friend Lisa Ann. Acknowledge Lisa Ann, our fantasy expert. This was Lisa Ann on Friday when she was talking about picking up wide receivers from the Houston Texans on the waiver wire this week.
Without Robert Woods, big difference. You're looking at who's the backup? I just picked up your backup behind him for a fantasy team last night. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go for it right here. I went for Noah Brown. A lot of talk right now about Noah Brown in this game. So I'm like, all right, I got Nico Collins on some teams. I got Noah Brown. I'd like to see a little bit more from Dameon Pierce, but again, with the questionable tag, we don't know what's going to happen.
All right, see, look at that. That's why you got to listen at 8:45 on Fridays. Just dishing out Noah Brown as a fantasy recommendation right there.
That was
had a
that
buck
was an
50 and a touchdown.
Impressive performance by Lisa.
Big time. That was the big story this weekend. All right, Mauricio Dubon.
Acknowledge me.
Gold Glove winner for the Astros. Utility Gold Glove winner. He was nominated at 2 positions, utility position and second base. The utility Gold Glove they just started giving out last year. I feel like Mauricio Dubon could get a stranglehold on the Gold Glove in the American League for the utility position.
Yeah.
I feel like there's not that many guys out there.
No, and just how many years does he have left?
of team control.
Yeah.
At least a couple.
Yeah.
He'll be here for a little while.
That's the one thing. The one downside of the Astros offseason, if you haven't thought too much about it, is that they really don't have a lot of room to maneuver after arbitration.
They
probably.
do not.
They got about $4 million beneath the CBT right now.
Yeah.
So I can just tell you this: Abreu's got to keep up what he started in September in the playoffs. Yeah.
Amen. Dubon played 7 positions for this team.
Can I sneak in a selfish little acknowledgement?
Absolutely.
I got to tell this story real quick.
Okay.
Well, 2 things. I saw the expo that Lisa Ann was at. She had talked about it. I saw a billboard for it on my way to the Cornell Penn game this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Because I went with a few friends to the Cornell Penn game on my way from New Jersey, where my friend lived, down to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So I was. We didn't have time to swing in. But the other thing was I got to the game and I went to the bathroom. And I came out and I was looking for my friends, and I see this guy standing up on the Cornell side wearing a Houston Texans shirt.
Really?
And I looked up and I was like, that was it. Oh, and he saw me and he waved to me. I was like, oh, cool. He must recognize me. So I went up and I talked to him for a little bit, had a nice little conversation. And it's just like I didn't really ask. I just assumed that he recognized me from being a Cornellian that was a Texans fan.
Yeah.
And I talked to him for a little bit, and I was like, oh, I gotta go find my friends here. And I'm riding home after the game, and I'm looking through my Twitter and looking at the DMs, and I see this DM from a couple days ago from a guy, a former college coach who I love, who's been sends me good technical opinions and stuff, or I'll have questions about blocking schemes.
So you have a Twitter relationship with this person.
And I see this DM from Friday that says, heard on the radio that you were headed to the Penn Cornell game. Would love to catch up with you there. Let me know where you're sitting.
Was that guy?
It was him. It was
really?
Steve. Acknowledge me. Yeah, I'll acknowledge Steve Dent. I've corresponded with him for a decade, and then I gave him the 90-second courtesy, hey fella, nice to meet you. See you later.
Have you been, other than acknowledging him right now, have you been in touch with him since via DM?
Yeah.
Okay,
I apologize profusely.
Okay,
I felt like such a jerk. Okay. I didn't recognize him at all from I'm not sitting there ogling his pictures when I talk about football with him.
That's funny. That's funny.
I feel like a jerk.
No, but it all got worked out. I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah.
I've got one more. Canyon Perry.
Acknowledge me.
He's a listener. He's the listener that came up
Canyon.
came up and gave Travis Johnson a Modelo during his interview with us on the pregame yesterday. Travis was looking at the Modelo beer garden across the way, and he's like, man, I sure could use one of those Modelos. And up struts Canyon Perry, a diehard listener who seemed like Canyon had a few Modelos of his own that morning. But he wanted to be acknowledged for that.
I wanted to call him Canyon Green so he could become the third Kate Green on the team. Yeah.
Can you play left? Canyon Green. Canyon Perry's a pretty badass name.
It'd be Kendrick, Kenyon, and Canyon.
Canyon.
Yeah.
Not confusing at all. So, Canyon Perry, you've been acknowledged for helping Travis Johnson get his Modelo on yesterday out at the game. All right. There is one concern that people have about this game from yesterday. We do need to acknowledge that there is a concern coming out of yesterday's game. We'll address it. How big a concern? And it's not the running game. I think that's going to be a concern for a while. But we will discuss that. We'll take a look at some fun things happened for Texan fans around the NFL yesterday, too. I will say that. We'll discuss next.
Bayway Chevrolet.
Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Dude, it's wild what 40 seconds of football can do to flip the mood of people. You know, look, in the record books, 3-5 and 4-4 is a very different record in the NFL. You're 3-5, you're 3-5. You're below the Raiders right now in the standings. Okay, who won yesterday? They're 4-5 now. You're tied with the Broncos, and you're tied with I forget one other team. But 4-4. I mean, you're still on the outside looking in the postseason. AFC's tough this year, but it's workable. I mean, you got games against some of these teams in front of you. But Seth, the tone on the text page, and I'm going to get to what we teased here in a second, but I got to read these. This is the mood swing here in town.
Yeah.
Text message 7572. I fear my noon games are at risk of being flexed. So now you got Texan fans that are thinking we might get some late window games or maybe even a primetime game here.
If you look at it right now, the Texans are the 10th seed in the AFC.
Yeah.
They're behind the 5-4 Bills, who are very bipolar. They're a higher version of bipolar than the Texans are. But at least the Texans, you expected bipolar you're hoping for bipolar.
Bipolar's progress.
We were clinically depressed most of the time before, just depressed without the manic side.
Right.
Now we're bipolar.
Bipolar is the beginning of the window for the Texans. Bipolar might be the end of the window for the Bills.
Right. That's kind of like, I thought this guy was a stud. Yeah. Okay. The Jets are 4-3. They're at the 8th seed, and the 9th seed would be the 5-4 Bills, just by virtue of the AFC East stuff there.
Yeah.
I guess. And then the Colts after the Texans at 4-5. So, yeah, you're right there in the thick of it, and you're facing a Bengals team this week that is looking much, much more like what you expected the Bengals to be over these last two games. They had their game, off week, and then this game. The big, I guess, surprise with the Bengals is that their defense has been really, really bad by their standards, and they looked a lot more like themselves last night.
Yeah. I wonder what they're saying about this game later this week. CJ coming back to Ohio this weekend. Texans are 6.5-point underdogs, which, if you're wondering, just for some context, that was a 10-point spread at the beginning of the year. The Texans were a 9.5, 10-point underdog, so they made progress.
Joe Burrow looking like himself versus the Texans defense as it is right now is kind of scary. Somebody earlier asked about whether we should be worried or talk more about the fact that this is a defensive head coach and the defense has been scary at times. I think the defense has been much improved in a lot of ways. The thing that skews perception, and rightfully so, is that in these losses, their last several losses have all been with huge defensive letdowns at the end of the game.
Yesterday too.
Yeah,
you just happened to get the ball back.
Yesterday followed the script of all the previous losses to NFC South teams. Yeah. They've lost to two teams where they squandered it at the end of the game. So yeah, that's a concern. Except that the talent level is just not there. The pass rush is close in getting there, but there's just always easy pickings downfield. The coverage is just way too soft, and a lot of that just starts with the actual talent level and the injuries that have hurt it even further.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I teased into this segment. There's a lot of people still concerned about the defense. Happy about the win. Like, I'll read 1835. I'm so happy we got the win, but I'm seriously worried about the defense. We sure love to give up game-winning drives.
Yeah.
The other thing the defense has done the last 2 weeks, Seth, they did it on the final drive for Carolina last week. They did it in the first half on a touchdown drive for the Buccaneers yesterday, and they did it again on the final touchdown drive with the Buccaneers, where the defense actually does a really good job of getting the opponent into a 3rd and long situation.
3rd and 23.
3rd and 23, but they give up. They led up to where it's a 4th and 1 or 4th and 2. They did it on the game-winning drive with Bryce Young last week, and they did it twice yesterday.
And that's another thing where, just by way of illustration, I know, like, when people start arguing about Will Anderson, a valid argument people will make is that, hey, Will Anderson gets chipped a lot or by tight ends and running backs or double teamed or slide protection. Jonathan Grenard is getting that same treatment. They both get double teamed a lot based on those ESPN advanced stats that they have. And that matches the eyeball test. On that 3rd and 23, both those guys get chipped. Teams are not worried about getting all 5 guys out on routes to get somebody open. They say, hey, first let's take care of these defensive ends because they're kind of a headache, and then we'll find something downfield. And that's exactly what they did on that 3rd and 23, which on that play, that guy was running right in that cushion between the linebackers and the safety, and it was one of the backup safeties that, you can't. Would Jimmy Ward have been there, to break up that play? There's a much better chance than he would have than the hyphenated guy whose name I don't know.
Houston Carson. I forget his first name. Begins with a D. DeAndre Houston Carson, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to, you know what? It's Monday. It's following this big win. But I would say by tomorrow or Wednesday at the latest, I'm going to be terrified about the safety situation on this team. Yeah. Jimmy Ward, MJ Stewart, and Eric Murray out. Eric Murray's out for the year. Those are 3 of their top 4 safeties.
We'll talk about it as the week goes on. Like, honestly, I enjoy the hell out of this win right now. We had somebody earlier who said I admire the people who are, like, on to Cincinnati immediately. Next week we'll bomb. Let's see what happens next week. This is a text message.
God, what a miserable existence you lead.
I kind of said, well, listen, they're a 500 football team.
Right.
Like, honestly, the jubilation that people feel over this team right now isn't that they feel like, oh, wow, we're destined for the Super Bowl. Maybe some of them do. Yeah. For the most part, I think most Texans fans are just super stoked that C.J. Stroud had a record-breaking performance, looked absolutely brilliant at times, and it gives you a lot of hope for the future. Yeah. I'll worry about next week in the Bengals, in which the Texans are substantial underdog. Yeah, I'll start worrying about during the week. There's a lot to be positive about right now.
No doubt.
Don't think I'm not going to flip out 4 times about the running game at points this week. But, like, right now, I'm cool with it.
Yeah,
they overcame that awful running attack.
Absolutely. Text message, Tua Mahomes. These are the texts we're getting now. This is where we are. Tua Mahomes, this is 8780. Tua and Mahomes and Hurts are all ahead of CJ in total passing yards. They're all on their bye week this week. If CJ throws for more than 337 this week against the Bengals, he'll lead the NFL in passing yards. MVP, anyone? How about this one?
Most valuable player to his team. Depending on there's 20 different ways you can define the meaning of valuable when it comes to this.
9204. Is it too far-fetched to say that the only person who can take Offensive Rookie of the Year from C.J. Stroud is Tank Dell?
Oh, who would take it from him?
Take it away from C.J.
I thought you meant, like, sabotage it. So I'm like, well, yeah, I guess
you could do that, too, I suppose. Yeah.
I think
Tank batting down all these passes.
Honestly, this is an indication of how good C.J. Stroud is. Because remember, common in any sport, I think a lot of people just believe that, the indication of how great a player you are, especially in basketball and football as a quarterback, is do you make the guys around you better? And it's hilarious. It is so funny to watch people in 2 places. One, Carolina, the other, Chicago. People talk about, well, sure, but, Bryce Young doesn't have the supporting cast that C.J. Stroud has. Nobody outside the city of Houston was making that argument at all. People in Chicago are saying, well, I don't know, what with Caleb Williams crying and with the decrepit state of everybody on this team, is now even the time to draft a quarterback? Don't we need to get everything about... Look at Houston. It's a different situation there. Wait. Where were all these opinions about this incredible receiving staff before the season? It was I'll admit I was really nervous about the receiving core until we got into training camp, and then you start to see okay, I think these guys might actually be better than advertised.
Yeah, they're just no-namers to people.
But so CJ's doing this and people, he's already to the point where people are saying, well, yeah, but CJ has all these guys who I'd never heard of before.
Yeah.
But somehow now it's like this stable of studs that CJ's got the benefit of working with.
It's definitely changed my view on what the offseason should look like for the Texans, because I was of mind that they at least need to kick tires if one of these teams is of mind to trade one of their wide receivers. Like T. Higgins is the one I thought of. He's going to be a free agent after this year. Might Cincinnati franchise tag T. Higgins and try to move him or whatever. That's one that I thought, okay, now, no. I'm cool with who they have right now.
I don't know where that guy got his stats about C.J. Stroud potentially going up and over everybody else. I mean, there are, for one, Sam Howell is second in receiving yards. Right now, CJ's passing yards. Right now, CJ's 7th in passing yards, which I'm not worried about. It was a fun text, but I think he was a little bit
off on his numbers.
Okay, yeah. Well, he might have been looking at the numbers going into the game and then added CJ's or what have you.
Could be.
His interception percentage, honestly, what you should be excited about. Best interception percentage in the league, 0.4% of passes.
Under 1% of his passes.
Yeah, I'm not making that mistake of the decimal or whatever. It's 0.4% of his passes go for interceptions. And for rookies with over 200 attempts, he has the best right this moment, he has the best interception percentage in the history of rookie quarterbacks.
He's something else, man.
Which, I mean, that one, obviously 1 or 2 skews it a lot after that. But that's probably the most impressive thing that he's done. And like, there were some people that weren't watching at all who thought, like, well, he's got accuracy issues. Look, he's completing fewer than 60% of his passes. That was like so much a product of him being freakishly mature and just throwing the ball away while he was working with 4 backup offensive linemen. His completion percentage on the year now is 62%. So that's kind of started to balance out again as well.
Yeah, I don't even pay attention to that stat anymore just because I know he uses incompletions as ways to avoid sacks, and I'm cool with it. Text message, this is Cooper from Dallas, dancing into work with my Texans gear on. Go Texans. Yeah, Coop calls the postgame show every week. He's from Dallas. He's been in enemy territory. Yeah, you can go in proud to work today, Coop, with your Texans gear on. Hey, Ben, play the game-winning touchdown one more time. I just want to hear it one more time. I need it injected into my veins to keep this morning, keep this vibe I got going. Let me hear it one more time.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead. Yes! Adele with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. There are flags on the field. Could be on the defense. What a comeback! Go Cougs! Let's go. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
The other thing I saw making the rounds a lot yesterday was, I'm so glad that we ended up picking second instead of first, and boy, Lovie Smith really helped him. I feel like that's a bit of an insult without people realizing it to the Texans, in that there's no guarantee that if they'd gone number 1, they would have picked Bryce Young.
Right.
I know that
Glazer reported it.
But Glazer, it doesn't make any sense. The Panthers themselves didn't know who they were going to draft when they traded up, and the Texans themselves had a new coach learning how to work with the GM at that point, and they hadn't completed their process. So, like, that part of it. And there were a lot of people that were upset that the Texans were drafting number 2 because it meant they were going to be stuck with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Okay? Until all of a sudden the groupthink got to being like, oh, Bryce Young is definitely the guy.
And now we are.
The S2 cognition test. Yeah.
Yep.
So just don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
Stuck with all 14 of his touchdown passes and his 1 interception.
Yeah.
Stuck with it. C.J. Stroud's amazing, man. That was fun. A reaction Monday, a big reaction Monday, 39-37 the final score. We're going to keep the party going here. Of course, in the loop, 10-2. The drive.
Gumbo Wale's probably going to be playing safety this year. This
dude,
week,
he may
maybe.
have to next week.
Kicker, safety, running back.
That's right. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Listen to the remainder of the day. I mentioned in the loop at 10, the drive, 2 to 5.
That was a joke about a Gumbo Wale playing safety,
Maybe.
everybody. So I don't want any people like quoting me at work or anything.
John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. I bet there's some joy in that room. They're up next. Stay there, or stay here. We'll see you at 6 a.m. tomorrow, everybody.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's time to break it all down. What happened and why? Welcome to Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead. Yes! Adele with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. There are flags on the field. Could be on the defense. What a comeback. Go Cougs. Let's go. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding? All right, we were pretty happy, and we're still pretty darn happy. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. ND Kalu's going to join us in about, 10 minutes or so. John McClain, 8:30. Andre Ware in an hour, and we've come in here after a lot of games, some disappointing games. This is not one of them. This was an all-time Texans thriller, one of the very best we've ever seen. When C.J. Stroud plays, you tend to reach for the record books anyway, right? You've had to do that pretty much from day one. Oh, what's he doing this week that's historic? Well, yesterday set another record, NFL rookie record for passing yards, and a lot of people thought he was threatening the Texans record. Schaub has the top 2 games in yardage, not Deshaun Watson, but Schaub has the top 2 games in yardage. Top is 527 in the overtime thriller against Jacksonville. And this felt like that game a lot to me, Johnny, and I'm sure longtime Texans fans could relate to that. That overtime game where Andre Johnson took the receiver screen and ran it in for the game winner. This felt a lot like that, but I want to give this its due. I mean, this was new era, DeMeco Ryans coaching. You are up against it down 10 twice in the second half. Earlier on, and we used the pitching analogy yesterday. I heard Seth use it today. Didn't seem like they had their stuff in the passing game, but, man, did it get going in the second half as it was – it was like a superhero movie or something, and C.J. Stroud's arm suddenly turned into a lightning bolt and started delivering big time. 5 touchdown passes in the game, and that one to Tank Dell, his second TD catch of the afternoon for the winning margin with 6 seconds to go. That was tremendous. An unforgettable day, like we said, and we've had a few of them. I mean, the Pittsburgh game was as good as it gets, but wait a minute, was this better? I think so. You didn't induct anybody into the Ring of Honor, but it's a day no one will ever forget. We'll be talking about this game for a long time. We still talk about that Andre Johnson game. We still talk about a lot of the other ones. Carr walk-off in Week 4, 2003. That came up yesterday because Greg Rajan called me from the Chronicle and said, where does it stack up? And we were talking about the history of it all. But look, that one stands on its own as an all-time classic. Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, we're bearing the lead. That's one of the greatest calls. I've been on the sidelines for 10 years. That's one of the greatest calls I've ever heard at the end from both of you. And when Andre drops a "Go Cougs" in the middle of it, I almost fell in my chair laughing because I didn't hear it at the time. I mean, I'm watching and seeing everything. I'm watching Levante. The penalty was for Levante David spiking his helmet. As soon as Tank caught the ball, touchdown, Levante David took off his helmet and spiked it like, Gronk spiked it. Right. I mean, just wham, right? And so it was right in front of the refs, and I just saw all 3 refs just throw flags right at him. So I knew that's what the penalty was for, and I can kind of sense in your voice, oh no, what is this potentially for? Yeah. But I knew right away. I was like, oh, that's Levante David spiking his helmet.
I was just praying it was something. I thought it was celebration. I assumed it was celebration. Right. At best case scenario, or a better case. Right. Worst case, obviously, against the offense, and the touchdown is nullified. But as soon as Lang Clark said, after the play, I knew it was whatever it is, exactly. I don't care now.
Care.
Yeah,
don't care.
Although if you're kicking off from your
20-yard line.
Yes, that's a little bit tougher.
That brings in one other major aspect of this game that'll make it that memorable. To me, there were 3 things that made it memorable. First of all, the entire sideline, like, everybody's dead. Like, they're all injured. I mean, it felt like, Jimmy Ward and
get into this.
MJ Stewart went out on back-to-back plays at safety. You got to put DeAndre Houston Carson, who just got back here. Thankfully, he'd been here for a few weeks.
So he knows things.
Then he was away. Then he came back.
Yeah.
And thank God they had him, because I don't know how they get through that game. So everybody is injured, including, which gets me to point number 2, Kaimi Fairbairn. So
huge.
I see Kaimi after, I can't remember what it was, but I saw him and he didn't look right. Something didn't look, I don't know what it was. It didn't look right at all. And I see Cam Johnston go up to Daria Gumbawale near the kicking net. And then I'm saying your ears, I didn't really want for you, because I had not got an injury report on that one. I just didn't know. But I'm like, let's go down to John. I'm like, oh boy. I'm like, guys, I'm watching Cam Johnston talk with Daria Gumbawale here. Something's up.
Was that before the half?
Yes. That was before the half.
That was before the half. He had already kicked a 50-yarder at that point.
Right. So I'm thinking, okay, this is interesting. We'll keep an eye on it. So we get up for half. So I'm walking back down the tunnel for halftime, and Evan Washburn, who is the CBS sideline reporter, who's just awesome. I've got to know Evan. We meet up every time.
There's a sideline reporter for TV that you like?
I like. Come on now.
No, because they're always talking to the coach.
No.
Hogging your time with the coach.
No, it's not that. No, it's not that at all. It's just like when we go in for halftime, they got to understand there are 2 people that have to do a job.
They don't care.
One.
They're paying a lot of money, actually.
Right. So they end up. Ours has to go on the air. Theirs is just writing notes. They can do that.
Notes.
And so that's what Evan did.
You could give them the notes.
Right. So Evan goes second. So I'm in the tunnel walking back down, and he makes a beeline over to me, and he goes, hey, how do you pronounce Ogunbowale's first name. I was like, oh, it's Dare. Okay.
That's the one he had problems with?
So, yeah, I know.
Not the last name?
I know. And so he walked over, and so we waited. Both of us kind of standing there waiting to see whether Kaimi was coming out of the locker room. And he didn't. And you guys, I didn't realize until I walked out of the field, I saw Dare kicking.
I was watching those kickoffs. And I thought, this might not go that well.
Right.
I was a little worried because some of the warm-up kicks, look, I don't know what you're looking for. Maybe a knuckleball at the 10's not a bad idea because, you have to field it, and it's not good and whatever. You end up pinning the guy's back. But I don't know if that's what you want if you're Frank Ross. You prefer him to blast it out of the back of the end zone. So I thought, all right, we're definitely seeing Dare here. We are seeing Dare as our place kicker.
Yeah.
And I was more concerned about how does this affect field goals? Because if you're at the end of a tight game and we're driving, let's say you only have 20 seconds left and you're down in a situation where you need a field goal.
Like a 40-something yarder.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do?
Now, as it turned out, if you get in close enough, he could have done it.
Right.
Is that why? So you were right under the goalpost.
I was right under the goalpost. And
when that happened, so what would that have been good from?
It would have been, what was it, 29 yarder?
It was 29 yards.
It would have been good from another 15 for sure. Like, he blasted it. I mean, it was he hit it on a line drive. It was,
for those who don't know,
kind of knuckleball-ish.
An extra point is 33 yards.
Right.
And some kickers want it on the hash, the spot, or between the hashes or whatever. So an extra point is 33 yards. So he could have made an extra point, but they decided they were going to go for 2 because who wants to gamble on that? When the field goal attempt came up, it was, all right, it's 4th and 10. Let's just go. Let's try a field goal here. And Johnny, I got a theory here. He might be better on field goals than the actual kickoffs. That could be the case here.
Maybe
that was pretty clean.
It was the clean operation. And, I asked him in the locker room, I talked to him about it, and I said, how much had you done it? He's like, I hadn't. And then right as I was about to leave, he goes, I just wish they would have let me try the extra points, man. I would have had those. So,
I think he's right.
I think so, too. I was curious. I thought maybe you might try it early. Like when you scored to make it, so it's 20-10, you score, you make it 20-16. I thought maybe at that point you try it.
Oh, because if you don't make it, it's not the end of the world. We'll just go for 2 next time.
Yeah, you go for 2 next time, but you test it out and you see. But I could understand, when you have a new kicker, the thing you worry about is you hit that low, they block it, outside guy gets it, boom, it's 2 points the other way.
And that's why they didn't do it at the end.
Right. Well, exactly. Well, no matter what, I don't care if you have Kaimi healthy or not. No, he did the exact right thing at the end because there's only 6 seconds, right?
You know what I didn't know?
What?
The Vegas situation that came up at the end of the game. It was 2.5.
No, it wasn't. I didn't know either.
I didn't know that at all. And I guess D'Amico didn't know. Well, he wouldn't have gone for it anyway. But they did the right thing. Do not put the ball in play.
I don't even care if Kaimi's kicking.
Yeah.
When you have less than 10 seconds left, a field goal's not going to beat you.
Right.
A field goal's not going to beat you, so the extra point doesn't matter. The 2 points doesn't matter. You can't give them a chance for points the other way.
A field goal does beat you.
A field goal does beat you, but you're not getting a field goal off.
Yeah, 6 seconds.
Right. So that's the right thing to do, even if you have Kaimi Fairbairn. So as soon as the flag was down, I knew there was a touchdown, and I knew it was a 2-point lead. I'm like, don't kick this. Take a knee, take a knee, take a knee. And then when he took a knee, I was like, nice job, coach. You got it right. The third part of this, beyond the injuries, Dare, and it's C.J. Stroud. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, you're right. You bring up the record books, and he gets smashed every single week.
Yeah.
And, Mark, what if he hits Tank on that long throw in the first quarter?
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. But the universe changes at that point. The whole game changes because you don't know how it's going to play out from there.
I don't know, man.
The way it played out was 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks. He still has only thrown 1 interception. Everybody knock on whatever you can knock on right now.
Next week. Why would you do that?
Listen, Johnny, I have to – this is my job, all right? I have to say this. How many touchdowns, picks – I don't want to jinx him.
I know.
But he's throwing the.
I'm kidding, but I know Hannah's listening.
He got the 1 pick out of the way for the entire season,
and he got a first down out of it.
Yes, he did, and that's why he is the man. All right, ND Kalu, he's the man. He joins us. Texans Monday here, presented by Houston Methodist. ND, good morning. Your heart must have been racing as well. Your general reaction to what you saw yesterday with the Houston Texans pulling it out against Tampa Bay.
You know what? I hate to admit it, but after Baker Mayfield led Tampa to their last touchdown, I remember looking to my son and saying, well, you know what, their season's still better than it was last year. Like, I just really just thought that game was over. And to see C.J. Stroud look like fill in the blank of some of the greatest come from behind quarterbacks, who've played this game, just so poised, cool, calm, and collective. Man, it was just fun to watch and just entertaining. Look, I know if you're Tampa, it wasn't entertaining, but if you're just a fan of football, if you're just a fan of 4 quarters being played until you see the 3 zeros, you had to enjoy what you saw last night or yesterday during the afternoon.
Andy, the part about Dare Ogunbowale, kind of a bigger picture here, the number of injuries that happened yesterday. You lose 2 safeties. I think Ridgeway went out with an ankle issue at some point. I mean, I think 6 guys.
6?
6?
Okay,
I don't know, maybe
whatever.
5. Oh, no, you know why I'm counting 6? Because Chick Hansen was given to me as questionable, but he went back in with a hand issue.
Okay.
My point in that, Indy, is in the NFL, you've got a 40, I think it ends up being a 49-game player roster because you have the third quarterback who's technically inactive, but if he has to, he can come in. If you play 8 linemen, you can get up to 48. So that's not a big roster, all things considered. But at times, guys have to step into roles they're not accustomed to. A, as a player, did you ever have a situation like that? And B, what does it say about the Texans that they were able to kind of fight their way through and get to the finish line and get a win?
You know what? We always hear next man up, but they truly lived it, and you could tell they believe it. They talk about it. They focus on it during the week, John. We'll get to what Dare Ogunbowale did, and shout out to all the Nigerian Americans out there who made their kids play soccer when they were young, because that's part of the reason why he was able to make that kick. But what really hit me, John, was when you have Jimmy Ward go down, and then MJ Stewart comes in and he goes down the very next play, and somebody else has to come in and step up. So, no, they truly believe in next man up, and anybody who's getting dressed, they're going to contribute. But what Dare was able to do, it's not easy to kick a field goal in the NFL. Not just the fact that you have to kick the field goal, but you have some elite guys rushing, trying to block that kick. So for him to make that 29-yard field goal, that was huge.
So I have a theory that when there's adversity, when people have to fill in at certain spots, and we saw it earlier in the season with injuries to Ward and to Petrie and the offensive line situation early. Yesterday, you had Michael Dieter starting at center. Then you have Dare. Everybody can see it. It's plain as day. It's one of those really obvious things that somebody's filling in for your place kicker. What does that do to the team, Andy? Because I have a feeling in the second half that really made them respond and up their game a notch or several.
Believe it or not, Mark, and you've been around football, long enough to know, a lot of players, they appreciate that challenge. You know what? Our kicker's down. Okay, well, we're just going to have to go for 2, or we're going to have to make sure we convert these 3rd and longs or 4th down so we continue to keep the drive going. They appreciate that. There's a boost of adrenaline, and then whoever that emergency kicker is, he's excited about that opportunity to show the world, like, hey, look what I'm able to do. So they don't get down. A lot of the players are not going to sit there and be like, woe is me, our kicker's down, what are we going to do? The guys are like, ooh, let me show what I can do. So I really feel like a good team, a good locker room, a good organization, when you have that adversity, then a guy's just really looking forward to step up. Keep in mind, these are the best of the best. Your 3rd-string safety, your 4th-string safety thinks that they should be a starter in the NFL. So all these are opportunities for them to show what they can do.
Andy, I don't know any way to ask this question other than to just leave it open-ended and just say, C.J. Stroud, go.
Best rookie performance at that position I've seen. And I want to say since Cam Newton, but I might have to just leave it at what I said, best rookie performance at that position that I've seen. Now, I know some of the older heads will say, hey, well, back in 1920, so-and-so did this, but what C.J. Stroud is doing, and not just the numbers, not just the 470 yards in this game, 5 touchdowns to 0 interceptions, but the entire season. He just looks like he's arrived. When we talk about young quarterbacks, you still say, hey, he's showing flashes of what he's going to be as he gets older, as he gets more mature. But, I mean, C.J. Stroud, we like to joke when we see young guys who are mature and say he's been here before. He just feels like he's been here before. And you don't have to wait 2 or 3 years to say you've got your guy at that position. Now, to me, it's fun. It's fun what Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans get to do during the offseason. Now you're building around a guy that you know is going to be the face of the franchise for years to come.
I was asked, who's the number one receiver for the Texans? And without even looking at the numbers, I think it's a band. I think it's the Eagles. It's Fleetwood Mac. It's anybody can sing lead on any particular day. You had Tank Dell yesterday. Dalton Schultz had more catches than anybody, and he's a tight end receiver, obviously. Noah Brown shows up in a huge way with 6 for 153, tops everybody in yardage because of the 75-yarder mostly. But your thoughts on that, because it doesn't feel like there's a number one guy, but that's okay. Is it okay?
Really, Mark? You're going to say it's the Eagles, Fleetwood Mac?
All right.
It's the Wu-Tang. It's the Wu-Tang Clan.
Yes.
It's the Wu-Tang Clan.
It's exactly who it is.
If I run that one by the players, you don't think they're going to bite the who? The what?
Think they'll know Fleetwood Mac?
Yeah.
Let's go in the locker room and ask all 53 players plus.
They'll know Dreams because of the TikTok video. That's it.
Yeah.
Maybe the Eagles.
Somebody's redone something at some point, but yeah, it is Wu-Tang
I thought
Clan.
I was a
It's
genius
exactly who
here.
it is.
Anybody can be the lead singer. It's a good thing. All right, anyway, go on.
Well, here's the thing, and it's funny. I said this, or I was thinking this before the season started. This was going to be the type of receiving core, including the tight end, where one game you're going to have a guy that, Dalton Schultz, who's probably not excited about his targets, but then there's going to be that game where he has over 100 yards receiving. You're going to have a game where Tank Dell only has 40, 30 yards receiving, but then he's going to have that big game, and you're not surprised. Noah Brown, late in the preseason, he started to show up, at least for me. Y'all maybe noticed him earlier on, but I thought Noah Brown's going to be a guy that, hey, when he has a big game, you're not going to be, overly surprised. I still think Nico Collins should be that number one target, that mainstay, but you're absolutely right. Any given Sunday, whether it's John Mechie, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, Noah Brown, Robert Woods when he gets back, you can have any of these guys lead your team.
Andy, I'm going to ask you a weird question, but having been in the locker room, when you can look across at your quarterback and just know, like, we got a chance because that guy gives us a chance. I'll say this. This is one thing I realized yesterday. You listen to everybody talk about C.J. Stroud, and you listen to the players, and they have absolute, no doubt belief in him. But when you listen to him, you realize he's got absolute, total belief in everybody around him and love and respect for all of them and what they're doing. That, I think, is the difference. I think we've seen quarterbacks here that people believe in, but I don't know if they believed in the rest of the team. CJ believes in the rest of what's around him, which I find fascinating. But Andy, along those lines, when you as a player can look at your quarterback and go, we're going to have a chance because of that guy. What does that change in the team dynamic? What does it change in the defense? And did you ever have a situation like that where you looked across and said, that guy gives us a chance, so I know I got to do my job at a high level, but even if something happens, this guy can still bail me out if I make a mistake or don't do something right?
You know, that is such a great question and great discussion. There have been times where, you have a quarterback and you say to yourself as a defensive player, hey, if we do this, if we hold them under 10 points and, get some turnovers, then we can win the game. Then you have those quarterbacks where you're like, you know what, that guy's under center. I can go out there and play a little more aggressive. I could go out there and take chances because if I screw it up, I know Donovan McNabb can score from anywhere. If I screw it up, I know Brad Johnson is the type of quarterback that can just take us down and lead a drive to kind of get a defense out of a hole. It really resonates on the defensive side of the ball. The thought is, we're all pros, take care of your business, but you nailed it. When you have a certain guy under quarterback, it just resonates with the entire team. The entire team is a little more excited about going to do their job because they know when you have that type of guy in the most important position in sports, you always have a chance to win. And it's a different feeling. And this is not a shot against David Carr, but I'll never forget when Matt Schaub came to the Texans, and on the defense, we had a pretty good 3-and-out, and Matt Schaub led the team down it was one of his first drives where he just successful drive where he led the team down and we scored. And Weaver looked at me and said, man, we finally got a quarterback, so let's go do our thing. Of course, we gave up a touchdown right after that, but my point is, it was just exciting to go see Matt Schaub go do his work and, really look like that pro. So you're absolutely right. When you have that guy, at that position, the entire team, the entire organization feels it.
You wanted to see a shootout. That's all. That's all that happened that day. And speaking of shootouts, I don't know what you guys expected, but everybody asks, what do you think this weekend heading into yesterday's game? And I thought, close game. It's going to be a coin flip fourth quarter, who makes the plays kind of game. And it was, but I never expected something in the high 30s. These two defenses were tied for 6th in the NFL in points allowed. I figured, high teens, low 20s kind of thing. But it turns into a monster shootout game, and the Bucs don't rack up that much yardage, but they scored some points yesterday, and it wasn't like a turnover fest for the Texans. They had the one early fumble, but they held it to a three-pointer, the defense did. What about what the defense had to go through yesterday? Do those just suddenly pop up out of nowhere like yesterday, a shootout?
No, and you talked about pop up out of nowhere. I mean, the shootout really didn't get started until the second half. I mean, going into halftime, the Texans only scored one touchdown and a field goal. So the second half was an entirely different game, and that's when it happened. And that's one of the great things about the NFL. With all the analytics, with all the numbers, all the rankings, we like to say, oh, this is the type of game it's going to be. And then the NFL says, hold my beer. Let me show you that, you can't just look at these numbers and expect to understand what's going to happen. And to me, that's just one of the great things about the NFL, about this sport, American football, that you really can't predict what's going to happen, because it's such a sport that's based on, yes, there's a lot of skill set involved, there's a lot of athleticism, but emotion also. Just emotion really controls what happens with these games.
Okay, I'm going to ask both of you guys this. So, Mark, I'm going to give you a second to think about this. But I thought about this watching Vita Vea yesterday. And the guy has a moving vending machine. I mean, it's unbelievable. But it got me thinking, Andy, who's the biggest big-boned athlete you've ever seen? I don't want to call anybody for it. So who's the biggest, most athletic, big-boned athlete you ever were around in the NFL?
You know what? As soon as you ask that question, because you're such a good person, you're basically asking me, who's the fat ass that can move? And there's two guys.
Right. Who's the best fat guy? All right. Yeah.
Yeah. There's two guys that really blew my mind. One was Hollis Thomas, because he was short and squatty. So he played nose guard for the Eagles. Yeah. I don't know what I know this guy is a good friend of mine. I don't know what the measurables in the book says about him, but he's maybe 6 feet on a good day and all of 350 pounds. And when I say that he can run with the best of them, he would make plays from sideline to sideline. It was amazing to see. And then on the other side of the ball, Hank Fraley, who's the offensive line coach for the Detroit Lions now, his nickname was Honey Bun, because he ate honey buns and he was shaped like a honey bun. And I'll never forget, we're doing summer workouts and we're running sprints. And I was considered one of the faster defensive linemen, because I was also one of the lighter ones as far as weight. And he always challenged himself to run with the D line. And I'll never forget, he was literally just like 3 steps behind me running one sprint. And he was all of 330 pounds with the worst looking body you'll ever see. But there's just some guys in the NFL that they're just special to be able to move the weight that they have. And those are two guys, as soon as you ask that question, the fat boys that can really move, Hank Fraley, a.k.a. Honey Bun, and Hollis Thomas.
Vita Vea yesterday, I called the game from, where I called the game from, the highest point in the stadium, right? And it's a good seat between the 30s. On the binoculars, I'm looking at Vita Vea, and it almost looks like Photoshop. He looks so much bigger than everybody else.
Yeah, he was.
Right? It looks like he's just towering over everybody, like he's a grown man running around with kids.
Yeah.
He's huge.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I told you this after the game. Andy, you appreciate this. So when teams go in, they do pregame, and they always finish with extra point or a field goal. Some teams end up doing a punt. They punt the ball. Then they receive it, and then they all get around the circle, and they say the pump-up speech, and they go in the locker room before the game, right? So the punt team comes out for the Buccaneers. Vita Vea lines up like he's the gunner blocker, like he's the gunner defender. and I'm telling you, he literally runs with the gunner inside for about 15 yards step for step.
All right, so he's
I'm like,
he's got some juice.
What? He played running back in high school.
Speed. Oh, they should put him in there.
There was one play. I don't know if y'all saw it. There was one play, and it doesn't even show up on the stat sheet, where he just bull rushed the center and just dumped him right in front of the quarterback. And I was like, if you're the offensive line coach for the Texans, I don't even know how to coach up the guy on that. Like, if you're the offensive line coach, you tell the center, hey, my bad. Like, I'm sorry I didn't get you help on that.
Keep breathing. That's all you can say. Andy, thanks a lot for joining us. Looking forward to the Texans Huddle program tomorrow with DP, player to be announced later today. Thank you.
See y'all tomorrow.
All right, Andy Kalu joining us on Texans Monday. John McClain coming up. Where does this one fit in the annals? And let's get into what else happened around the league, because I have complaints about some of the other results that occurred yesterday, particularly one. Hey, just like professional athletes, student athletes can get injured on the field. Of course, you know this. Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine hosts sports injury clinics for Houston area student athletes on Saturdays at select locations across the greater Houston area. For location information, log on to houstonmethodist.org/athlete. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment. Lots more to break down next on Texans Radio.
The holidays start here at Kroger with a variety of options to celebrate traditions old and new. You could do a classic herb-roasted turkey or spice it up and make turkey tacos. Serve up a go-to shrimp cocktail or use Simple Truth wild-caught shrimp for your first Cajun risotto. No matter how you shop, Kroger has all the freshest ingredients to embrace all your holiday traditions. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston,
And the reason is you had a rookie quarterback coming off a terrible game. You had 6 players, 4 on defense, 1 offense, 1 special teams leaving and not coming back. It seemed like every 5 minutes there was an announcement in the press box. And then you have a kicker who's never kicked, and defense couldn't stop anybody, and your running game's awful. So what happens? Stroud takes them the distance on the last series. I thought it was over. I can't imagine anybody would think with 46 seconds left and them on a 25 they had a chance to win the game. No kicker, of course. That it's just, it blew me away. You know, it really blows me away. He's on a pace to throw for 4,824 yards, 32 touchdowns, 2.1 interceptions, and a 103 rating, which is just amazing. Now, of course, you look what happened last week, and they have consistency. This is a great barometer coming up at Cincinnati. You hope the Bengals are coming off that big win over Buffalo at home, that maybe they won't be sky high, but boy, when they watch that tape of this game, they're going to have no problem getting ready for Stroud and the Texans offense. But man, if they can't do any better on defense than they did in this game, can't stop Baker Mayfield, they got to play Joe Burrow, they better throw another 5 touchdown passes.
Yeah, Baker played well yesterday. In fact, I was just watching the field goal again from Dare, and they show Baker on the sideline. He's standing next to a Bucs coach or staff or whatever, and you see Baker just give like this, that look like, huh, okay. Like he starts nodding like, yeah, all right. You know, the man did. But I love the fans understanding the moment, like knowing that's not our kicker. That's a running back. Something's going on. And when he makes it, I mean, it's a louder roar than I think anybody expected. General, if I would have told you before the game that the Texans were going to have 3 pass catchers go for over 100 yards, and one of them is not Nico Collins, A, would you have thought I was crazy? And B, would it have been the 3 guys you thought it actually was yesterday, Noah Brown, Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz?
Well, of course you'd have been crazy. It hadn't happened in the NFL since 2020. There's only 6 teams to do it during the Super Bowl era. And there was so many great numbers coming out of this game from the Texans offense. And having that kind of versatility on offense with all those receivers, especially Noah Brown, 6 targets, 6 catches. Dalton Schultz, 11 targets, 10 catches. Now, Tank Dell had a lot more targets. Stroud overthrew him twice and he dropped 1, but it was amazing. You know, they didn't have Robert Woods, a reliable 3rd down catcher for the second game in a row. So it was an improbable victory, but boy, was it fun. And people who left, they should be regretted.
They'll regret it for a long time. Hopefully we didn't lose the general right there. And as we look forward to Cincinnati, We have to talk about some of the other stuff that happened around the league yesterday. AFC South, Jags off. We talked about the Titans already because they played on Thursday. The freaking Colts, 2 pick sixes off Bryce Young, who could not help us at all. And I guess we can't, allow or rely on other people to do our business for us. But what about that victory for Indianapolis in Carolina?
Of course, their defense won that one. But with Gardner Minshew, I've said this ever since Anthony Richardson went down, I think they got a chance to win more games because he's a veteran who's been a starter and has won games in the NFL, where Anthony Richardson would have all kinds of growing pains, only starting 13 games in college. And I thought it was great for the Colts. They stayed right. They're right there. That game could, I'm not saying it's going to have playoff implications when they play, but last year's game in Indy certainly had implications for the offseason and the draft. This was the first time the Texans had come from behind when they trailed in the last 2 minutes since that Indianapolis game, and they won and got stuck with C.J. Stroud.
Got stuck with C.J. Stroud. Very well said, General. Okay. Mark, I'll let you think about this one for a little bit.
All right.
I'm giving you $100, and you got to go. You get an option of 2 teams to win AFC and go to the Super Bowl. Chiefs or Ravens? General, which one is it? Chiefs, defense is playing pretty well. The offense is okay. It's not at the normal Chiefs level. The Ravens look dominant on both sides of the ball. I've been talking about the Ravens for a couple of years. I felt like they were going to be in it again this year. A lot of additions on offense that's made them just completely dangerous. They have destroyed the Lions. They destroyed the Seahawks yesterday, both at home. Chiefs or Ravens? Your $100 goes to whom?
Well, I wanted to be the Ravens since I picked them to win the Super Bowl before the season on all my outlets. And but I'm still not picking against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, even though no team has repeated as champions since the Patriots in the early 2000s. Baltimore's defense is fantastic, and it is dominant. I'm not saying it's as dominant as Ray Lewis was there, but it's getting better. And right now, if the playoffs started today, every team in the AFC North would reach postseason. What a great division race. And the great Cleveland and Baltimore's defenses are fantastic. Pittsburgh's defense is great. Cincinnati's is getting better. That division right now, top to bottom, it is the best in the NFL.
All right, well, let's talk about the Bengals because the Texans head there on Sunday. And after the Texans game, the Bengals have the Ravens and the Steelers back-to-back. So this is a look-ahead game for them. Listen, nothing to see here. Don't even prepare for the Texans. Don't even think about them. Just roll the ball out on Sunday,
Go
Bengals.
through the motions.
Yeah, and get ready for the Ravens and the Steelers. But what do you think here? Cincinnati handled Buffalo very nicely for themselves last night.
Bengals are playing so much better when Joe Burrow said, okay, his calf is okay. And he started slow. They started slow 0-2. He's been playing great. He's got great balance. One of the things they're doing better these last 3 games, running the ball better with Joe Mixon. They weren't running it well early, but they got it going on. And, other than Mahomes, I think Burrow's as good as any quarterback in the league. And so it's going to be, a great test. If the Texans the early line was 6.5. I don't know what it is now. They broke that streak yesterday of being favored and losing, and now they're going to be the underdog. They were the underdog at Jacksonville, and they beat them by 20 points. The underdog at Pittsburgh beat them by 24. So could they win? Sure, they could win. They play. C.J. Stroud plays like he does, but they're not running the ball well at all. And Bob, you look at what happened in the game. In the second half, they rushed for 46 yards and were ready to pop the champagne corks. Well, 10 of those were by Stroud on a nifty option play from Singletary, and another 12 was Xavier Hutchinson. So they need Dameon Pierce back. People are saying, oh, well, Dameon Pierce is not playing well. Give Singletary a chance. Problem is not the backs. The problem is the run blocking. Pass protection has been tremendous. The run blocking is not. And by the way, a shout-out as Damian Pierce, as C.J. Stroud is so smart to do. Shout outs to his linemen, his teammates, but he started with Michael Dieter. It is amazing. 4 centers going back to the start of camp when Scott Quisenberry was returning starter, and they haven't had one bad snap. You would think when Patterson and Stroud were together, and they were the first rookie combination to play the first 7 games in NFL history, that they would have had a bad snap. So that says a lot about the coaching, the playing, and Dieter stepped right in and did a tremendous job on pass protection. But if this team's going anywhere, they got to find a way to run the ball better.
So, General, did you love it, or did you really love it when CeeDee Lamb came up 3 yards short against the Eagles and gave the Cowboys their 3rd loss of the year?
Boy, Cowboys had clock. They had issues with strategy, clock management. It's happened a lot. Before I came on with you guys, I was watching on Get Up on ESPN, and all the former players are blasting their Dak Prescott. They were down there so close, and, I just feel terrible for the Cowboys.
Wait, back to the way we began this conversation, and you talked about where this win stacks up. Somebody told me, and gosh, I don't want to get it wrong. Maybe it was my buddy Mark Bowman, who's a huge Zeppelin fan and knows Jimmy Page and all these rock stars. Anyway, he was saying this win reminded him of Love You Blue against Miami. Ooh. And I know, look, that we know what happened after that. And I'm not saying I'm predicting what's going to happen after this. But when we look back, if they do the great things we want them to do, will we look back at this one in a similar fashion, General?
If the Lug game in '78, they went to the playoffs for the first that season when Earl Campbell was a rookie and had 199 yards rushing in that game. That was kind of a springboard. Maybe this one can be too. And but that team had Hall of Famers on it on both sides of the ball, and when you said that, it didn't remind me of that at all because it was a totally different type of game. That was running game. This was a passing game, and it was a close game. But, they came from behind. But I've been trying to think of games I've covered, and that none of them, no game I've ever covered or seen or heard about in this season's history, except when the Oilers went to San Diego in '79 divisional game without Dan Pastorini, Earl Campbell, and Kenny Burrow, their top 3 offensive players, and they were 20-point underdogs, and they beat the Chargers in this city's biggest football victory since they haven't gotten to a Super Bowl. And so it kind of reminded me of that. But they had an experienced quarterback. They weren't playing a rookie. They had their kicker. So this one might have been the best, strangest, most delicious victory the city's ever had, not involving playoffs.
All right, we'll go over some of the near walk-off or walk-off wins for the Texans that could possibly compare and the rest of it as we continue here. General, thanks so much for joining us. We'll catch up later in the week.
Thank you guys for having me.
John McClain joining us as he does every Texans Monday. Andre Ware at 9, and we'll do what I just described next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Monday.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card, and will be featured on the video board as they run onto the field to pick up the kickoff tee. Sign up your child today by texting Texans to 79795 or online at HoustonTexans.com. Ashley, proud sponsor of the Houston Texans.
Long week? It's time for a smooth Tito's handmade vodka cocktail. Staying in or going out, serving cocktails for 2, or mixing drinks for the party. Barbecuing in the backyard, or snagging your favorite bar stool. No matter the occasion, just add Tito's to kick off the weekend just right. Tito's handmade vodka is distilled from corn and is naturally gluten-free. 80 proof Tito's handmade vodka, 40% alcohol.
Maybe even 25. I think you've got to either kick the extra point or go for two, because now they're in danger of a couple of throws in the field goal range.
No, you're right about that.
So 6 seconds, it was like, we're just going to take a knee for the conversion.
Kick a field goal.
Yeah.
You can't kick a field goal.
Take a knee for the conversion. We only have to kill 6 seconds. And they have no time for a throw in a spot or even a sideline throw to make it threatening.
If you run it back, you're going to burn the 6 seconds.
Yeah.
So 6 seconds is perfect.
Yeah.
When you start getting to 10 seconds, it's kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah. Throw in a spot.
What would have scared me was the fact that on the first 2-point conversion they attempted, Trajan Shoyinka intercepted it.
Yeah, I know. And I think that was on their mind as well. So, you know what can happen here? Because as soon as Trajan Shoyinka had that ball, I said it on the air. He can run that back for two.
You
can run it back.
Because I said a bad word in your ear. I think I said, oh, bleep. Yeah, and that was exactly what you were thinking. You were right.
That helped me
run it
make
back
a good call, by the way. You saying expletives in my ear.
I think I did. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe of course. It fires me up. It's good.
I know. It should.
So walk-offs or near walk-offs.
Okay.
Kevin Walters, the number one in 2011 to send you to the playoffs for the first time
Number
one. Other ones that come up. David Carr, week 4, 2003, quarterback sneak over the top. No time left. He goes over the top, blip, crosses the plane, and the place erupts. You beat Jacksonville. And at the time, trust me, boys and girls, at the time, that was a tremendous feeling to go 2-2 after 4 games in the expansion team's second year, right?
I wasn't alive then. So
you weren't alive. You weren't born yet.
Yeah.
And many of our listeners weren't born yet either.
Right.
But I'll give you a couple of others.
Okay.
2008, Matt Schaub runs it in week 5 against the Dolphins on
game.
4th and 2 from the 3.
Yep.
I don't even have to look it up. I know what it was. And on that drive, Andre Johnson had a 4th and 10 conversion, which was one of the great
Jeremiah Bell.
Yeah, one of the great Andre Johnson plays ever. And that drive ends with Matt Schaub running it in. That was a walk-off win. I think there might have been some time left on the clock, or maybe not. I don't know, but it was very close.
Not much.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Mentioned the Walter one. In 2010, I hate bringing this up because DeMeco Ryans gets hurt in this game against the Kansas City Chiefs. It's week 6, and Schaub finds Andre Johnson in the end zone with less than a minute left to take the lead. Chiefs drive a little bit, but they get stopped by the Texans' D. Travis Johnson played in that game, and they're able to get the victory. And at the time, you were 4-2, and it was a pretty good feeling. Okay,
was that Schaub's 500+ yarder against Kansas City?
I don't.
In 2010.
I don't think it was 500 yards.
Okay, here's what I want you to do. Do this. Humor me.
Yeah.
Since I've been alive, 2014.
What
name
compares?
one?
Well, I think the week 4 game at Indy in overtime. It was deep into overtime, and it was Andrew Luck against Watson, and it was a really good game.
Right.
You know,
but it was a field goal ending.
It was a field goal ending.
Dallas
it wasn't a walk-off
the next week,
touchdown.
field goal ending.
Yeah.
McManus missed the field goal.
Those were great games.
No doubt. But it's been field goal endings.
Yeah. Touchdown endings and having so little time left and being able to get it. Now, Sean brought up a great point. This is not just C.J. Stroud looking phenomenal and like a franchise quarterback. He put it this way. Now he's, you left too much time on the clock guy.
Yes.
All right? Now the opponent has to say, we have to make the game Stroud-proof, because if we leave 40 or more seconds on the clock, CJ can get them in range for either a field goal if they need it or a touchdown or whatever the case may be. And I know they had 2 timeouts, but they used them well, Johnny. They didn't bother.
Perfectly.
They didn't run up to the line and try to run a play and point out the Mike linebacker and burn seconds. Like so many teams do, they make colossal mistakes doing this. Even a spike uses up a little extra time because you're waiting for everybody to meander back to their side of the line of scrimmage and all of that, like they did on the spike they had to do because of the Noah Brown catch, and they had whatever time they had left before the Tank Dell play. But they called the timeouts really well early on in the drive to conserve whatever clock they could, and then eventually that play to the 15-yard line, the toe tapper by Dell, was as good as you'll ever see. And then the game winner, obviously, on the next play. It was as efficient as you could be in that situation.
So those 2 plays, just to give kind of the X's and O's behind it and why the Texans were able to pull it off, on the first play to Tank, Tampa played a cover 2. So they had a rolled-up corner, Zion McCollum. And so in a cover 2, he's got to read the flat. So Dalton Schultz goes to the flat, and Zion's eyes go there for just a split second. And when they do, Tank then tucks in behind him, and the safety has to respect Tank going to the middle of the field. So Tank runs right at him and freezes him basically and then breaks his route to the corner. So Zion's got his eyes just a little bit on Schultz and can't get far enough back so CJ's able to throw the ball over him for the touchdown. They're in quarter, so it's 4 DBs across. That's a tough one in the end zone. But Noah Brown on the same side as Tank ran kind of a post and then pulled away from the post. What that did was it pulled the safety away, and when it did, Tank ran his post right into that void, and CJ just dotted him, and it was beautiful. I mean, the X's and O's behind it are just, really, really good. And I know that Todd Bowles is taking some heat today. I mean, you can always see it on social media about how you could play so soft. How could you play zone in that? You're a blitz guy. Why didn't you blitz them? Like, if you blitz them, they would have beat you with 30 seconds left. Yeah. Because he would have dropped one over one of those DB's heads. They were, I think, 30th or 31st in the NFL, giving up like 256 yards a game through the air. Now, 470 is a little ridiculous in some sense, but they've not been good stopping passing games because they can't get pressure. If they could get pressure, they would be better. But those corners are out there on islands. They're pretty good. But then they lost Jamel Dean. Zion did some decent things throughout the game, but really wasn't. It's funny that he has this game when he started. What were we talking about during the breaks and during the first quarter of the game? Like, something's off. Like we were saying,
something a little
was
off the mark.
Like, it's odd. He missed Tank on a deep ball that would have been 6.
Yeah, you're not used to seeing that.
Yeah, he just was off a little bit.
But then he got on in a big way.
When he hit the throw to Noah Brown, I just saw the throw to Noah Brown, and immediately my mind went, he's good. He's fine. Because that's a long throw, and he threw it right where Noah could just catch and run. And then he got a great block from Tank, and then Noah just took off and pie-faced Davis at the 5 and got in. That's when I felt like, oh, he's fine. He'll be all right. Because during the break, you know what I said?
What?
We're going to score another couple of times. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I knew at that point, I was like, he's on now. We're good.
Yeah, we're going to score some points. Score some points in the second half, and they did. They scored 17 points in the fourth quarter. They scored 13 points last week in the entire game. 17 fourth-quarter points. All right, let's talk about that Noah Brown play and then some with Andre Ware next here. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist. Lead.
Yeah, it was that throw on Noah Brown, Dre, and I told Mark this a little while ago, that was the throw when I felt like we're going to be okay and that CJ was going to be okay, because that throw, crossing route, that's got some distance to it, and he threw it to a point where Noah didn't have to break stride. And I thought, okay, that's the CJ we've been seeing. And then Tank makes the block. Noah hits the boosters. He pie faces Davis. That was the throw when I felt like it kind of shook off whatever CJ had going on or whatever. When is that the throw for you where you kind of felt like, okay, he's back in it? Or was there some other point in the game where you felt like he sort of shook everything off and kind of got back to what we know him to be?
Yeah, I think that was the throw that kind of got him going. You know, he I guess he spoiled us because we expect so much now, you know, when we watch CJ play, and we still have to kind of think in terms of he's still just a rookie going through about halfway through the season, and there's more. He's going to grow a whole lot more. We're going to see another big leap here in about 2 or 3 games. And you know, what I enjoy about CJ is the fact that he doesn't turn it over. And when you can play that way, or the way he's playing as a young player, and not turn the ball over, then you know you have something special. And I honestly and truly think that's the case.
Well, having said that and having seen the production, are we seeing what they need to be right now? Not that they have to abandon the run completely, but running the football has been so difficult. They've got to think about, hey, the best player is handling the ball on pass plays. I know he's handing the ball off as well occasionally, but do you turn the ball over to Stroud and let the passing game drive this team's offense more than the running game?
Well, I think they're going to learn yesterday, or from yesterday's game, when they turn the film on, or they have already watched the film and determined that what we've already thought, that this is a pass first, run second offense. And it's okay to be that way, unless you're just going to be stubborn and try to do the other things. And I think, yeah, you can win that way, but you're going to spin your wheels a whole lot. And in terms of production, it's just not going to be what it is unless you attempt it or approach it the way you approached it yesterday. With the offensive line, I think now when they go back and they watch the film and they see that, man, we can protect, because they did one heck of a job yesterday. And that's the group that has flown kind of under the radar of yesterday's big win, is the job the offensive line did. He was back there, I mean, one play I know close to 10 seconds, just patting the football, and nobody's touching him. So when you see that, I think you grow some confidence in the fact that you can be a pass-first, run-second offense.
Shereen Williams, who's covered this is her tweet from yesterday. I've covered the league for 30 seasons, and this might be the greatest performance I've ever seen by a player, any player, much less a rookie. C.J. Stroud was incredible in the second half. And I think Sean dropped the number, Dre, and I want you to expand on this. On first down, which, what did we talk about all last week? Well, you know what? They're running the ball on first down trying to hammer a square peg in a round hole sort of thing. On first down, CJ had a perfect passer rating on first down. A perfect passer rating on first down. And it felt like, Dre, yesterday, where there was a point where the Texas coaching staff just said, you know what, bleep it. Like, Seven's our guy. Let's just go with him. And then they didn't try and run the ball and keep hammering it with the run because it just wasn't going to be there, that they were going to rely on number 7 in any way, shape, or form. And like you said, maybe that's the way they are. Maybe they're going to throw themselves into a running game at some point. But do you think that's what it's going to be for the rest of the year, that, hey, this is what we are. We are a throwing team. We're going to throw it 35, 40 times a game from here on out because that's our guy?
Yeah, I'm going to answer your question. I promise you I'll answer it. But I have one for Mark real quick. Okay. Mark, if this year's version of the Texans turned into the 84 Dolphins, 84, 85 Dolphins.
Ooh.
With Duper and, because it kind of resembles that group, that team in terms of the receivers and size and things of that. But I don't know if they had a Nico Collins on that team. But anyway, my question is, would you take it? Would you take having to watch that style of offense every Sunday, that type of production every Sunday? Would you take it?
I mean, that Dolphins team was one of the most prolific in history. So, yeah, I'll suffer through that. I'll suffer through one of the great passing games I've ever seen.
That's my point. That is my point. That's why I asked such a dramatic question, is because you would take it in a heartbeat being a pass-first offense. And they were very much a pass-first offense. And that's okay, unless you just want to be the other way and we're just going to, this bravado. Because everybody thinks, if we pass it first, we got to be this finesse, soft offense. Go ask the defense if they, if it's soft.
Right.
When they're running around chasing you all game long and it's like, man, they'll come back and tell you. This is the roughest, especially the DBs and linebackers. It's the toughest game they played because of all the movement and, running around and having to cover. That's tough. That makes the game hard to play.
All right, so what about the talent at receiver here, Dre? Because I was mentioning it earlier that this is an ensemble. You never know who's going to be the top guy any particular week because they did what they did yesterday, and Nico Collins has 3 catches for 54 yards. He's productive with a touchdown, but the rest of the guys go off. In fact, it's only the 4th time in the history of the league where you have 3 receivers going over 5 catches, 100 yards, and each guy getting a score. So that's a little bit of a parlay stat, but that's pretty amazing stuff anyway. Are you okay with any guy could be the guy on any particular week? Not that they'll never add talent to this. We have an offseason ahead of us and all of that. But as far as this year goes and maybe moving forward, who knows?
Absolutely. I'm totally fine with it. And I think it'll last for a while because there's no quote-unquote superstar in this group. They don't care who gets the credit. What do they say? That, if you're young, you don't know any better. So they don't know any better right now. It's a young group. Mixed with Robert Woods, you throw a veteran in that group, and they just don't know any better. So they think the way to play the game is the way they're playing it, which is absolutely the right way to play it. And usually you'll see some receiver emerge, and now he's got to be, I got to get my 10 to 15, targets and whatever else. That's just not in this group. And so as long as they can keep that, I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, I think so too. Dre, defensively yesterday, it wasn't the prettiest thing in the world, I don't think. But special teams wise, let's get to this one. We talked about this during the game.
Defense later.
We'll talk about the defense later. Because usually we do that. We talk offense, we'll talk defense, kind of give flowers to whatever unit was better than the other, et cetera. But I want to talk about Dare Ogunbowale because this was something that the three of us talked about during the game and how with Kaimi Fairbairn out, how the strategy ends up changing. I'll say this. I had a situation one time where I lost my quarterback and I didn't have a backup. Mm-hmm. And so I had to put my running back at quarterback. And what it did was it forced me into things that I didn't think I was going to have to do, but it forced me to do it. With Dare Ogunbowale as the kicker, I think it forced the Texans into being maybe a little bit more aggressive to put the ball in the end zone, not to mention Dare kicking a field goal at 33-30. So I want to talk about that, Dre, the strategy and how you thought maybe it changed, and then Dare kicking a field goal and kind of what that meant to the team yesterday to put them up 33-30.
There are a whole lot of components and positive components at play. I thought, number one, it was one hell of a coaching job, the way they managed that situation. I thought Dare stepping up in that moment for his team, that's a big stage in which to step on and try to perform, because it could have gone the other way and everybody looks foolish in this deal, but it didn't. And, it just kind of made all the former kickers, all of us, proud that a guy can step out of another position and go kick. and be effective in doing so. And in an NFL game, when they needed him, I don't know that I may have pulled a Gary Kubiak and turned and closed my eyes on the field goal attempt until I heard Mark say it went through. But it was phenomenal. It was fun to watch. That's the team. I don't know that I've heard that building with that much energy in a very, very long period of time. And Dare was part of that. I mean, they gave us something yesterday that people will walk away from that stadium and say, hey, I was there the day that happened. And you've got something that you're going to remember the rest of your life in terms of some aspect of that football game. It was unbelievable. And I enjoyed Dare's part in it as much as I enjoyed the Tank Dell touchdown catch to win and seal the game. That's how much of an effect he had on the game yesterday.
All right, let's talk about the defense here, because I think the serious note, and we're within 24 hours of this victory, but they've got a lot of mending, healing, and probably transactions to do this week before they head to Cincinnati, because losing safeties on back-to-back plays, DHC comes in. He was here before, so that was good that he knew the system, but you had to navigate through that game with these injuries. We saw Will Anderson limp off late. Don't know his situation. Let's hope for the best there, but they've got a lot of banged-up bodies heading into Cincinnati, and you're going already with Michael Dieter at center, and I don't even know who the backup is with Jimmy Morrissey. If he's not on the roster, I don't know who the backup is, so they got to figure a lot of stuff out before Sunday. But let's go on the defensive side of the ball, because you got to deal with Joe Burrow on Sunday, and he's healthy now, and this could be a nightmare. But maybe you're in another shootout with C.J. Stroud. We see another game in the high 30s. Thoughts?
Yeah, I watched some of their game last night. Boy, do they have a lot of weapons. Boyd and Higgins and Chase and Mixon. They're loaded, and they've got a couple of tight ends that are starting to emerge that they wanted to start getting the ball to. I think last night was kind of that coming out party for their group of tight ends. But yeah, it's going to be tough when you're trying to go on the road to a tough environment like Cincinnati, a blue collar stadium or city, so to speak. They play that way, and they're physical, and they have to be because of the division in which they play in. With the Steelers and the Browns, and they're going to be that's a tough physical football team. So when you walk out of that one, you're going to feel it as well. But there's no one's going to feel sorry for you at this stage in the season of an NFL season. Everybody's dealing with something. So no one's going to feel sorry for you. They got their own problems. So mend up, figure out how to patch it up, and let's go to Cincinnati and figure out a way to win.
Dre, I thought about you. Mark mentioned this a little while ago. I was watching the highlights yesterday, and then Mark brought it back up. What Josh Dobbs did for the Vikings yesterday.
Yes.
He gotten traded to them maybe 4 or 5 days ago. Jaron Hall gets hurt. He has never taken a snap from Garrett Bradbury, the center for the Vikings. They're doing that on the sideline to try and get him into the game. And then he leads them to a win on the road. This is kind of a simple question, but maybe hard to answer in some sense. How difficult is what Josh Dobbs did yesterday?
Nearly impossible is just about what he did. And the only way, and I thought about this too, the only way that you're able to pull off what he pulled off is you're as smart as Josh Dobbs is. And,
that's true.
He's an aerospace engineer for a reason. The guy is just super intelligent. I've known Josh all the way back to his days as a young player at Tennessee, and I've always been impressed by him and how he carried himself, just the way he thought about life and his approach to it. After football is what he's talking about. That had my attention because kids don't think that way these days. They think about just, hey, I got to get to the league. Well, what happens if you don't get to the league? And Josh had that figured out already. He was already interning when he was at the University of Tennessee. So what he did yesterday might surprise a whole lot of people, and it impressed me, but it didn't surprise me because it's Josh Dobbs. He's talented physically, and between the ears, more buttoned up than any human I may have ever met in my life.
Yeah, I thought it was incredible, and all the morning shows nationally are of course, talking about the Cowboys losing and the Dolphins not being elite, but maybe they should be talking about Josh Dobbs and how incredible that was, as we had an incredible performance here, but man, going on the road and getting that done and coming off the bench and not knowing anybody, I am thoroughly impressed with that. All right, I'm not impressed with the Cardinals. They traded Josh Dobbs for next to nothing, really. And they decide to start Clayton Tune because I guess Murray's not ready. It's a bizarre situation. Murray's practicing. Murray was listed as questionable. They still have to activate him to the 53 as he comes off PUP with the knee injury, Trey. But it's just bizarro world in Phoenix right now with this franchise. I guess they're going for a quarterback here in the draft. I don't know what happens to Murray, but we might see Murray in a couple of weeks here at NRG Stadium.
Well, they had an all-out sale in terms of their team right before the trade deadline. I mean, Myjai Sanders is in Houston because of that, for that reason. Yeah. I mean, they were spreading players everywhere. I think they've tanked the season. I think why would Kyler rush back if you're him and you know what they're trying to do? You know what I'm saying? They're trying to tank it to get a quarterback and get in position to have as high a pick as they can and get one of these quarterbacks. And so if I'm him, I'm like, okay, that's what you're doing. I'm not rushing back from a knee, and you're trading offensive linemen like, you're handing out cups of water on an airplane. You can't. I wouldn't be as eager to get back as he is either. I can't blame him.
I said earlier I didn't think Kyler Murray.
And Clayton's got to start his career in that type of environment. I mean,
that's tough.
It's all messed up. They've had some problems there for a very, very long time.
Dre, because you just mentioned Clayton Tune, we were talking about Tank Dell, and obviously we know your alma mater strikes at your heart. How about the win over Baylor to get them within 2 games of being bowl eligible? How big would it be for Dana Holgorsen to get 2 of these last 3 to get the Cougs into a bowl their first year in the Big 12?
It's all I ever asked for, and I think realistically it's all any Coug fan could ask for when you're going into a conference like the Big 12, and you've got to really remodel and remake your team, and it takes a little while to do that, trying to win and compete in the conference that you're in, and then as in the same sense build a team for the future where you don't get your head split every week. So, those were my expectations, were to get to a bowl game this first season, 7-5, 6-6, just get there. And, we'll figure it out as we go, but you got to build from there, certainly. But that's all anyone could ask is get to a bowl game. That win against Baylor had to happen because it further proved that you could win in the Big 12, and then now just go take care of business the next 3 weeks.
What kind of shot do you give Penn State against Michigan this weekend? Nittany Lions, number 9 in the land, and Michigan, everybody hates them right now, more than usual. So what do you think? They are good.
Man, Penn State's the biggest phony in college football.
But at least
biggest phony in college football.
Yeah.
Man, home, you can put them I don't want to go there. But, yeah, every time they have a chance to prove that they're back and they're Penn State and we're a factor this year or we're a playoff team, and I get all riled up and get on that train or whatever you want to call it, they always disappoint. So, no, they're not going to beat Michigan this weekend. And watch, they'll beat Michigan this weekend. I'm going in reverse psychology.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Dre, at that point, I'll give you Michigan or the field. Best team in the country right now. Who is it?
You give me the field. Because Florida State's in the field.
There you go.
Ohio State's in the field. So, yeah, I'll take the field. That's an easy one. There are a couple of teams, I think, out there that can beat Michigan.
What about Washington?
I mean, they've still got to get by Ohio State now here in a couple of weeks or a week or so.
Yeah.
Washington, I love, I just don't know if they got enough defense to win it all, because they're going to get in a scrap here at some point and before the season ends. And I think they've got 2 games. One I know was left with Washington State, but there's
Utah.
one more.
They got Utah this
Saturday. That's the one. That's going to be a physical test, and that will tell everyone whether Washington can win it all or not. Because Utah, they're going to get all they can stand from Utah in a physical football game.
The way this season is working out in college football, it's almost backloaded. Every big game is happening over the last 3 or 4 weeks of the year. Like,
Yep.
I mean, everything really kind of started a couple weeks ago. Really
this past
good.
weekend was great. It was great.
Really
the
good.
schedule. Yeah.
It's been backloaded, and now you're going to see like Washington, Utah. You'll get Michigan, Ohio State. Georgia, Ole Miss. Hey, A&M lost to Ole Miss.
That was not a shocker, though. And Kansas State unable to beat Texas. But what are you doing? Kick the field goal, continue to play. Anyway, good for the Longhorns to get the win. Dre, what do you have this weekend?
I'm going up to SMU, North Texas, and watch the Ponies again this week. I had them a few weeks ago against Memphis in a game there. Enjoyed them there in that one. So I get to see them again, and then make my way back to or make my way to Cincinnati and watch the Texans beat up on the Bengals this weekend.
Excellent. Thank you, Dre, for joining us, and I like the way you ended that.
All right, guys. We'll talk later.
Beat up on the Bengals. Let's see. We'll get into that a little bit. And also, records being broken left, right, in between, all over the place with number 7 at quarterback. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neal Cancer Center, we have the expertise to treat all of you. Leading oncologists use the
Kroger.
Yeah, you got the Boston accent.
Come on into Kroger, get a free donut after the Texans. Well, it's no longer him. They have a new prez, but they've got great food products, obviously, and free donuts today when you mentioned the Texans.
Oh, free donuts and Pizza Hut? I'm going to be 500
off
pounds.
pizza.
My wife is in L.A., man. This is what I'm going to do for lunch and dinner today.
Very nice.
Can we put our guy T. Mill on blast? He's like, that wasn't expected, though. You cut me deep, Vandy. That's the text he just sent us.
Yeah, I know.
But he also tweeted this 21 hours ago. So 21 hours ago would have been at about noon, 12:30, something like that.
Uh-huh.
Dalton Schultz has been the biggest disappointment of the season so far for me.
Wait, when was that? 21 hours ago?
3 hours later, he's like, redacted. I don't know why it just popped up on my redacted. T-Bill, you're the best,
Well,
man. We love you. But you know what? It's just emotion getting in the way because through the first 3 weeks of the season, we're watching Dalton and we're like, man, we need more, man. It's 7 games. The Jacksonville game to me is kind of when it hit the peak of that because he has a touchdown and it's a tougher catch because he's got to kind of get it, go up and get it,
and get a little teeny tiny bit behind
a little bit, but he can't hang on. And I just remember thinking, dang it, maybe he's not the right fit.
Okay.
Maybe he's not the right fit. But then the next 3 weeks, he's been fantastic. Yesterday, what do you have yesterday? 10 for 132.
You get 100, and you get 100, and you get 100.
10 for 130.
Yeah.
And a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's what he had yesterday.
More catches than anybody.
And the only one he didn't get was the one in the end zone where CJ had to throw it low, so he threw it the only spot he could throw it to.
He could have gotten that.
And
it would have been tough.
It was tough. That was a tough sliding catch, but if he gets that was right before the
field goal?
Darius field goal. Yeah, that was right before the field goal.
It all happens for a reason, Johnny.
No, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
And I'm not necessarily one of these everything happens for a reason guys. I'm really not. I'm more like everything happens and you have to deal with whatever happens.
Yeah.
Stuff happens, you got to deal with it, whatever it is. Now that it's happened, deal with it. And that's what they did. They kicked the field goal with Dare. Just like what happened at the end of the season last year. You beat the Colts, don't have the number 1 pick anymore. Deal with it. All right, you know what? We're going to take C.J. Stroud because we like him. And guess what? He's damn good. And he did not, you know what he did not do yesterday? Throw 2 pick sixes to our hated rival.
Can I read you a tweet from CBS, NFL on CBS?
Yes.
They put out, they were like, I can't remember exactly how they described it, but they put out a tweet yesterday after, or maybe it was this morning. It was on the Panthers game. Now, if you didn't see the Panthers game, the Panthers quarterback Bryce Young threw 2 interceptions, and they ended up going for pick sixes to Kenny Moore.
Yeah.
So the leading touchdown receiver for the Panthers is, no surprise, Adam Thielen.
Mm-hmm.
DJ Chark and Tommy Tremble have 2 each, as does Kenny Moore the second. He would be second on the team. And yet the Panthers have scoreboard over us because it ended up being us last week. It was not that day. But Bryce struggled. They didn't help us out yesterday at all, and that was frustrating. But not so much when you get in the car. And Mark, I wrote about this in my Harris Hits. I've tried to. We talk for a living. We have to add glowing adjectives to things. We have to have scathing adjectives and adverbs for how a team plays.
Or creative verbs.
Right, exactly. And you during a game, the way you have to describe things, it's always forefront of mind. So as I'm leaving the building yesterday, I'm like, what's the proper emotion? What's the proper adjective for my feeling right now? And I couldn't really come up with one. I'm like, I'm stunned. I have plenty of joy. There's exhilaration.
Elation?
A sigh of relief, kind of elation. There's kind of all of it that just hit. Like,
I smoked a cigar last night.
Good. You did?
Yeah, sure.
Just
had
like
a fire going outside
you
the
and,
fire
You and the
pit.
Las Vegas Raiders?
Yeah.
In the locker room?
Yeah,
Did you see the Raiders?
That's another one. How about that for a psychological rebellion? And they're free of him, and look what happens.
Well, did you see in the locker room, Antonio Pierce has given his speech, and you see Devontae Adams in the back, like he's at church, like, yeah, you see him nodding his head, like, yeah amen. You might as well be saying it, like, amen. Yeah.
Well,
he was feeling it, and they were feeling it.
How about the article about the players meeting with Josh McDaniels, and then he goes out at practice, and reportedly it's like Henry Winkler in The Water Boy, where he's just sort of hanging back, and he knows it's over.
Did you hear Glazer's report?
What did he say?
Glazer's report is in that meeting that McDaniels asked Antonio Pierce to get up there and say something. And so Antonio Pierce apparently went up there and said, hey, we need to be more like the 2007 Giants. We need to have that camaraderie. We need to have each other's back. We need to play with that kind of spirit and that kind of chip on our shoulder.
The young guys were like, who are the 2007 Giants?
Well, if you remember, who did the Giants beat in the Super Bowl?
New England.
And he was the offensive coordinator for New England.
Oh, no. He did not mean that, though, did he?
I don't know, but apparently Glazer posted it as and positioned it as that Josh was not happy about the fact that his Patriots team was mentioned. What I don't know.
Oh,
that was Glazer's report. So anyhow, that apparently that meeting was.
Don't take it so personally, Josh.
Well, I mean, it's hard. You know, when you're trying to right all the wrongs. I think that's something that had Josh done it in the first couple weeks, maybe had he done it last year, I don't know. Just got into a baseline with his guys, but I still think the moves that they made. I still the Jimmy Garoppolo thing to me is still just kind of mysterious.
They needed a quarterback. They went for him. They were no man's land.
I guess you go with something you know. I don't know. But
yeah, exactly. They go with what they know because they brought in Brian Hoyer to be the backup. Yeah. Okay, so you're definitely going with what you know.
And the Giants, listen, the Giants stink. And Daniel Jones could be out with ACL. They're playing Tommy DeVito. He can't.
No, they stink. It was a great opponent for the Raiders to bounce back and have a joyful day. And I don't know what happens from here. Look, Jeff Saturday got a win last year. Sometimes you have that,
the Raiders.
You have that dead cat bounce when you fire the coach sometimes.
No, that's true.
And that's a Wall Street term, and don't come after me, PETA, but that's just what I'm going with in this context. The Browns, oh my gosh, it just upsets me.
The Cardinals just have
playing a dead team, starting Clayton Tune, the poor guy's got to go out there. Andre talked about it with the Cardinals trading everybody away. You're a rookie, and you're not C.J. Stroud rookie. You're Clayton Tune, and you're out there against this tough Cleveland defense, and they get a carom off the helmet TD pass. Well, we'll get our chance. Christmas Eve, they'll be here. We'll see how that goes.
Browns have got the Ravens next week.
All right,
be more.
Okay, that's going to be it's on. Got to play some D, Ravens. Go.
Yep.
Now that you're done with the Ravens, go Ravens, right?
Yeah.
And the Bengals this weekend for the Texans. After the Texans game, the Bengals have the Ravens and Steelers back-to-back. Everybody in the AFC North is above 500. They're all in the playoffs if the season ended today, which it clearly does not. But last night, watching Sunday Night Football, Texans in the hunt department. You see the logo up there, in the hunt, baby. Look, I want to be at least.
We're not asking for much here.
No.
We're not asking for much. Just in the hunt is
I'm
good.
I'm going full Jim Irsay and hanging an in the hunt banner. I'm going for it. It's going to hang from the rafters next week.
And anybody that has any issue with that, come relive the last 3 years in particular with us.
And look,
just come do that.
I'm just being me right now.
I know.
Now,
this is the toughest week for the AFC South. Have you seen the AFC South this week?
Well, all right. So who else does everybody else have?
We have the Bengals.
Okay.
The Colts have to go to Germany. So that's just hard in and of itself.
Yeah.
Now, it's the Patriots on the other side.
Oh, that's not hard. The Patriots are dead.
Jaguars get a visit. Now, this one could be interesting.
Okay.
Jaguars get a visit from the San Francisco 49ers.
That could be interesting. And the 49ers have...
Let's go, Brock.
Have they lost 3 in a row? Have they broken that streak yet?
No, they lost 3 in a row. And going to Jacksonville.
Desperate. Teams that lost 3 in a row always win. Oh, wait a minute. The Buccaneers had lost 3 in a row coming in here yesterday, but it's okay.
And the Titans go to the Bucs. So the Bucs can fix that losing streak, beat up on the Titans at home.
You had me really hopeful that this was a tough week for the division.
You know what it was? I've got the AFC North in my brain, and I was thinking Browns, Ravens, and so that got me.
No. AFC South. Look, the Colts and Patriots in Germany. The Patriots losing yesterday was so satisfying. Look, I admit that I am shallow enough to get joy from the evil empire finally getting their due and losing all these games.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. All right, I admit it. They've ruled the NFL for 2 decades, and now they're feeling it, and good for them.
When the bullies kicked you in the face for 2 decades,
Patriot fans
turns
gloating.
the other way. Yeah. Oh. Well, see, that's the thing. Both you and I spent time with those Patriots fans when they didn't even know what the Patriots were. Patriots.
Yeah.
Bruins, Red Sox, Celtics. I mean, Larry Bird. I mean, that's who, when I was up there and you were up there, that's what mattered. I was told by a friend of mine, my ex-girlfriend, They had her dad had season tickets to Red Sox, Bruins, Celtics, and I was like, well, why don't you have Patriots tickets? She's, well, we don't hang with those people.
Yeah, we don't go to.
That's what
Foxborough had dirt parking lots.
Right.
It was terrible to go there.
Right.
Now it's a palace. I get it.
Right, but it became a palace because
Tommy Brady
ended up winning some games, and so she's like, we don't hang with those people. I was like, those people? I was like, yeah, we don't hang with those people. So I was like, oh, there's kind of this hoity-toity attitude toward the Patriots. Then they get this 6th-round rookie quarterback, and then look what they do.
Chargers and Jets tonight, and you're going to be in New York in a little over a month, December 10th, taking on those Jets. Now, I bring up the schedule because after playing the Bengals, you have a 3-game home stretch. So get your tickets, HoustonTexans.com, 3-game home stretch, Arizona, Denver? Is it Denver in there? No, wait a minute. What's the stretch?
I thought it was Arizona, Jacksonville,
Yeah,
Denver.
you're right.
Is that right?
No, it's Arizona, then Jacksonville, then Denver. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you get 3 games at home, and that was one of the I said that we on last week's coaches show, which you can hear tonight, this week's, this is going to be a fun one, 5 to 6, hear the coaches show, then got all access after that tonight.
We could spend 20 minutes just on Dare tonight.
Right, we could. But I said to Coach at some point, like, hey, Coach, you now, coming off that win, I said, there's kind of a, there's a good side to this. You got 4 of the next 5 at home. And he was like, breaking news. I was like, did he seriously not know? I mean,
I think he would
so
know.
Locked in that you don't realize you got 4 of the next 5 at home?
Johnny, he's so locked in that the highlight, the B-roll of him watching the field goal.
Yeah.
He's stoic.
Yeah, he is.
And then he cracks the smile, but look, you never know what the timing is on a B-roll situation. I don't think he cracked the smile until he saw the players' reaction to what happened with the kick. Yeah. As the kick went through, I think he just was stoic thinking about the next bit of strategy he had to navigate through. But once he saw the players react, I think that's what made him smile. Yeah. And I'm going to ask him about that.
Yeah, that's
because I think that's what really got him going, the joy that the players felt seeing Dare knock that through.
So I said this to him in our we haven't played that. Maybe we can play that at some point. But I had my post-game interview with him, and he was really, really good. And I said, Coach, I can't speak fluent D'Amico Ryan just yet, but I speak it well enough to know that at halftime you were very upset. And he kind of smiled, he laughed, and he said, well, John, I vented to you. I got it out, and then I got in the locker room and got it back together. And one of the things that he said was, I don't care how it happens. I don't care how we do it. You walk back in here in this locker room with the win.
Yeah.
I don't care what you do.
Yeah.
I don't care how we go about it. And if you think about that second half, that was the epitome of that statement.
They did everything they could.
They threw it the entire second half. Dare kicks a field goal. The defense – here's the thing. I feel bad for the defense. The defense could have ended the game.
Hey, every stop was crucial. They didn't get that many, but they got some. What about they made some things happen, and they could have won the game at any particular point in that final drive. Unable to do it. They got a fumble. Tavier punched the ball out.
It's a I'm standing in the end zone. I see it happen. The ball's bouncing.
has it in his hands, but it's just Mike Wells made a tremendous play. They were making plays, and everybody's making plays, and eventually you made the plays. All right, we'll get to the rest of it, including smoking hot players of the game. It's all coming up here, Texans Radio.
Texans Radio continues in a moment.
David's Bridal, where brides and bridesmaids get fabulously dressed. We let our friends pick out what we wear, show off our dance moves, obsess.
obviously Stroud is the hottest.
Yes.
And it's almost to the point where when they have wins like this, and they've had nice wins over Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, when they have wins like this, it's who's in second place, because your quarterback really is putting the team on his back.
Yep.
Not that everybody else isn't participating and doing their job, but they'll be the first to tell you that they believe in him, that they know they can score at any time if they absolutely have to. Now, they don't always do it, obviously, last week. It boggles the mind, the NFL, week to week, because last week you had 2nd and 5 at the opponent 35 with the lead, the chance to put the game away, and they go backwards. This week, you saw what happened. It's a weird league. Now, this win one, lose one thing is going to stop at some point. They've got to find a way to put together a streak. This is a tough place to do it. As far as having any kind of lapse, and this is just all theoretical, hypothetical, whatever, if you would have a lapse after a game like this psychologically because you think, oh, like we could pull it out no matter what, anytime. Now, it's good to have that confidence, but you don't want to come in light. Like if they were playing the Arizona Cardinals next week, I wouldn't like that. I'm glad they're playing this team. This team's on their schedule anyway. Might as well get them now. And I know you'd rather have the week 1 or week 2 Bengals as opposed to what they're doing right now, week 10. But I'll take it because everybody's attention is going to be full focus this week. You know you're going into a tough place.
Yep.
But what do the Texans do in Cincinnati, Johnny?
Yeah, I know.
They win. They win.
Yeah.
8-0 Bengals, Monday Night Football. 10-6 victory with a 3-5 team. 2017, week 2. Everybody's on the injury report. Win 13-9.
I think you were on the injury report too.
I was on the injury report.
It was everybody. It was
2011, we saw what happened. Rookie quarterback T.J. Yates, second start, 300 yards plus, 17-yard scramble on 3rd and 15. Final game-winning drive hits Walter for the game winner. We saw what happened. All they do in Cincinnati is win. And all the Bengals do here is win because they won in 2014. Actually, they lost in 2016 in the Christmas Eve game where Randy Bullock missed it at the buzzer, enabling the Texans to win the AFC South. And, of course, in the COVID year, you've never faced Joe Burrow. This is the first time the Texans will see Joe Burrow. Never faced him. COVID year, it was Brandon Allen playing for them, and he looked like Joe Burrow on that day against the then Houston defense. Now, this defense has to fortify. Hoping Will Anderson's okay. Saw him limp off late. Safety situation. Maybe you bring Braylon Arnold back who you just let go, but we'll see how they handle it. We'll see how banged up Jimmy Ward and M.J. Stewart are.
Yep.
And we'll take it from there.
And Kaimi Fairbairn.
Well, that's the big one. You can sign a kicker. They're not going to let Dare kick next week, okay?
I mean, the thing about it is you're not – Ward and MJ become interesting because – if you have, and I don't know, we just don't know. But if you're not going to put him on IR, you're going to carry him on the roster and just make him inactive. It might mean that somebody else on the roster ends up being released, so you can make room because you got to have safeties.
Yeah.
And you were down to, I think you were down to your last one yesterday with DeAndre Houston Carson going in and did a good job. The one thing I kept worrying about in the second half was the communication because it was getting louder and louder and louder inside, and you've got a safety back there who had been here for a little bit, but then was gone for a little bit and just got back this week. So how is the communication back there with him back there? And you could see the linebackers were really demonstrative about their communication, which was great because the crowd is amped up, but they had to really communicate. And so that's something that becomes a little bit easier for the defense on the road, but you still got to have safety. So I think it's going to be interesting, and hopefully losing Kaimi's a big one, but like you said, you can find a kicker. You're not going to find one of his caliber, but you can find a kicker, and I think that's going to be the tough part.
The way Burrow's going, you might have to score 30 points to win this game.
It's a touchdown game. It's a touchdown game against Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
you're not going to. I mean, you're gonna need points every time that you take the field. But speaking of that, I was thinking about this on a drive chart. How about the drive chart in the second half? I mean, this is good God, touchdown, 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 field goal, punt, touchdown. Is that any good? Is that, as they say, is that any good?
That's good.
That's your second half drive chart. Touchdown, 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 field goal. And the drive with a punt, the first play of that, CJ throws a dart to Noah Brown on the same route, that crossing route on the sideline. They're going to get off to a good start. They got a 33-30 lead. It's over. And they call a bogus holding on George Fant.
That was bogus. You showed me the play.
I showed you it.
He just throws Tryon Shoyinka.
He didn't hold him. He just tossed him. He tossed him like he tossed a guy at the club. He threw him out the club and got a holding.
I don't even know how you call holding on that. I don't even know how you arrive at that. Anyway, that's going to do it for our morning program here. D'Amico Ryan Show at 5 o'clock. You're going to want to hear what the head coach has to say about everything yesterday and everything to come against Cincinnati on Sunday. It is real. 4-4 with a lot of possibilities ahead of them. The Houston Texans with a historic performance. In the Loop is on the way. Landry and John to talk about this, among many other things around the league. Thank you very much, Ben, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist.
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. I was talking about this yesterday. I think that is single-handedly, and I think the only one really in the discussion when it comes to just individual quarterback performance is Deshaun Watson 2019 against the Buffalo Bills. Deshaun Watson saves all butts. Texans win the playoff game. Yesterday, that game, perhaps the best performance we've ever seen a player at the most important position have at NRG. CJ Stroud, 470 yards passing, a rookie record, 5 touchdown passes, 4 different receivers. We're going to go through the game, but I want to start with just the overall historical significance. I have not seen a game like that at NRG, maybe ever.
I haven't seen one in Houston football. And I've been doing this for going on damn near 33 years. Well, it is 33 years now in this city. So to kind of just add to what you're saying, I mean, football in this town, I've been around it a long, long time, and I've never seen anything like that, especially considering when you're talking about what he does for the organization. Like, I was at the game when Warren Moon passed for 500 yards against the Chiefs. That doesn't compare to this. And it was incredible, and it was a huge win, and I'm not trying to downplay it, but that doesn't compare to what C.J. Stroud did because, first of all, C.J. Stroud is a rookie, and it's 470 yards, 5 touchdowns. That was the only one I thought of was the Warren Moon against the Chiefs, 500-plus yards, but it doesn't compare, and here's why. What we saw yesterday from C.J. Stroud, let's just put it very simply. Everything is on the table for this franchise and this organization now, and we know that. It's not like, oh, he's going to be pretty good. Oh, he's going to be very good. No, everything, if you surround him with the right pieces, if you build this squad the way it's supposed to be, hell, this year, you know, I'm not even worried. Well, I'm worried, but I'm not even thinking that the Cincinnati game next week is off the table. I mean, he can do, I mean, you know, I'm not trying to be over the top. The Bengals are red hot, but look at what C.J. Stroud did. Landry, that was special. I mean, that was incredible. Just name it, because not just of what he did in the numbers and the win and the yards and the touchdowns, but what it does for this organization.
Yeah, and I think, you know, and the most encouraging thing for me was there was a healthy call-out. And you had C.J. Stroud last week, 8 days ago. He went up there and said, we need to take more shots down the field.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
And many people said, wow, is he calling out the offensive coordinator? He kind of was.
Yeah.
Then the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, comes up there and he speaks, and Bobby Slowick kind of calls out CJ.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take advantage of the opportunities when they're there. And I think that was 100% accountability, and you saw it play out yesterday. I went into the stadium, and I'll tell you this. It seemed like it was going to be dead.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like it was going to be dead. There wasn't like, it didn't feel like the atmosphere was good. That was the loudest that stadium has been in a long, long time. And everybody who was there was loud. There was a crowd-induced false start in the fourth quarter. There was a crowd-induced timeout in the fourth quarter. We've talked about the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities the Texans have when it comes to like getting belief and getting faith from this fan base. They got it yesterday, because I'll tell you this, and I don't even fault you people, and I do mean you people. I'm sitting there in the end zone where they ended up scoring, and as soon as Tampa Bay scored with 46 seconds remaining, there were people leaving.
Yeah.
And you know, I would love to come on here and sit on my high horse and say, hey, shame on y'all for leaving. But it felt like the same old stuff. And I don't want to go same old Texans. This felt like the Atlanta game. This felt like the Carolina game. And you just were thinking, oh, good effort. However, they didn't have a kicker. They lost the game. The end. Yeah. That all changed.
Yeah.
There will no longer be, as long as number 7 is the quarterback, there will no longer be. First of all, I don't think there's going to be empty seats.
Yes.
I don't think there's going to be empty seats. I think this was a changing of the guards. This was a changing of the guards. There will not be as many empty seats. There will also not be people leaving with 46 seconds left, because what happened yesterday was we witnessed a birth and a death. We witnessed the birth of a guy that you believe in, a franchise quarterback, a player at the most important position that you can rally around, and we witnessed the death of the notion that this is the same old Texans. That was what we witnessed yesterday. We witnessed a birth, and we witnessed a death, and it was fan-freaking-tastic. As I'm leaving that stadium, I go down to the locker room. You go in the locker room, they're chilling. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're all chilling. Noah Brown left. I mean, no, I don't know if he had something going on or what. I was like, I want to talk to Noah. Gone. Where's Noah? Oh, he left. He just got dressed real quick.
Shrugged his shoulders.
I guess he didn't want the
He don't
attention.
hang around after work.
Yeah.
I guess he just. I just guess
Get the hell out of there.
I guess
punching that clock.
He just like us.
I guess.
Once the show over, we out.
He dipped out. Noah Brown was gone, and there was just a quiet confidence. This was not like a oh yeah, let's get lit. There was a quiet confidence among that team to where they knew that they were going to win that game, and you could see it in their eyes, from Jalen Petrie all the way to Nico Collins, all the way to Tank Dell. Like, you could see it in their eyes that this was fun and this was good, but this was not the feel of a team that felt like they'd accomplished anything. This was the feel of a team, and this is what's crazy about it. This was a feel of a team that felt like they actually had a chance to win that game. And I am absolutely astonished that stuff went down the way it did yesterday, because quite frankly, John, we talk about injuries and we talk about being shorthanded, and I know there's been a lot of injuries. We've seen this team win without offensive linemen. Yeah. We've seen this team win without receivers. We've seen this team win without defensive backs. We've seen them win without defensive linemen. If they would have lost that game yesterday, I would have been prepared to come in here and say they lost because they didn't have a kicker in the second half. Seriously, you're literally playing a different game when you don't have a kicker. You're literally playing a different game. A 7-point deficit is a 7.5-point deficit. Yeah. Because you have to go for 2. Yeah. So it is literally a different game when you do not have a kicker. And those SOBs, not only did they win the game without a kicker, they had a running back that hasn't even been active multiple times this year.
Might not have been active if Dameon Pierce was healthy.
Go out there and kick a field goal. Yeah. He kicked a freaking field goal. And I'm driving home out of the game, and I'm listening to Dare. And this is why Frank Ross has been able to hang around. I want to give some early flowers to Frank Ross, not just because he's a friend of the show, because he's a damn good special teams coach. Dare was telling Sean and Clint that apparently at training camp, Frank Ross gathered the special teamers around. He said, how many of you have kicking backgrounds? Mm-hmm. Like, have you played soccer or whatever? And Dare was one of the guys that said, yeah, I used to kick and all that stuff. So they practiced like emergency field goals. They prepared. Yeah. They prepared to not have a kicker. And this dude goes out there and kicks a damn field goal, and they won a game without a kicker.
A pressure field goal.
A pressure field goal.
At that. Wait till you get a load of my passing thoughts when I get to Frank Ross. It might blow you.
Those are coming up in 12 minutes.
It might blow you away. But here's the
By the way, he won over a lot of fans yesterday with his celebration.
Oh, my God. He was crying, it looked like. His eyes were red.
He was like, ah!
Okay, you mentioned birth and death. To me, that would be the sweeping headline. The birth. You have a championship-level quarterback. We know that now.
I had people saying yesterday, forget Rookie of the Year, let's start talking MVP.
Well, of course. We don't.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that's what I had people saying.
We don't think it. We know it. You have a championship-level quarterback. That's the birth. All the options are open now for this club and its future. Now let's talk about the death. Fans are back.
They're back.
Fans are back.
Now they're in.
We waited and we waited and waited. By the way, shout out to my son, BG.
I saw him. I talked to him. I introduced him as your favorite son to everybody. He didn't argue it.
He didn't argue it. Well, here's the deal. 46 seconds left. You mentioned that. So the other 3 people.
They stayed. They didn't even move.
The other 3 people, they looked at BG and said, do you want to go?
He didn't move.
And he said, hell no.
He didn't move.
He said, hell no.
No, he did not move.
Yeah.
He was right there the whole time.
And they stayed. That's the birth. I mean, that's the death. That's the death of the fans not giving a flip. He was like, no, man, we're staying. That's C.J. Stroud on the field, boys. I mean,
he was.
That's C.J. Stroud on the field.
He did not even think about it.
That's the sweeping headline. The birth, you have a championship-level quarterback. You're not there yet, but you have him.
No, you have. I mean, and it's not about now. It's about like the long term, and I think that was there. And you know how I know that it's like a bigger deal than just around here is that as I'm leaving I'm leaving the stadium. I'm going home, getting ready for the stream. Pull up ESPN.com just to see what's popping.
Yeah.
Right there on the front page, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Right there.
Why
right
would
there.
he not be?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, but right there on the front page, C.J. Stroud. There's been a lot of times where we thought something's big, and it's like,
It was another sign, too, when I was watching Sunday Night Football, and they do the halftime highlights and all this. The Houston Texans were first.
Yeah, first.
Mm-hmm.
The first highlight they showed.
That is pretty. I want Texans fans to. It's almost like we're defeatist. We've been beaten down so much. I want Texans fans to realize.
No, have fun.
No,
have fun.
What you have.
Enjoy it.
Enjoy
just have
this.
fun.
What you have.
Just have fun. Enjoy it. Like you have a competitive squad right now. What I'm looking at a 4-4 football team, and quite frankly, I think 5-5 is the goal. Now, if they go beat Cincinnati, good. But you got Cincinnati, then you got Arizona, 5-5. You're good. You are in position for a playoff chase. You got the Titans twice. You got the Colts.
Yeah.
You got the Broncos. Like your schedule's going to even out. So what you did is you gave yourself wiggle room here. And you figured it out. And as long as you have that quarterback, I mean, my goodness, like you got a hell of a chance. C.J. Stroud in the second half. Could I interest you in some stats?
Yes, sir.
15 of 19, 313 yards, 4 touchdowns, 158.3 passer rating.
That's perfect, isn't it?
That's perfect. Perfect passer rating on first down, perfect passer rating on second down, perfect passer rating on the final game-winning drive. How about the weapons? Robert Woods, his number one target, out. We've seen C.J. Stroud beat 2 teams in the playoff picture right now without his two highly paid offensive linemen. We saw him beat the Steelers. We saw him beat the Jags. Yesterday, he didn't have Robert Woods for the second game. Noah Brown, 153 yards. Dalton Schultz, 130 yards. Tank Dell, 114 yards.
Yeah.
So your weapons stepped up as well. And oh, by the way, I don't want to be negative here. But can you quit putting Tank Dell in the backfield? He seems to be a pretty good receiver. Nah, you're weak.
Why are you being so negative?
I still like
that
it.
second down Wildcat, I do not like it. I like seeing Hutchinson on the sweeps. They're fine. But line him up at receiver, and let's go to town.
I'll get to that, too.
Let's go to town. Quit the Wildcat. I don't want Tank Dell getting hit by defensive linemen.
They won the game, Landry.
I don't care. Let's get him at wide receiver.
Negative.
Let's get him at wide receiver.
I'll get to that at passing thoughts, too. But let me just add on to the championship-level quarterback thing, because I think it's important. This is my list. You can argue it. Maybe you will. Maybe you'll add some. Maybe you'll take some off, same as Figgy. I think there's just 8 quarterbacks in the NFL right now, today, that can win, that are good enough to win a championship. Those 8 quarterbacks are Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. I'm talking about winning a championship.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about this year. I'm saying they have what it takes to win a championship.
Okay.
Because clearly,
I know where this is going.
Because clearly C.J. Stroud doesn't have everything it takes to win a championship. There are 8 quarterbacks that can win a championship, that have what it takes.
All right, go ahead.
Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and C.J. Stroud. That's the list. Like, they have what it takes to win a championship in the next, let's say in the next 5 years. That is rarefied air, man. It's interesting that 7 of them are in the AFC, so that could get a little fun and interesting. But my point is, every move you make, every decision you make the rest of the way, from now until, like I said, maybe in the next 5, 10 years, whatever it is, has to center around giving C.J. Stroud everything it takes to get the team that can win a championship. He's different, people. He beyond that, he has the rare ability to not let anything deter him. You talked about what happened this past week with the press conferences. I mean, and just in the game, it was kind of another meh game running the ball. The running game had 53 yards. There was not a kicker. I mean, you had a kicker eventually. I mean, and it was awesome.
Kind of.
There was 46 seconds left. 46 seconds. That's a characteristic that is not taught.
By the way, Todd Bowles, what in the hell were you doing?
Oh, I know. But
he saved a 10-second runoff.
He did. He did. That's a characteristic that's not taught. You have a championship level quarterback. That's the story.
Yeah, that is the story.
Yeah.
That's all that really matters at this point. Like, you don't have a kicker. Oh, well, you got a quarterback. Let's figure it out. Let's hear what that Dare field goal sounded like with Mark Vandermeer. Because this one was wild. Dare goes out there. He gives the Texans the lead with the field goal. It was one of the craziest moments that I can remember at that stadium, and it was just unthinkable. Like, C.J. Stroud doing this, it's shocking, but it's like, okay, he's a quarterback. He's shown us a lot of things. Okay, Dare going out there and kicking a go-ahead field goal. I was surprised was Mark Vandermeer.
Oh, they're going to try a field goal. Here we go with some dramatic stuff here for Frank Ross's special teams unit. Ogunbowale will try it. A 29-yard attempt from the left hash mark. Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Ogunbowale, the running back, for the lead. Snap is down. The kick is up. And it's good! Dare Ogunbowale for 3, and the Texans are back in front. Are you kidding?
We may be watching the changing of the game today and how it's played and how rosters are filled out.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I need a kicker, please.
I need a kicker.
Yeah, I don't.
Here's a question.
Find me a kicker, please.
Here's a question. Is Cameron Johnston holding that important? Couldn't he have been the kicker?
Does he kick off? I don't think he kicks off.
But he's got a leg.
Well, I think that's like asking, like, can Usain Bolt run 400 meters, you know?
Yes, better than me. I mean, you know.
Yeah, that is a little strange. A punter is not really reliable to kick.
I think the hold was that important, maybe.
I think so, too.
Davis Mills has never.
He may have. I don't know. I have no idea.
It was just a thought. I was like, this is awesome.
You figure the punter would be the guy, but I have no idea.
This is awesome, but.
A running back.
Hey, damn.
It worked.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
It somehow worked.
Yeah. And it was, this is one of my passing thoughts. I'll say it right now. If Dare Ogunbowale is not Special Teams Player of the Week, they should just do away with the award.
You want to hear a nobody's talking about?
Yes.
Like, nobody's talking about this. If Dameon Pierce had been healthy, there's a chance that Dare's not even active.
Absolutely.
Like, because
nobody's talking about that.
There were moments this year where Dare was inactive because you carried the 3 backs and then Dare was inactive. So there's a chance that if Dameon Pierce had been healthy, you don't have that.
Right.
Which is, I mean, maybe there's
who would have kicked if
probably nobody.
I don't know.
Probably nobody.
I don't know. Yeah. Maybe one of the other guys that raised their hand. I don't know.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
No clue. Tank Dell, by the way, at the end. I know the touchdown's what we'll talk about, and we'll hear Mark Vandermeer's call of that in a second. That sideline catch didn't even get reviewed. It was so easy for him.
Yeah.
Like I had a Nuke Hopkins moment where I was like, no way. Caught it.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Doesn't even need to review it.
You're talking about the deep out.
I'm talking about the one on the sideline before the touchdown.
Yeah, that was incredible.
That was a 2-piece combo by Tank Dell. Here's the go ahead though. The Tank Dell touchdown. Here's Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware with the call.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Yes! The lead. Yes! Tank Dell with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54, a 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
The Texans are going to the Super Bowl.
Hey, we got it. Like, we're about to be on a bigger stage where these calls are going to be, like, very historic. Like, Mark Vandermeer might have his moment.
Mm-hmm.
Quit clapping. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything.
No.
Like, I'm just saying, like,
keep doing it.
Like, if you have a championship caliber quarterback, like, this is like Mark Vandermeer has worked 4 decades, however long,
at least, yeah,
to get that moment. Please don't clap anymore because you're gonna ruin these calls. These are gonna be the calls that you see on SportsCenter. We don't need to hear claps. We got to stop that.
No.
Keep doing it.
Please stop it. I'm serious. I love Andre. I think he does an excellent job. You got to quit clapping.
Yeah.
Or whoever's doing it. I don't know if it's you have to stop. It's ruining Vandy's calls. These are going to be big calls.
No, you're right.
Like, could you imagine this? Like that being a Super Bowl game winner on ESPN, and they're playing Mark Vandermeer's call, and it says Sports Radio 610 Texans Radio Network, and Vandermeer makes the call, and it's
Yes.
Got to stop.
Yeah, because that call is.
This is big time now. Don't leave games early. Don't leave games early. Don't clap during Vandy's calls.
Those calls,
please.
Those calls become historic.
Yeah, and you don't want to ruin them. Please.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Please. Coming up, John Lopez passing thoughts. Texans got a dub. 713-572-4610. How the F you feeling? We feeling good on Reaction Monday next.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans get the dub. It is a very fun Reaction Monday here on In the Loop. 713-572-4610. C.J. Stroud, rookie record, 470 yards, 500 touchdowns. Texans top the Bucs 39-37. No kicker, no problem, because you have a quarterback. Here is John Lopez's passing thoughts here on Reaction Monday.
First one is one that I've been talking about for a while now. 42 passing attempts, 17 rushing attempts. That's how you do it with this squad. Landry, this is a passing team. Pass first. It's never been illustrated better.
Perfect passer rating on first down, perfect passer rating on second down. I think that kind of makes your point for you.
Well, that's my next one. Perfect passer rating on first down. 16 of 19 for 298 yards and 4 touchdowns on first down. That's incredible. Here's another one that I mentioned, another passing thought that I mentioned a second ago. If Daria Ogunbowale does not win Special Teams Player of the Week, just do away with the award. Just it's done. There is no more Special Teams Player of the Week.
First non-kicker to kick a field goal since Wes Welker in 2004.
First
time
running back
since
1979. First running back. That was like, had they won just kind of like one,
without the kicker,
right? Yeah, it's one thing, but for him to do what he did was just incredible in every sense of the term. Here's one that may not be like giddy and gushy, but today's the day you do not ignore in victory what you would not ignore in defeat. That was the third fourth quarter drive that you gave up potentially to lose the game. That was the third one.
Damn, Captain Buzzkill.
I'm just saying. At the time, as I'm watching the game, I'm like, okay, that's 3. What you have to go back and say, what is it? What are we doing? How do we change things? Because like C.J. Stroud saved the day, obviously, but that would have been 3.
So the play for me that really kind of stuck out was that 4th and 2 where Baker Mayfield, you got him in the backfield and that.
You did the little Johnny Manziel loop-de-loop and all that.
Washed out SOB just trips forward for the first down.
Yeah, you can't ignore this.
And then I was kind of like, hey, D'Amico, why are you calling a timeout with 53 seconds left? They're obviously playing for the field goal because they ran the ball with White up the middle. And I was like, man, they're playing for the field goal. D'Amico, don't call timeout. He calls timeout. Tampa Bay gets inside the 15, and then Todd Bowles uses a timeout to avoid a 10-second runoff when they didn't really need to do that.
They want the runoff.
Yeah, they really didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
And Todd Bowles just kind of gave you a little bit of a favor, so I don't know what was going on there. But, yeah, you are right. I mean, it was a little bit rough.
That's 3. That would have been 3, man, but obviously C.J. Stroud happened. Another one. The Texans' run defense quietly has been a huge factor for this squad. 3 straight games they've held the team under 90 yards. Run defense.
Yeah, Run D's good.
You gotta give it to them.
Run D ain't bad.
Yeah. This is the one that you're going to fight me on.
Oh, no.
I still think using Tank Dell in the run game helps.
Stop it.
I think it helps.
Stop it.
They're trying to get him touches.
Stop it.
They're trying to get him touches.
Throw him the damn football then. Do not do that. Give Hutchinson the reverses. This is the second time he's big. I don't need Tank Dell getting hit by D linemen.
But here's the thing.
They did it on second down inside the 10.
Yeah.
They lost 6 yards. But that was before the Dari field goal. I think you could have scored the touchdown. We wouldn't even have to deal with this Dari thing.
But here's the thing. You're not only giving a playmaker touches, you're setting up other plays.
No, you're telling them you're running the ball when you can't even run the ball when they don't know. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
And we saw C.J. Stroud do the zone read to get the 2-point conversion. What you're doing when you put Tank Dell back there is you're saying, hey, we're going to run the ball. Hey, we can't even run the ball. And by the way, you're taking the ball out of Seven's hands on a second down where you're trying to lead. Just stop it, Bobby.
No, I still like
that. Number 3 is a pretty good receiver. I think you saw it.
You can't run the ball.
Putting him in the damn backfield.
You can't run the ball. I still like it. I do think Xavier Hutchinson's better, obviously, when you get him the ball, running the ball. But I'm still there with Tank Dell. Next, passing thought. Blake Cashman is a Pro Bowler.
What?
Blake Cashman is a Pro Bowler. That's it. That's the thought. I mean, didn't he have double-digit tackles again?
What about that fumble that he didn't recover?
Well, okay, it happens. You know, that's why he's a linebacker, as they say. No, he is. He's playing Pro Bowl football.
Pro Bowl football.
He is. Next passing thought.
I like Blake.
Yeah.
Friend of the show.
It's hard not to like Baker Mayfield. I like that guy. That dude does a lot.
Why?
He's
a weasel.
He's a weasel. I know. That's why it's a passing thought. But he just...
Guy's a freaking weasel.
He does a lot with what the good Lord gave him. He really does.
All right.
He really does. Here's another one, and I know you were at the game. Full disclosure, I was not. I was driving back from really fun time, even though the Aggies lost so I was watching it on the big screen on my TV. I mean, in my car, but we're not talking about that. The announcers were...
By the way, you're going to say they sucked?
No, hold on. Go ahead.
Thank God Ian Eagle was calling this game. He needed that.
Yeah, he did.
The Texans finally got the best. I think Ian Eagle is one of the elites.
Yeah.
It is good that in this historic game you had Ian Eagle's voice on there. You're not going to disagree with that, are you?
No, but this is what I'm going to talk about, though. The announcers were adamant. They said it 2 or 3 times that option pitch from Singletary to Stroud was like on the fly. That it wasn't
haven't heard
that it wasn't a called play. It was absolutely, in my view, a called play.
Yeah, it looked like it because CJ went back, but Singletary cut across. I don't know.
But CJ immediatly went gave the distance. Went to pitch distance.
Singletary went back. I don't know.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to find out exactly what happened. All right, I have 4 welcome to the parties.
Okay.
Welcome to the party, part 1.
Okay.
Christian Harris has a lot to build on. But
he had a big tackle on 3rd down.
He made some plays. He really did. That was one of his better games.
All right, Christian Harris.
Welcome to the party, part 2. Will Anderson.
He had a half sack.
Got that sack.
Got that credited, that half sack.
By the way,
I bet on that. You know how what the odds were for Will Anderson to get a half sack? Plus 220.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's easy money, man.
I mean, he had 1 sack all year.
Yeah, but we knew what he'd been doing.
I mean, it's good value.
We'd been expecting it.
It's good value.
Welcome to the party, part 3, and you're gonna roll your eyes or hike your leg or maybe agree with me.
Oh Lord,
I don't know what your reaction.
Pressure me.
I don't know what your reaction's going to be.
Pressure me, sir.
It got to be one of the 3.
Yes, I don't know what your reaction is on this one as well. Welcome to the party, part 3. Frank Ross could be mentioned as an NFL head coach.
I think we said that. We said that before, right?
I think if he keeps grinding, he can figure it out.
He had this squad prepared.
Well, he had Dari in emergency. They literally had an emergency situation.
He's got he's one of those guys that just seems to have that.
He made a lot of he earned a lot of fans yesterday. I was driving. We went out to eat when I got home. Me and wifey, and my wifey's like, that guy. Yeah. They seem like they really have fun. This is a fun team to root for.
I think he's going to be mentioned. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how much.
I think at the very least he's going to be a lifer here. I think at the very least, like Frank Ross, there's been some special teams coaches throughout history that they stay with the team for 25 years. I think at the very least Frank Ross is going to be like a lifer.
And maybe eventually mentioned as a head coach candidate. Welcome to the party, part 4.
Did you see Cashman call him out on Twitter laughing?
Yeah. Welcome to the party, part 4. Noah Brown. Dude.
He's explosive.
What is going on with him?
He's explosive.
What is going on in 2 games?
Drew Doherty put these stats out. So in the last 3 games, he has 11 catches for 247 yards. And this was he had the biggest play against the Saints, and then when Robert Woods was out, he stepped it up. He has at least 1 reception for 31 or more yards in each of the last 3 games.
Yeah.
He's explosive. That's a Jersey guy.
I got 4 more quick ones
Friend
here.
of the show.
3 more quick ones here. Dalton Schultz is the guy we thought he would be.
Well, that fumble, he redeemed himself.
He did, but
he actually looked like he was kind of running angry yesterday, a little bit better after the catch.
And he was a go-to.
Oh, yeah, 10 catches.
I mean, he was a go-to.
He was good.
Yeah.
And that 4th and goal was huge.
Yeah, big time.
He almost caught the other touchdown, too, before the field goal.
He did.
Yeah.
That was I thought he did, actually.
It was real close.
I thought he did, actually. And he's got 33 catches, 350 yards. His career high is 73.
Yeah, he did his thing.
So, all right. Bobby Slowick had his best game of the year, and I know that's saying a lot. That was
a good recovery. And I think CJ and Bobby probably had their worst game last week, and they recovered with their best.
And it wasn't just the play calling; is how he adjusted after the half.
No doubt.
I mean, it was ridiculous. Final one. That's a wrap for Offensive Rookie of the Year. In fact,
yeah, that's it. I think Bryce Young threw a couple pick sixes yesterday.
I think they might take it off the board.
And Bijan Robinson, I think that he must have had an affair with Arthur Smith's wife. Which is weird because he's a good guy. I don't know what he did to Arthur Smith.
They might take offensive rookie of the year off the board.
Yeah, it's got to be like minus
550. I looked it up.
Minus 550.
Yeah.
And that might be a good bet. I might bet 550.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a free $100.
People with like $1 million.
It's a free hundo.
Multimillionaires are going to put like $100,000 on it.
Yeah, just do it.
It's a wrap. That's a wrap. It's done.
Coming up, the best sounds. You're not going to want to miss this. And there's a play. I think the biggest play of the game is one that we really haven't talked about yet. And I think I will be able to convince you as well. There's a lot to it. Reaction Monday continues. A fun Reaction Monday.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Historic day yesterday. Let's hear the best sounds, including the best play of the game. The most important might not be what you think. When we get to it, I'll let you know. Let's start with the Texans' response. First response of the game. Not the most important, but the first. Dalton Schultz on the opening drive. He fumbles. Tampa Bay has to settle for 3. Very next drive, C.J. Stroud finds Nico Collins for 6.
Nico wide left. Stroud fakes the give. Throws to Nico on the slant. Nico into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. C.J. Stroud.
Gotta stop. Gotta stop clapping.
Gotta stop.
No, have to. Like these calls are important. You're killing the calls. Whoever's up there clap, you got to stop.
Yeah,
it's not good for Vandy. Got to stop it. Next play, I think this was the most important play of the game. I don't even think it's close.
Yeah.
Second half, you're down 10 points. You don't have a kicker, so you're going to have to sustain drives most likely. There's going to be a lot of stress on you. You got to work somewhat quick because you're going to have to cover a hell of a lot of ground. Noah Brown's touchdown. To me, the fact that on one play you were able to score a touchdown that long and be able to give yourself some breathing room, for me that was the play of the game. I think it was the most important, easily the most important play of the game, Noah Brown's touchdown.
I agree, and only because you're starting to think, okay, what's going to happen if they have to kick an extra point? If are they going to go for 2? The odds are against you, and all of a sudden you have a really tight game, and it's going to stay that way.
Yeah, and I mean you're sitting there down 20-10. First play gives you some breathing room. You missed the 2-point conversion, so you're down 20-16. This is what it sounded like on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of the great Mark Vandermeer.
CJ fakes the give. CJ planting, and he throws downfield over the middle, and he's got a man Brown, left side, 50, 40, left sideline, full throttle, 20, 15, 10, 5, fighting for the goal line, and he's got it! Touchdown, Houston, rock and roll!
I mean, like, imagine that going on ESPN, like if it was like a big game, like the games are getting bigger. We got to quit the clapping. Like, seriously, I'm not even trying to be a jerk. We got to stop that for real.
Yes, whomever it is has to stop.
I did some high school, that's high school stuff.
Yeah,
that they will tell you, like, if you're doing it, you got to stop.
Yeah.
You're excited, just fist pump or something.
Very important part of that play is the last 5 yards when he's going to the end zone. Like that was huge for him to be able to stay in bounds, get the ball to the end zone, get the score. All of a sudden, boom, just like that, you're in. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Play 3. This was Tank Dell's first touchdown. This was on the far side of the field from where I was at. This was a 29-yard touchdown pass from C.J. Stroud to Tank Dell. This gave the Texans a 1-point deficit because they failed the 2-point conversion again. But this was Tank Dell's first touchdown.
CJ in the gun, gets the snap, pumps, now fires deep down the right side, and Tank Dell, touchdown! Houston! A TD to Tank Dell.
Go Cougs!
There you go. I like that.
Now that's cool.
I like that.
Yeah, that's cool.
So the Texans unable to convert the 2-point conversion, and this is where you start wondering, is the kicker going to really prevent the Texans from winning a ball game? The absence of Ka'imi Fairbairn. However, in the fourth quarter, 14-11 remaining in the quarter, 4th and goal.
Mm-hmm.
C.J. Stroud goes back. He finds number 83, Dalton Schultz.
4th and goal from the 9. Stroud gets the snap. Stroud, quick throw, right side. Caught, touchdown! Dalton Schultz. The Texans are in front on 4th and goal. They convert. What a rocket from C.J. Stroud to the tight end.
I said 83. 86, Dalton Schultz. Now, this was important. 2-point conversion. You'd already missed 2. You need to get 1.
Yeah.
A little zone read action from C.J. Stroud.
They're going for 2. Stroud takes the snap. He's going to run it, and C.J. gets across. They get the deuce.
There you go. C.J. gives the Texans a 7-point lead. Tampa Bay would tie it up on a Rachaad White, who, by the way, had a pretty damn good day. He has a touchdown. The Texans would then get deep inside Tampa Bay territory, kind of in no man's land. 4th and goal from the 9-yard line. They're going to do what? Going to do what? You sure about this?
They're going to kick.
He's a running back, though.
Yeah, they're going to kick.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear Dare. This was historic. First time since 2004 that a position player kicked a field goal.
Oh, they're going to try a field goal. Here we go with some dramatic stuff here for Frank Ross's special teams unit. Ogunbowale will try it. A 29-yard attempt from the left hash mark. Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Ogunbowale, the running back, for the lead. Snap is down. The kick is up. And it's good!
How about the crowd?
Dare Ogunbowale for 3. And the Texans are back in front. Are you kidding?
We may be watching the changing of the game today and how it's played and how rosters are filled out. Unbelievable.
Well, I mean, he's not Shohei Ohtani.
Everybody was getting really excited. Are you sure? Are you sure?
He's not Ohtani. The crowd was awesome because everybody in the stadium knew, like, oh crap.
It was a hell of a crowd yesterday. It wasn't like the largest crowd, but it was a hell of a crowd yesterday. So you're feeling pretty good about the Texans. They kick off to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, you have their backs against the corner a couple of times. At one point, you have them 3rd and 23.
Yeah.
They gain 21 yards. Makes it 4th and 2. Baker Mayfield farts his way past the first down marker. They move the chains.
He farts his way?
Yeah, that was awkward. And then he finds Otten for a 14-yard touchdown pass right over Henry To'oTo'o. Man, that was bad. So 46 seconds remaining. Texans get the rock. C.J. Stroud finds Dalton Schultz early, finds him again, timeout, finds Tank Dell on the sideline. Perfect execution by Tank Dell. And then, with 6 seconds remaining, C.J. Stroud finds Tank Dell once again.
10 seconds to go. C.J. gets the snap. C.J. looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead! Yes! Tank Dell with the reception! Rock and roll! My goodness! Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54, a 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
Good for Vandy.
Damn, that was exciting.
By the way, did you agree with the decision to take a knee on the 2? Harris did. I don't. I think that was silly.
Why not?
Because you're I mean, it's like when you say, like, you know, you don't miss the free throw on purpose and all that. Like, I just think, how often does a 2-point conversion get returned 98 yards? I just don't. I would have rather get the 4-point lead so you know that they need a touchdown, whether or not you do or not. But the chances of, like, how many 2-point conversions do you think get returned each year?
I just feel like anything that you can do to protect that lead, you do.
But you're not, because but my thing would be, so let's say that Dare kicks it out of the end zone and Tampa Bay gets the ball at the 25. And then Tampa Bay goes back, they throw a Hail Mary to Mike Evans, he gets interfered with.
Yeah.
Now Tampa Bay has an untimed down and a field goal wins it.
Oh, I understand.
As opposed to that. I just think, like,
do you think the quarterback has something to do with that too? Where they just didn't think Mayfield can throw it down there like that?
That's possible.
Because if it was Patrick Mahomes, I'm not doing that.
I think the penalty had something to do with it.
Yeah, that's true. But
you know what I mean? Because all of a sudden Dare's kicking from the 50.
I get it. I would have gone for it, but I mean, even if you just want to hand it off, like just the small chance that you're going to run it in and get the 4-point lead, because it's not like, I would love to see how many 2-point conversions get returned. I bet it's 1 or 2 a year, if that.
No, I understand, but I really thought
Harris likes it. I don't like it.
I really thought the penalty was a factor. It'd be interesting to see what D'Amico says about that, because all of a sudden, you know, you're kicking from 50. from the 50. That changes things.
Because the thing is, if the but is they could take the 2-point conversion back, give me those odds. Like we talk a lot about analytics, give me those odds. Was it 0.3%?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's low.
I mean, it's got to be really low. Yeah. Let's hear Mark Vandermeer. We've heard if he has his voice left. Good Lord. Let's hear if Mark Vandermeer had enough in his voice to get this final call out. Of course he did. He's the great Mark Vandermeer.
And finally picked up by DHC. And finally the game is over. The Texans dig way deep and come up with a historic performance in beating the Buccaneers 39-37. An amazing, unforgettable day at NRG Stadium. Houston wins.
There you go. And he got that final call out. No clapping. Good job. Mark Vandermeer with the call.
Unbelievable.
Just got to stop.
That was such an exciting day.
Really exciting.
Yeah.
Really exciting.
Yes! Excel with the reception.
That's cool.
Rock and roll.
The yelling's fine.
Yeah.
Just the clapping, man. I don't want Vandermeer's Super Bowl moment to be ruined.
Yes, I agree.
Yes!
That's fine. Coming up, the heroes and the unsung heroes. We know who the true hero is. We'll hear from him. C.J. Stroud holds court. I know you want to sit crisscross applesauce and listen, but there are some unsung heroes that I think deserve credit, including a few thousand.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Some unsung heroes who deserve credit. We'll hear from them, or we'll present them in a second. It is Reaction Monday. It's a Victory Monday. It's a special Monday. Texans sitting at 4-4, just outside the playoff picture. They got Cincinnati this weekend. Should be a tough one, but after that, you got Arizona. If you go 5-5 through 10, you're right there in the mix.
Yeah.
So the Texans, at the very least, they are in the mix. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud at the podium, doing his thing, talking about the final drive. He's going to break it down for you. He's going to get into some other stuff for the Texans, the outlook moving forward. Here's a quarterback, the record-setting quarterback, C.J. Stroud, here on Reaction Monday.
I knew that we needed a touchdown. We had 2 timeouts, which was huge. When you start a 2-minute situation, which we only have 46 seconds, you just want to get it started. Dalton did a great job by being greedy and taking a lot of yardage and on that little shallow route, and we started it and we called timeout. The next one, I think I checked it down maybe to him again, and we were in bounds, called a timeout again. And then Noah, I kind of gave him a little nugget because we were going a little deeper, and I wanted him just to get the ball and just get yak. And so I told him, like, hey, go short a little bit on this, and he did a great job and great body language, threw it to Noah. Next play, run the out route to Tank. Great catch. I honestly don't even know where I put it because I got hit and I just looked up and everybody was cheering. So I was like, all right, we completed it. Then the next play, we just had put that in on the sideline. So Bobby did a great job of just feeling the tempo of the game and feeling what we probably needed, and had a play we ain't worked on since training camp. And literally, I know the Tank's route was nasty. I didn't get to watch. I just threw it. But I just had to take care of the safety. They were in quarters. Once the safety buys the inside route, I throw the outside route, and his job is to beat the corner, and the Texans win. So that drive, man, it was special, and that's something in this league I'm learning, man. You got to be great 2-minute, and for me, I just want the ball. Just give me the ball, call the play, and I'm gonna go make a play. So I'm happy with the win.
Sorry, are you saying that last play that was what you drawn up on the sideline?
Yep, Bobby drew that up on the sideline.
CJ, what did you all say during halftime to make you come out? The first half was, kind of slow, but you all came out firing on all cylinders. And after your first game against the Baltimore Ravens, before you came to the press conference, Jonathan Bernard told you, keep your head up because we're going to need you later on. Is these are the moments he was talking about?
Most definitely. What was the first question again? I'm sorry.
What adjustments?
Yeah, okay, got you. Honestly, I felt the first half went okay. Like the first drive, of course, I threw the ball too low to Tank, and then third down trying to make a play, and we got off the field. They had punched it out, and Dalton, I told Dalton right after that, man, you're going to be big in this game. You're going to have to make a play, and don't put your head down for 1 second. Let's go. And he did it. He kept going. You see he came up huge on that third down red zone touchdown. He ran a great route. But, man, we just came in the locker room, and we told ourselves, there's nothing that they're doing that's stopping us, man. Let's stop shooting ourselves in the foot. Let's be aggressive, man. Let's go out there and let's really just depend on each other and make plays. And Bobby did a great job by calling in, and we balled it. So that's just the relationship right there. And you can see the work that we put in throughout the week. We had a great week of practice. D'Amico challenged us, and so did Bobby on let's have 10 clean practices going into each game. So you can only do 3 in a week. So next week we got to do another 3. And for us, that's practicing is what shows up in the game. And then Jonathan, JG, my bad, I mean to call him Jonathan. But JG, man, they had scored. He gave us 46 seconds left, and he was walking off the field. And every time, I walk off the field and I'm not feeling the best, I know the look. And he had that look. I was like, hey, bro, and I made him stop, and I made him look at me in my eyes. I was like, hey, bro, I got you. And they've done that to me. When my head was down, they went and got to stop and gave us the ball back, and we either did something with it or we didn't. And this time, I just wanted to let them know, man, just like you're here for me, I'm here for you. So, man, I love JG. He had a great game and a great player, man. And I'm blessed to be on the team, not only with him, but just dogs, man, and people who want to play football.
What do you think this game could mean for you all as a team and for you as a quarterback? Could it be a springboard for you all?
I think it's something that can get us rolling. Momentum is everything in this league and in the game of football. So we got to ride this momentum and work really hard in practice this week. And we weren't perfect out there, though, and we're never going to be perfect. But we got to clean up some things. Got to run the ball a little better as well. But I think, as you can see, I don't think we can be stopped when we're on our A game. So it's a big time win for us. And as you see, November and December is when we want to be playing your best ball. So now we just want to upscale, uptrend, and trailblaze into the playoffs, and hopefully get a chance to win a division, everything like that. So we got a lot of work to put in, though.
At what point did you feel like you knew your athletes? Where it felt good? Where you all had
I'll say Thursday at practice. We practiced really hard. That was a day we were connecting a little bit, and honestly, we hit. I had a drive where I missed 2 throws to Tank. He burnt the dude, and then he was wide open, and I missed 2 throws. And I remember on Wednesday, I missed 2 throws that practice, I think 2. And I remember everybody coming up to me, and they did the same thing this game. Man, you got this, bro. You one of the best quarterbacks in this league. You're gonna figure it out. And that just right there helped me a lot. But I'll say right when we came out to half and Noah had that long touchdown. But for me, that wasn't the special moment. Throwing it, him running. I think Tank's block shows you the love that we have for each other and the love for the next guy to make the play. And him not being the biggest guy, he gonna go shoot his gun though and try to get a block. So, man, shout out to his. At the time, I don't think he had a whole bunch of catches or anything. And then the next drive, he eats. So like our offense, man, it's structured for everybody to eat. So you can't just like. Double Nico, you can't double Noah, you can't double Tank, because somebody's going to eat, Dalton going to eat, or Beck, or anybody, Hutch, like, somebody's going to come in and is next man up. And one thing I want to shout out too is Mike Dieter, man. Like, Mike came in, did a great job against, I want to say, a top 5 defensive nose guard and defensive tackle. And number 50, he's a great player. And my guy Dieter stepped in and did a great job, so I'm proud of that guy too.
What do you think was the biggest difference from the previous 3 games to today when you guys are finally getting back to what you got to do in the beginning of the season?
I think just the confidence that we put into this week, man. I think like everything kind of goes back to practice, and it's about like what you like. You want to have the coaches trust you. And I think this is the biggest week. Like Bobby was looking for like us to like answer the bell after we know we should have did way better against the Panthers, and he did a great job. He told me like, man, this game you got to go make plays, be special. You're a special player, go be special. And he put the ball in my hand, and I appreciate that because it's not always the most comfortable thing to do with a rookie quarterback. And honestly, they haven't been treating me like a rookie quarterback. They've been putting a lot on my plate. And I feel like I'm trying to handle it as best as I can and work really hard to get the looks down, get the cans, the alerts, everything. So I really appreciate like Bobby trusting us and going out there and making plays. So, man, shout out to Bobby. Called a great game. Gerard, my quarterback coach, helped me a lot on the sideline along with Case and Davis. Without those guys, man, like I don't know where I would be. Those guys helped me out week to week. Conversations, like talking about little things. Sometimes I just sit back and let them just negotiate for me and like let them do what they think, and I just sit there and go over my little notes while they doing it, and then, oh, CJ, we got this. I'm cool. Like, so, man, shout out to Case and Davis. But, yeah, man, it's been a blessing to work with those guys.
There you go. CJ Stroud, the true hero of the game, CJ Stroud. But there are some unsung heroes that I think deserve a little bit of credit.
Okay.
And I want to start with Frank Ross. Frank Ross, Dare said it on postgame. Dare goes without saying, I don't even think that's unsung at this point. The field goal, D'Amico Ryans called him the player of the game. But Frank Ross, special teams, you gathered the team together. You didn't have to do this. This is attention to detail. You asked, who has a kicking background in case of an emergency? Yeah. He prepared for the emergency. A lot of times when you prepare for emergencies, you don't really see the benefits of it, you know? It's looked at as a waste of time. But because they let Dare practice kicking because they knew that he could do it, they didn't wait till the emergency came calling. They were prepared. Frank Ross, unsung hero number 1.
100%. And I think, as we talked about earlier, I think his name is going to start to skyrocket in coaching circles. Who knows where it might end up, but what he did was just that attention to detail, the preparedness, all of it.
Unsung hero number 2, Noah Brown. And I know he had over 100 yards and a touchdown, so 154 yards. You're not usually unsung. I think that one play drive where the Texans were down 10, the fact that they didn't have to sustain the drive, you could actually breathe a little bit. I think that was the play of the game. And the guy just left right after the game, man. He didn't even want the attention. A lot of guys have moments like this. They went to Noah Brown.
They're ready to take some bows.
New Jersey, he wanted to get the hell out of there.
I clocked out, man.
Yeah.
My time up.
He's out. Peace.
And I got to admit, during training camp when he was kind of, doing some things, I never really fully bought in that he would take like that big of a leap, But boy,
we've always known he was tough. It almost seems like, whenever they need him most, he steps up. Whether it's Tank Dell out, he steps up. Whether it's Robert Woods out, he steps up. And that might come from that, we kind of talk about the toughness, the natural toughness. This is a guy who I don't even think had 50 catches at Ohio State his whole career.
Right. And so I never really bought in.
Plays his way into the NFL, blocking packages, all that.
He came in as a blocking receiver.
Yeah,
he was talking about
special teamer.
Yeah.
That's what he was with the Cowboys. That's how he made the NFL.
Yeah.
And he's been a big part of things. So Noah Brown, have a flower, sir. Will you accept this rose? Pause. Noah Fant. George Fant. Why'd I say Noah Fant? Noah Fant. Yeah.
That's the tight end, right?
That's the tight end.
I think I said Noah Fant, too.
George Fant, okay?
Yeah.
George Fant. A play that we might not talk about. Fourth quarter. Laramie Tunsil gets completely big-bodied by I think it was Shaq.
Yeah.
Shaq Barrett. Right? Shaq Barrett.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shaq Barrett, number 7, completely just power moves Laramie Tunsil into the backfield. Strip sack of C.J. Stroud, and George Fant falls on the ball to where the Texans can at least punt instead of Tampa Bay having the ball at the 11. Now, Laramie Tunsil didn't quite get on the floor for it.
What do you want him to do?
What do you want him to do? Die for it? Not sure. But George Fant sure did, and he paid the price for doing so. If he does not do that, then we might not be talking about this W. That was huge. That was good awareness.
And that ball was at everyone's feet. Like, it could have gone in any direction.
It was right there, and George Fant just hopped on it and maybe
how those balls
saved
like
the
all
game.
of a sudden squirts out and becomes a touchdown or something.
Perhaps saved the game. So shout out to him. And the final one, unsung heroes. There weren't a lot of fans there. There was, although I didn't notice any traffic like they talked about.
Yeah.
But those fans were loud, man.
It was great.
Those fans were loud. They were aware. They caused Tampa Bay to have to use a timeout. They caused Tampa Bay to have a false start. Some of them left early. It's all good. I don't think that happens again. They left with 46 seconds remaining. Maybe just a little PTSD.
Yeah.
But the fans at this game, loud as hell. Like, really, really, really loud. So props to them, unsung heroes. About thousands of them at the stadium. It was popping.
It was very much popping. It was a moment, and I want to get into this at noon, like the feeling you have leaving that stadium, those fans that stayed, those fans that watched. It is about C.J. Stroud, but what the fans did, the relationship, the belief, all of a sudden that's there, I think that's huge. And you touched on it as well. The belief that these fans have now in this club completely changed overnight. Completely changed.
100%.
Yeah.
100% changed. Like, without a doubt. So those are the unsung heroes. The true hero, obviously, C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Nico Collins. We can go on and on. The Texans get the dub, and now they're right there in that mix. There's a lot of 5-3 teams. Texans sitting at 4-4. They got big game. Perhaps when you looked at the schedule, the toughest game, Cincinnati. Cincinnati's starting to kind of feel themselves. Joe Burrow capitalized on the bye week. I know C.J. Stroud kind of looks up to Joe Burrow. He's talked about Joe Burrow being like kind of one of his mentor-type dudes. So you go on the road, you face Cincinnati. Expectations probably not too high. But after that, you got Arizona. You go 5-5, final stretch. 9-8, a lot of times will get you into the playoffs. That win yesterday gave them a decent crack at being in the hunt the final few games of the season.
100%. And we'll get into the Bengals game as the week progresses. But I said this earlier, like, I'm not even really that intimidated by what could happen in Cincinnati. One of the reasons is the clutch gene that we saw from C.J. Stroud yesterday. Keep in mind, that's one of his heroes. You mentioned that. He's going back to Ohio. He's going back to Ohio, and I think that he's one of those guys that he pulls that extra little something out. It doesn't matter.
That ain't Cleveland.
Yeah,
it's
that's
Ohio.
a big difference.
It's Ohio, and there's a lot of Buckeyes fans in Cincinnati as well. He's just one of those guys that has that little something, and I don't think there's any denying that.
Saying he's got the it factor?
Yes. It's a cliche, and it's a cliche for a reason. We saw it in full display.
He's got that it.
Yep.
Whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but he's got it.
He's got it.
Got that it.
No question. And by the way, you also mentioned Daria Gumbawale, but not as an unsung hero because
I don't think he's unsung.
Yeah,
that's not to take away. I don't think he's unsung. I think he's legit. Like,
but considering the circumstances, that dude, hero, unsung hero, whatever you want to put on it, that was incredible. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. I don't care if he played rugby before, soccer before, whatever. That was pretty.
I think it was actually pretty ballsy to even do it.
Yes, it was.
Like, the fact that y'all practiced it enough to where you actually did it, and Frank Ross, I think the coaching staff deserves credit, just as much credit as anything. Because I don't think a lot of coaches even attempt to do that. I don't know how many coaches. I could be wrong. I don't know how many coaches do what Frank Ross did and have emergency kicking section.
I mean, you're nervous as a fan if that's a regular kicker kicking a pressure kick like that. That's a running back kicking a pressure kick like that. Pretty damn impressive.
Coming up, the Texans got a dub and the Texans got jokes. Plus, how did C.J. Stroud handle the national stage when given the opportunity? We'll hear it next as Reaction Monday continues.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Every player in the locker room yesterday insisted that C.J. Stroud was just calm, cool, and collected with 46 seconds remaining. I'll take your word for it, fellas.
Some of them were pretty creative with how they described him, too.
Here was Tank Dell.
He's won.
2 touchdowns. 2 of CJ's 5 touchdowns. Only one who caught more than one. Here was Tank Dell talking about the mindset of his fellow rookie and your quarterback, CJ Stroud, before he led the Texans to a 39-37 win.
First off, all glory to God, but CJ, man, he's different. I've been saying that since rookie mini camps, fall camp, all those, man. CJ's different, man. He told us to stay focused on boys, be ready. So we did, we was ready, and, we executed.
Was he the same in the huddle all the way through the game, including that last drive?
Yeah, the whole game. Calm, for sure. That's the big word. He was calm. He didn't panic, but we knew that out of him, man. That's what he do.
All right, so there you go. He didn't panic. All right. Here's Jalen Petrie.
I love this.
He rode together with CJ, by the way. They rode together to practice, to training camp. Kind of took him under his wing. Jalen Petrie had you loved it, huh?
I loved it.
All right, this is John Lopez's favorite comedian, Jalen Petrie, talking about CJ Stroud.
It's just like it's in him. Like it ain't like it's hard to put that into words. Like that's not even coachable. Like that's just like they had said something about he did like a veggie meter, like where they check how much veggies is in your bloodstream, and they found all ice. Like he really liked that. Like for real, he really liked that. No vegetables, straight cold. Like he cold-blooded.
You didn't like that?
Ready for the moment, bro. He tough though.
You know what made it great? Like he was like dead serious. He didn't try to like smile at first or whatever. He was just playing it straight. Said it's all ice. You didn't like that?
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston.
That's how you do. You do stuff like that all the time.
No, I know, and a lot of it's corny. I mean, admittedly so. A lot of it's really corny.
Exactly.
I don't know about that one.
The veggie meter.
What do they even do a veggie meter?
I don't know if that even exists. It couldn't possibly exist.
Trying to check his nutrition?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it's all ice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I loved it.
Rank it 1 to 10, Figgy, the joke. You got to...
It was kind of. I could tell he was being kind of cheesy, so I will rank it like 7.
Oh hell no!
That's a good one.
On the scale of
7's
cheeks.
Good, man.
That's a 9 because he was playing it straight the whole time.
All right.
Yeah.
Whatever you say. So, Ian Eagle was on the call, thank God, and Evan Washburn was the sideline guy. And he caught up with C.J. Stroud after the game. Let's hear C.J. Stroud on the national stage. This one over Bill Cowher. Good God, Bill Cowher was giddy after this one. This was C.J. Stroud, the on-field interview with Evan Washburn after the Texans topped Tampa Bay 39-37 to improve to 4-4.
CJ, there's a lot to sort through after that game, but let's start with the game-winning touchdown to Tank Dell. What'd you see?
First and foremost, man, I got to give all glory and praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, man. These last couple weeks, man, been up and down. I've been going through a lot on and off the field, man, but when you give your life to the Lord, man, he gives you opportunities, and it's what you do with it. So he gave me this opportunity to come back in that 2-minute drill, and we run great routes, got great time management with the coaches, and we go score a touchdown. It's really big for us.
Yeah, you mentioned that. It wasn't really 2 minutes, though. It was 46 seconds on the clock when you're down at this end of the field. What was the mentality, the approach, the conversation with your coordinator to make that length of the field run?
He just said, be you. You're a special player. Go be special. And we have a special team. They put a lot of great guys around me, a lot of great protection up front, guys running crisp routes and getting yak. So, I mean, you have 46 seconds, man. It's not just me out there. It's everybody. And you see Tank running them routes.
You guys were at your best offensively in the second half when you lost your kicker. How did that impact the approach?
It just put pressure. I mean, I feel like pressure either makes diamonds or you fold. So we got a lot of VVS diamonds around our offense, and we like the pressure. We want everything to be hard on us because we know that we them type of guys. We can make plays, and we did that today.
I know you're about the team, but you set a record here today, CJ. 470 yards passing. That's an NFL record for rookie. How does that sit with you?
That's a blessing, man. I ain't gonna lie. I usually try to not really look to the accolades and records, man. But I put a lot of work in the week. My family family, they know, man, I love my family to death, man. Everybody back home to IE, like, that's what I do it for, and I do it for the glory of God, man, and that's really just them. I mean, honestly, I put in the work to make other people happy and make other people smile. Of course, my teammates, man, they picked me at number 2, and I got to play like that, and I feel like I'm doing it, but I got to keep it going, man.
A lot of Texans fans smile and enjoy this one, CJ. It was fun to watch.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. God bless.
What do you know about VVS Diamonds?
I hear about it in a lot of songs.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it at all. Like
That's just clarity. It's
I just know. I just know it in songs.
It's the highest level. Two things about C.J. Stroud that were really cool on that last drive. The first one, it was almost expected by everybody on the field. Like even Tank Dell he was excited, but just kind of like, yeah, okay, we got it done. Second thing on that last throw that really stood out to me was
the touchdown or the one on the sidelines.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm going to include.
There were a couple of good ones.
I'm going to include the one on the sideline too. But like the touchdown, he has, and a lot of great quarterbacks do this. Some not so great try. Like he knows exactly when to put some extra juice on the ball and exactly when to not. Okay. You know, like the touch pass to the placement pass to Tank Dell on the out route was like perfect, and then on the touchdown, zip. I mean, it was like he was going to have to catch it in self-defense. It was one of those. So like that is like just superb quarterbacking.
So we saw the pass first offense that a lot of people wanted. The run game, 3.1 yards per carry yesterday. No Dameon Pierce. Really just kind of looked the same, right?
Yeah.
Ish. And obviously the game script was such to where you don't have a kicker, so you kind of got to abandon it as well. I'm going to say something. I think you're gonna chew me out here, and I can already see the loopholes, and I can already see Figgy kind of giddy. What the hell is this dude about to say? Look,
I think we about to lose some listeners, man.
About to get ready to switch to music.
Yeah.
They got Cincinnati this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Cincinnati,
correct?
Right?
Yes.
Cincinnati's 27th in the NFL against the run.
Oh, you want to pound that rock?
Hey, maybe we can get maybe we can get a little bounce this week and show that we can
run
the
damn ball.
129.8 yards per game, Cincinnati. That's not good in the NFL. That's way near the bottom.
I mean
27th.
Okay. I mean, Vita Vea was a badass.
Yeah, it's time to run. might be time to get that run game established.
He was no. When are you gonna come to the dark side, man? I've been saying it for a month and a half.
I want to
establish the run.
I want to try to get some running going.
Well, it'd be nice to
a little bit,
but pass first to set up the run. I've been saying it forever. This is a passing team. You've got stud. You got a stud at quarterback.
I don't disagree.
I mean, let's go. Pass the ball, set up the run. Use Tank Dell and Xavier Hutchinson in the run if you have to, whatever it takes. But, yeah, this is a passing team. 16 of 19 on first down passing.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can just mix it in a little bit.
Yeah, definitely mix it in.
17 carries yesterday.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Yeah, 17.
That wasn't great.
Not awesome.
But to be fair, second half they had to you had to, the kicking thing played into the role, was a factor there, as was what they were doing against the run. But, yeah, pass the ball. Pass the ball. Don't turn the dial. Don't switch to music.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be CJ heavy. I mean you're going to have a little more opportunity to run the rock this week, and you might need to. Man, Cincinnati's not Tampa Bay. Joe Burrow's not Baker Mayfield. The ghost of Baker Mayfield.
You might need to.
Yeah, you might need to keep them off the field a little bit. You want to get a shootout with Cincy?
I don't care. I don't care. That's where I am.
Are you a little scared that T. Higgins and Jamar Chase are on this team?
Absolutely. I mean,
are you a little bit scared of that?
I think they're like 7.5-point favorites.
Yeah, 7.5 is what they opened at.
Yeah,
the T. Higgins guy's good.
Yes, I'm nervous. No, I'm not scared.
I don't know if they're going to have safeties. It's going to be a.
Well, yeah, that was nobody's talking about too. I mean, that was a big factor there. 2 safeties.
Back-to-back plays.
Yeah.
Back-to-back plays you lost.
Big time.
You lost Jimmy Ward. Soft tissue again.
Mm-hmm.
And then you lost MJ Stewart.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. We'll also see how, Dameon Pierce lines up this week. And that would lead into maybe some game stuff too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think
just
so.
Another weapon.
I think so. I mean, especially if Cincinnati's going to be that bad against.
Yeah.
Will it be a little troubling if they can't run the ball against Cincinnati?
If
it's like similar to
they haven't run the ball well against really anyone, including teams that were on the bottom.
I mean, troubling.
So no surprise.
Troubling. I don't know about troubling. Would it shock me if they can't run the ball against Cincinnati? Probably not, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
It is what it
Rush
is.
defense right now, some of the bottom 5 teams, Saints and Steelers.
Yeah.
They can, so they're not running the ball against anyone right now. Pass the ball.
Pass the damn ball. That's what OG says. Coming up, the hits are lit. My goodness. Just when you thought news couldn't get worse for the Astros, there's some rumblings that could make you even more concerned about those World Series champs plus college football. A lot of crazy sounds from that. And D'Amico Ryan speaks on the 2 biggest heroes from yesterday's game. The hits are lit next.
Just how Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
My goodness, the hits are too damn lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Coach, Cap. What do you think of C.J. Stroud's performance? Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the history C.J. Stroud made yesterday at NRG.
It's a gutsy performance from him. Wasn't all clean, but he gutted it out. He was tough in the pocket, made some plays, right? Made some big-time throws for us. And the receivers, they were reliable for him. They made those catches. They made tough catches, made big plays for us. So it's all those guys working together. But C.J. was just a very gutsy performance by him.
All right, there you go. Gutsy is the word. Gutsy by C.J. Stroud.
Is it okay to disagree with him a little bit? D'Amico?
I don't know. Is that a rule not to?
That's what I'm saying. Because we're all so happy.
Yeah.
I didn't think gutsy. Gutsy wasn't the first. I just thought awesome, especially in the second half.
Actually, guy.
No, I like gutsy is like,
hey, actually, guy here.
Josh Dobbs. That was gutsy.
What the hell did he do? He showed up.
After 5 days.
Yeah, so what?
So what?
So what?
We'll get to that. Baker Mayfield was gutsy. He's not expected to do
man.
He's not expected to do
Getting
those
a leg hike on CJ's guts.
No, I'm just saying he was just flat out awesome.
Do you have it? Guts. No, according to J-Lo.
That's a throwback. I heard that in my dreams over when I was younger.
Not according to J-Lo. Do you have it? Guts. Nope.
He was just awesome.
Just awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, not guts.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah, so what?
46 seconds.
That was just awesomeness on display.
It's not gutsy?
I guess you could throw that in
Diving
there.
in the 2-point conversion, that's not
this
gutsy?
Way, that wasn't the first thing I thought.
Fourth center that you've had, that's not gutsy?
Well, it's gutsy for the center.
Well, CJ's behind him.
Well, yeah. Send it a hell job.
What about Dare? Let's see if John Lopez has an issue with D'Amico here. This is D'Amico talking about Dare's performance, field goal. First non-kicker to kick a field goal in 19 years, going back to Wes Welker in 2004. What were you doing?
But Dare stepping in, he did a really nice job for us. When you lose your kicker, that's tough. What are you going to do? Your whole game plan changes. But Dare, he stepped up big time for us. For him to be able to kick off as many times as he did, create some touchbacks. But also for him, right, to kick the field goal, we were confident he can make it from there. He proved us right. So credit to Dare. He's truly player of the game. For him stepping up the way he did for us, it's outstanding by him.
All right, I'm going to disagree with Coach.
He was one of the players.
He's not player of the game.
He was one of them.
Player of the game is C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Okay? There's people who damn sure wasn't yesterday, but there's people who kicked that field goal after tailgates with Cecil Shorts on the field. Now, that guy yesterday almost kicked his shoe through the damn
Didn't it go straight up?
thing. Yeah, his shoe
He
went
kicked
up.
the shoe and actually caught the shoe in the air.
Yeah. But, yeah, I would disagree with D'Amico. So you disagree with him on CJ. I'm disagreeing with him. Dare was not the player of the game. The player of the game was number 7.
But Dare, what he did.
Wasn't that a gutsy performance by Dare? Would you say that's kind of gutsy?
I'll say that was gutsy. I mean, especially
not just awesome.
Not just awesome. Because
what he did was great.
It was gutsy, especially the pressure kick.
Okay.
Like if Fairbairn was lining
trying
up,
to follow your rules. Sir.
If Fairbairn was lining up a 29-yard field goal, we'd be confident but nervous. Can you imagine with him?
You'd be about 29
because
for Fairbairn?
Anybody, you can miss from anywhere. I mean, block.
I'd be confident.
Block.
That close, I probably wouldn't be nervous.
I'd be, like I said, I'd be confident.
I'd be fine.
But nervous. But for him to do it, it was like unbelievable.
Yeah, it was huge.
Yeah.
It's a big play. Gutsy, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. C.J. Stroud, he had a message for his offensive lineman. He's on his fourth center. Got Laramie Tunsil, got Titus Howard playing somewhere else. Here was C.J. Stroud, what he said his message was to his offensive lineman before that drive.
I challenged them guys at the beginning of the week. And, man, y'all are the heartbeat of this team. We move our line. Simple and plain as that. We have, I think, the best left tackle in the league, especially when it comes to pass blocking. And then everybody else, like Titus, has filled into a new role. Dieter steps in. Shaq has been solid all year. George has been solid all year. Like, those guys up front are very special. And I told them boys, like, we're going to go as far as y'all take us. Of course, I got to make the plays and throw the ball where I got to go, but I can't do none of that without y'all. So they had a great game. I think I only got sacked twice. And I appreciate those guys for just battling and fighting. And I just told them, like, man, we're gonna go win this game. I don't know if y'all believe it or not, but I know I believe it. And I know y'all looking me in my eyes, y'all can tell. We went out there and we did it, man. And by the glory of God, now we're 4-4.
There you go.
Not wrong. That was a great effort.
Dieter, man.
Maybe jump on the fumble.
How about Dieter doing it? Well, Laremy Tunsil. What do you want him to do? Die for it? Got beat by Shaq. Just kind of chilling.
Oh, that's the ball, isn't it? Right there on the ground.
Thank you, Fant.
Good job, George.
Just chilling.
Good job. Well, thanks for getting that for us, George.
Chilling, man. Man. Just got completely like strip sack, beat, and then just chilling.
And then watch the play unfold.
He was even like dusting off his jersey.
Yeah, he was.
He was like tucking his jersey in. Tunsil. Go back and watch that. If y'all want to see the strip sack on 3rd and 18 where Fant recovered at the 11, go back and watch Laremy Tunsil on that play.
He's like, "Go, George, go!"
Like, I don't want to get no grass stains on me, man.
I'm good.
Yeah.
College football weekend. Some of the most exciting college football that you will see during the season for sure. Texas survives over Kansas State 33-30 in overtime. Kansas State elected to go for the win instead of tying the game. Texas thanking Kansas State for that. A&M falls to Ole Miss 38-35. John Lopez was in attendance, missed field goal at the end. Thought that one was going to go to overtime, and we were going to have two of the premier teams in Texas in OT. Here was Lane Kiffin after the game. Listen to his peanut gallery. Good Lord, Ole Miss media. Like, I didn't know this was this funny. This was him talking about his interaction with his quarterback at the end of the game.
Jackson came off and was like, "We scored too fast." I'm like, "Can you be positive, please?" And then he's like, "They're going to make the kick." And I'm like, "Can you be positive?" So finally after the game, he goes, "All right, I'll stop being negative." I think he was watching too much Bobby Knight this week about the power of negative thinking.
That was a hell of a game.
Was that Richard Pryor?
Yeah, it wasn't that funny. Both of those, I didn't get to watch. Obviously, I was at the Ole Miss game, so I didn't get to watch Texas other than highlights. That Ole Miss A&M game was. I had a great time. You would think it'd be like, oh great, here they go. Because I'm already kind of to the point where, hey, it's all gravy at this point, and I don't think Jimbo should come back. And it was a hell of an atmosphere, hell of a game. Great friends that we hung out with for about 3 days, 2.5 days. It was just a blast. It was a blast, beginning to end. I mean, I wish they would have made that field goal or scored, but it was a blast.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, it was.
Glad you had a good time, John.
1,000 miles driving.
Glad you had a good time, man.
I had a great time.
You sound like a chick that goes to the basketball game just to sit courtside.
I'm just glad everybody had fun.
Congratulations.
Hey, do you blame them?
I'm just glad everyone had fun.
There you go. Good for you.
My man is checked out.
Goodness
gracious. I am.
Clemson 31, Notre Dame 23. Dabo Swinney had the controversy with the phone caller last week, and he has advice. He has stock advice for all you folks out there that watch college football.
And I'm really proud of we ain't had much go our way this year, but the one thing that has shown up every week is the heart and the fight of Clemson. And I know we're down and everybody's throwing dirt on us, but if Clemson's a stock, you better buy all you freaking can buy right now. Let's go.
All right, Coach. I don't know about that.
Yeah, let me do that.
I don't know about that.
Oklahoma State beats Oklahoma 27-24 in perhaps the final Bedlam game that we will see in a while. Alabama tops LSU 42-28. Local lad Jalen Milroe, 155 yards, 4 touchdowns rushing. 3 of those in the first half. The Cougs, they beat Baylor 25-24. Dana Holgerson, he held up the 2 fingers. Cougs scored. They could have tied it. He decided to go for 2. And the Cougs get that dub 25-24. And Washington tops USC, hands them their 3rd loss of the season. Caleb Williams after the game. So people were giving him a hard time about this. I kind of support it. This was Caleb Williams after the loss talking about what his plans were following the game.
Caleb, obviously emotional after, tonight. I mean, you leave everything out there. What's kind of your emotional state, mentality right now, trying to process this and how the season's going?
I want to go home and cuddle with my dog and watch some shows. We lost the game. Something to work hard for throughout months, years, to have big games like this, try and go win, play your best. Each and every one of us. We came out with the loss today. So emotionally, I want to go home and I want to lay with my dog.
Isn't that what we all do? I mean, that's kind of what, you just want to be by yourself. And shout out to Gibson, who have watched a lot of late games with me after an Aggie loss. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that at all. By the way, what a great day to watch college football. Whoo, baby.
I watched 14 hours. I literally watched 14 hours.
I think I did too.
This is the day where wifey and the baby, they sleep till 2.
Yeah.
So just as long as the baby sleeps. The baby sleeps. For some reason, she sleeps on Saturday because I guess wifey doesn't have to get up. So I went downstairs. I watched K-State.
It was great.
We came down at 2. We watched OSU OU.
Mm-hmm.
We hung out throughout the day. I was in bed watching UCLA versus Oregon State, or Oregon State played Colorado, and then UCLA, they ended up losing.
We had where we were staying. He had 2 TVs going. One was Alabama, LSU. The other one was Washington, USC. What a way to end the night! It was a great day to watch college football.
John Heyman reports Shohei Ohtani's preferred destination is the Rangers. That's what John Heyman reports, followed by San Francisco and Los Angeles. So Shohei Ohtani apparently would like to go to the Rangers. That's a lot of money that they'd be spending.
Well, it wouldn't be the first.
Yeah.
I mean, they're known to spend some
apparently
money.
He's interested in the Rangers. That would be crazy. Mauricio Dubon, he won a Gold Glove. Jose Altuve gets hurt. Dubon goes in there. He wins a Gold Glove. How about that?
That is awesome.
And the Rockets, they got their second win on Saturday night. Dylan Brooks with 26 in the win. Smith and Van Vliet with 21 each. They got Sacramento again tonight. So congratulations to the Rockets on getting that dub, getting the job done. Shout out to Dylan Brooks for doing his thing.
Yeah. I mean,
they had a 27-point quarter.
Yeah, I'm just like,
they had a 27-point quarter, third quarter, combined.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't.
Combined.
It's hard to really kind of get a feel for this team until you watch some more. That was not pretty. That was not pretty at all.
They got the dub, though. Yeah. So good for them. 2 dubs right there. I heard something like, it's always funny because the local broadcast is kind of on like an island. Because you gotta hype it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But I heard like during it, it's like, and the rest of the league is definitely taking notice. And I'm like, I don't know.
I'm not so sure about that.
No,
look, nobody's dumping on them. It's just it's hard to get a good feel for this team.
Yeah, well, I mean,
and I still think they have some flaws.
Well, my problem is that the thing that you need the most, if you want like the most impactful thing that can happen, is Jalen Green being a franchise player. That ain't happening.
Right.
That ain't gonna happen.
Exactly.
So you got some good pieces. Good for Jabari for having a good game, but yeah, kind of in a weird spot.
And by the way, Dylan Brooks is fitting in. At the start of the year, I was kind of like,
he's doing his thing. Yeah,
I don't know about that. No,
I enjoy him.
He's absolutely fitting in.
I enjoy the hell out of him. Coming up, a death and a birth. That was what we witnessed yesterday. We will relive the birth and the death that took place on the shoulders of C.J. Stroud next.
Monday Night Football is on Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I want you to text in and be honest with me. Shout out to the loopholes if you listen, you are. I want you to be honest. Because I'm not judging you, because when it happened, I understood. I completely understood. Your time is valuable, traffic sucks, all that. But there were a decent amount of you people, and I do mean you people.
You people?
You people.
Yeah.
That when there were 46 seconds remaining, and the Texans were trailing late in this ball game,
gone.
They were leaving.
Yeah.
They were leaving.
I don't blame them.
I saw you.
Yeah.
Text in 713-572-4610. Did you leave? Because I saw you. And then it happened. C.J. Stroud to Dalton Schultz. Nice little chunk. Timeout. C.J. Stroud again. Dalton Schultz. Noah Brown. Spiked the ball. Tank Dell. Sideline. Toe tap. Review D's nuts. We don't even need that. And then C.J. Stroud goes back to pass. Tank Dell in the end zone. Texans win. Texans win. A lot of people hearing about it, either on the PA on the way out, on the radio, or they heard that loud-ass crowd. It wasn't a deep crowd, but they heard that loud-ass crowd.
I got to say, people tried to turn around and go back?
For sure.
They're watching the TVs as they're heading
I love when people do that.
For sure.
They leave and they're like, oh, wait, man, let me try to go back.
Yeah.
Now, I got to say this, though. We've seen the Texans blow leads late and been unable to overcome them. Two of them from fellow NFC South opponents. But I think tomorrow, or yesterday, I should say, is the death of losing hope and losing faith in your team as long as there's time on the clock. The Texans now have, and you hear this all the time when you're watching a football game, when a team has a good quarterback. What do they say as soon as the other team scores?
They left too much time on the clock.
Too much time on the clock for him.
Yeah.
The Texans
they have that guy.
The Texans have a left too much time on the clock guy on their squad. And quite frankly, I think this not only impacts the mindset of the fan base. And again, I'm not judging you because I understand. I was staying around just because whatever. I gotta see what happens.
Yeah.
So I'm not judging you. But this impacts the opposing offense. This impacts everything. This is the revelation in the end of losing hope and going into games hopeless and going into games feeling defeated. Yesterday was the start of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned birth and a death. We're going to get to the birth, but let's talk about that right there because I mentioned earlier I wanted to bring this up at noon, and I'm going to do it right now. The feeling you have with this team is not just that. It is. You have that quarterback that is going to make defensive coordinators think, make offensive coordinators think when they're trying to maybe tie or go ahead at the end of a game. It's going to make fans realize you stay put because we've got C.J. Stroud. We've got a team that can win no matter the circumstances. But it's also about just the general feeling and the birth of Texans fans being back in completely. Like back in completely. We've wondered since they hired DeMeco Ryans, is this going to do it? Then there's kind of a rebirth of Cal McNair and Hannah McNair's image, and they're more connected to fans. And
I don't think it's a rebirth. I think it's a birth.
A birth, yeah. And then like the whole H-Town stuff and the color. We're wondering is how much of that is going to really bring fans back. And it did maybe here and there.
Yeah.
This is bringing everybody.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you saw the vibe, the national, all that type of stuff. Like we talked about, like the opportunity to captivate. They've got your attention.
Yeah,
they've got your attention. If they split the next two games, I'm laying out a split. Maybe I'm sleeping on CJ. Maybe I'm throwing stones in my glass house. 713-572-46. I said it.
You said that before. I'm thinking like, damn, is it for sure they're gonna lose to the Bengals?
Hey, 5-5. I'm crawling before I walk. 5-5.
You don't want 6-4?
I mean, I'll take it. But yeah, 5-5.
I guess I'll take 6-4.
On the text line, Reaction Monday. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. You are some honest SOBs. 713, I leave early regardless of the situation. I hate traffic. I don't think you avoided much traffic yesterday, but okay. 281, I left with 39 seconds left. 936, I'll admit, I left early, heard the screams in the parking lot. 832, I stayed. I have no voice today. Shout out to you. 832, no, sir, we didn't leave. CJ dropped his balls. Way to go. 281, did not leave until it was over. So shout out to you. Again, not judging you, not sitting here on some sort of soapbox. I would not blame you, quite honestly. Like, I would not blame you because of what we've seen from this team.
Yeah. Not even
history, like not even talking about same old Texans. From this team. This team has blown leads late. So I think there's the death of that, and I think it's the birth of C.J. Stroud, face of franchise, the end. I go to these fan council things, and I hear all these ideas. I hear all these, like a bunch of fans are, like, throwing out ideas, and you know the business people are trying to figure out, like, what can we do? Do we need to have, Slim Thug go throw up the H and make a T-shirt and all this stuff? And that's great.
Yeah.
It's really not that difficult anymore. You have a quarterback, adjust accordingly. That's your guy, C.J. Stroud. You don't have to overthink this.
And that's the birth we're talking about. What we saw yesterday from C.J. Stroud, quite simply.
And the crowd, by the way, it might not have been a deep crowd. Y'all were loud.
Yeah.
Y'all were aware. Y'all knew what was going on. So all you people out there, whether you left early or not, when y'all were in those stands, that place was loud as hell, and the home field advantage, I think it's coming back. I think yesterday was the start of that, too. I don't think we're going to see as many empty seats moving forward.
I agree, and when you talk about the birth of something, that's it. Quite simply, yesterday put the Texans in position to do anything. Now, clearly, this team needs parts.
Clearly, we're still in it. We're in a fun part. We're in a fun phase.
I'm not talking about this year, but with C.J. Stroud, you have a championship-level quarterback. You have a guy that can win late. You have a guy that can carry you to anywhere your imagination thinks this team can go in the next few years. That's how important this guy is. That's how good he is. And that's what yesterday did. I'll take it a step further because I was actually texting with one of my longtime friends, big-time loophole. He's been going to games since the 70s, and he brought something up. Shout out to Mark Bowman.
Don't tell me you compared him to Warren Moon.
No.
Okay.
Even bigger than that. And I didn't roll my eyes. He says the feeling I got. The feeling that he got is the same as when Earl had the Monday night game against the Dolphins. That feeling being we've got what it takes to win a Super Bowl. Maybe not this year, maybe not, ever if things don't go right. But you have what it takes. This is a guy that's been growing up on Houston football, and I actually agreed with him. Like the feeling you have as a fan and the reality of having a player like that, like C.J. Stroud, puts you in position to say we can do anything if they build it right.
I want to just talk like Texans because I'm gonna.
No, I get it.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not. I get what he said. I'm just saying when I ask this question, I just want to talk Texans. I don't want to bring Warren and I don't want to bring Pastorini into the discussion. From like an individual quarterback performance, is that the best that you've seen for a Houston Texan? Because I do think you have to factor in, one, he's a rookie. Two, the wide receiver who he targets the most was out. Three, he didn't have a kicker in the second half.
Yeah.
So I do think that needs to be taken into account. And, oh, by the way, Tampa Bay has the best red zone defense in the NFL. Their third down defense is not good. Tampa Bay has literally the best red zone defense in the NFL. So when you get in there without the kicker, you're going against a pretty damn good red zone defense. From a point of view of just a quarterback,
Texans,
I think that this is up there. The only one that even comes to mind is Deshaun Watson against Buffalo. Deshaun saves our butts. Bill O'Brien has a crappy game plan. Deshaun Watson with the spin out. You win the playoff game. You advance to the divisional round against Kansas City. That was 2019. But as far as just like an individual QB performance, I think this is up there with that. As a matter of fact, I would put it slightly above.
I would. Let's be clear. This is the greatest performance that a Houston Texans quarterback has ever had. Houston Texans.
You hit 4 different receivers. You threw 5 touchdowns. You didn't throw an interception. You had a rookie record, 470 yards passing.
Perfect quarterback rating.
Perfect QBR on first and second down. Oh, by the way, you won the game by 2 points. You ran in a 2-point conversion, so you got to take that into account.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the best individual quarterback performance in Houston Texans history.
Yes, and you said something earlier that I hadn't even really considered, because I think the Offensive Rookie of the Year, whatever, it's over.
It's over.
They should take him off the board. And I wouldn't be surprised if Vegas does take him off the board, here in the next couple of weeks, because he's minus 550 to win it right now. But you said, how about MVP? Well, how about MVP?
I mean, that's what people were saying to me, and I kind of rolled my eyes, but then I thought about, who is the MVP right now?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for a while, people were talking about Tua. Mahomes is having a down year. Who is the MVP right now? If the Texans get into the playoffs, let's say the Texans get into the playoffs. I mean, it's crazy, but is it?
We don't want to believe it, do we? Because we're just kind of beaten down.
No, I don't mind believing it.
But it's real.
No, I don't mind believing it because I think that, I think that it's the – last year, in Brian Dable's first year with the Giants made the playoffs, but we said, man, that was fluky. That wasn't. This just seems like the start of something. You don't want to get ahead of yourself, but it just seems like kind of the start of something.
Well, because you've always had to do it with mirrors, kind of, as a Texan. When they had, Arian and Andre and JJ, you're like, well, let's see what Matt Schaub can do. When they had Deshaun Watson, it was, oh boy, how's Bill O'Brien going to screw this up? And some of the other shortcomings. You don't have to do it with mirrors anymore because you've got the trigger man that is going to be able to carry this team. And by the way, head coach, offensive coordinator, obviously a young team that's going to continue to get better. You don't have to do it like that anymore. And when you have that quarterback, there are maybe 8 quarterbacks in the NFL that are good enough with a better cast, obviously supporting cast, to win a Super Bowl. C.J. Stroud is one of those 8. He's one of the 8, in my view, that has what it takes. Now, he doesn't have the supporting cast of, Patrick Mahomes or even Tua, for that matter. But he has what it takes as a quarterback.
Definitely not Tua.
Definitely not Tua. Definitely not.
Definitely.
And even really like Josh Allen, when some of the players that he's got around him.
Yeah, there's a lot more invested there. There's been a couple of times where you've left that stadium and you've just kind of had that feeling where everyone you make eye contact with is going to want to high five you.
Mm-hmm.
Like in recent history, the Titans game where Deshaun just completely thumped them in 2017. I think they put a half a hundo on him. The Dylan Cole pick six, and then the Buffalo game where Deshaun did what he did. Like that was it. And then you had yesterday, and I do anticipate the vibes being a hell of a lot stronger than they've been. 100%. Like there's no doubt about it. Like he's the national toast of the town, and I don't even blame people for not buying in early. They didn't deserve. They haven't. Based on how they functioned the last few years, they didn't deserve the benefit of the doubt, but at this point, they kind of do.
I don't blame people even now after seeing and witnessing it, maybe even in person, saying, "Yeah, but we're the Texans." I get that you've just been beaten down. You're not used to having nice things, all that stuff. But I'm here to tell you, you do have that guy, and the most important aspect of all that is really not even. I mean, it is, but it's not even just like D'Amico and Slowick and CJ. It's the teammates. Like we heard Tank Dell, we heard Jalen Petrie, we heard all these players saying, "Oh yeah,
Nico,
oh yeah." Well, we've got that guy. We had all the confidence, and the big tell there is when they went down in 46 seconds and scored the winning touchdown. It was almost matter of fact, like it was almost like predisposed. I mean, they knew predetermined. They knew they were going to get this done. Why is that? Because they had the guy. The guy at quarterback.
On the text line, the 832 rookie Watson in Seattle. That was on the road.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't the vibe at NRG. So it wasn't really the same thing. Lamar Jackson, he probably gets some MVP votes for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, I mean, he might be the front runner right now. I would think. Is that?
I'm trying to think.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, and then the team is tied for the best record.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Lamar.
Yeah. But he's got a lot of pieces around him too, as we well know.
Does he?
Running backs coming along.
Yeah, they did rush for 290 yesterday.
Yeah,
it's pretty good, I think.
How about the Texans? What'd they rush for?
53, I think.
Something like
that. Did you feel like Dameon Pierce was vindicated yesterday? I saw that yesterday. I was like, I was on the stream, Locker Room stream on YouTube. Subscribe to that. And someone was like, I guess Dameon Pierce. I'm like, so you're telling me, sir,
that they would have had a better running game yesterday?
I mean, they had 3.1 yards per carry. He's 3 yards per carry. But you're telling me that after that game, with what happened, the fact that they won that game, your first inclination and your first instinct is to act like Dameon Pierce was vindicated?
See there?
Dude, you got to be a miserable SOB if that's your first thought.
No, not at all.
If that is the first thing that you said was that Dameon Pierce was vindicated, then that, man, I do not want to party with you.
Yeah, because they were not gonna have a good running game no matter who was yesterday, no matter who was carrying the ball. And they became the team that said, you know what, CJ, go win it. CJ is our guy, let's pass it.
0061 keeps asking this, and 0061 is one of our funniest texters. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Where is Stingley? Is he even on the sidelines?
Now that I don't know.
What is he? What's he doing?
I don't know.
Is he alive?
What is Derek Stingley doing?
No, really.
Yes, really.
What's he up to?
I don't know.
He might be on that Kenyon Green IR.
Boy. Speaking of which.
Yeah, speaking of him.
Steven Nelson got kind of cooked on that Mike Evans play.
That guy's on. How about sporting his Astros gear in the state coming into the stadium?
Yeah, he did his
Mike
thing.
Evans. That was pretty sweet. This just in, he's pretty dang good. He's pretty good. No question about that.
Yeah.
Do you think the Texans are regretting not making a move at the trade deadline?
No. Stay pat, man. Keep the powder dry.
And I'm the guy that said stay pat.
Yeah, stand pat. Figure it out. Evaluate these guys. See what's up, and then adjust accordingly. I do think that the Texans should be in the market for an elite running back. I don't think it's as expensive as it once was. So, with these guys and drafting, I think the next step is you got to get the running game right, because once C.J. Stroud has, the dude doesn't have a running game.
Nothing.
Like, there's not even a threat of it.
Right.
They should have made a move for a running back, man.
Would have been costly, man. And you know I was against that.
But I mean, you could sign Saquon, you could sign Eckler, you could sign Jacobs, you could sign Derrick Henry in the offseason, and then I would still draft a running back too.
Or just draft one in the first round. Draft the best running back.
Second round, whatever. I don't even know if there's a first round guy right now, but just get the backs and let's eat.
Yes.
And by the way, I'm never going to call Devin Singletary motor.
Mm-hmm.
He's Devin Singletary.
He doesn't. Yeah.
They got to stop. Stop. I don't. He's Devin Singletary.
No, I look. I'm the guy that said, 2025. I'm Mr. 2025. Build and get there by then. And I think if their priorities have changed now. They can play defense. They're going to add to the defense and get better, whether it's free agency or draft or whatever. Make your priority in the offseason running back.
Yeah.
Running back.
Do what San Francisco's
done. They can find receivers and take them to another level.
Get them in.
Get a running back.
Multiples.
Yes.
Get that run game right.
Yeah.
Get it going.
Totally agree.
Texas Star Grill Shop. Let's get you a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop and a chance to win a case of OG sauce and a Traeger grill. How about that?
That is awesome.
Get me a Traeger grill. That's for damn sure.
And some OG sauce.
All you got to do is call 713-572-4610. Be caller number 7. You know why? You know what number 7 is. Number 7. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. You're going to win some goodies from Texas Star Grill Shop. Coming up. Man, it's time. I've got a lot to get off my chest. Hell of a lot to get off my chest. Lunchtime confessions coming up next on Reaction Monday.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
There was something about yesterday's game that flat out disappointed me. Flat out. And that's something. Could you imagine if Tank Dell had kept number 13? I am dead serious. That 713 thing would have been a marketing bonanza, like few other things, organically that we've seen in this town. Like, because obviously he's been a big part of this offense. The 713 connection for the win against Tampa, the 713 connection all this season, the 713 connection.
Kind of glad they didn't.
No, you're not.
Nah, I kind of am. It was getting
Why?
low.
How?
Just let Tank Dell be Tank Dell.
Yes.
CJ Stroud be CJ Stroud.
He would have made more money.
I'm glad they didn't.
On merch? Figgy?
Merch? What do you mean made more money?
713.
We're good. What about the 832? We're good.
Who's 832?
Do your thing, Tank.
I was like, can you imagine if that was still the 713 connection? This town would be going nuts. Everybody would have shirts. Mark Vandermeer would use it, of course. 713.
I think Andre tried to use it yesterday. He brung it up, like how he changed the number.
Yeah,
he tried to make that little connection and mention how he changed the number.
That would
and
have
all
been
that.
awesome.
I'm glad he changed.
I can't believe you believe that.
I was getting tired of it. I was getting kind of tired.
You're just being tired of it.
I was getting tired of it. I was getting tired of the 713 stuff. Just let him go do some work.
Oh man, I don't buy that.
These are my confessions.
Motor don't hit. I can't call Devin Singletary Motor. I like Devin Singletary, but he's Devin Singletary to me. He's going by the government. I'm not going. He's going by his government name. I'm not going with that.
I'm with you. I think it just doesn't fit him, right? Much less they're not exactly running the ball a lot real well.
Yeah, I'm not going to call him Motor. They call him that. The first time I was like, who's that?
Yeah, who's Motor?
Yeah, who's that?
See, but okay, that's a contrived nickname. Whereas the 713 would have been badass.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, the number of people that are trying to rewrite history regarding the Texans winning at Indianapolis last season is driving me nuts.
Whoa, the Lovie Smith thing?
It's driving me.
Y'all need to thank Lovie.
No. You always want to control your draft fortune.
Yeah.
You always do.
Yeah, always.
And they had no control.
Yeah, always.
And if they had the number one pick, they might have still gone with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and there's a chance that someone trades up and takes C.J. Stroud. Like, you eliminate all hope. Maybe you evaluate and like C.J. I don't know. They like Bryce.
Y'all going to apologize to Lovie? No,
I'm not. I'm not.
No.
That was stupid.
And a lot of stuff could have happened, man.
Yeah, that was dumb.
When if somebody really wanted, when if Carolina really wanted Bryce and they traded up for Bryce and we traded back up to 2, it could have been all type of stuff.
Yeah, you eliminate the thing. And the whole thing
and
is...
it's all over. Y'all ready to apologize now?
No.
That was the best thing that happened. No.
Apologize for what?
No.
I'm not. And no, I wanted, I wanted Bryce Young. It worked out. The Patriots didn't want Tom Brady. The 49ers didn't want Joe Montana. The Packers lucked into Aaron Rodgers. Like, it happens.
Yes.
But yes, I'm glad the way that stuff worked out. But Lovey ain't getting crap from me.
Yeah.
Watch this.
This was Mike McDaniel's interaction with a London reporter before the Dolphins lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. This is Mike McDaniel, who used to work with D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick in San Francisco, now the head coach at Miami. This was his interaction with the London reporter.
Hey, Coach. I just wanted to ask you about the evolution of your scheme in terms of, you started off last year running kind of kamikaze-style RPOs with Tua making sort of first-level reads but pushing the ball vertically down the field with post wheel and rail wheel. And into year 2, the evolution has been so quick, and now you're much more condensed between the numbers. The route depths look a bit different in terms...
No, but, how awesome is this? Clearly you have an accent, and you
you know exactly what you're talking about. So I'm honored that you're watching our tape.
But there are even some sort of Mike Shanahan elements in terms of Tua turning his back to the defense off the play.
Now you're just flexing.
Now I'm just
yeah.
But I just wondered whether or not, in terms of the speed, obviously there's a reason for the evolution. But I wondered in terms of the speed of the evolution.
All right. I think the NFL needs London, man. I don't know to what extent, but I think the NFL needs London. I don't know if that means you have a team in London. I don't know if that means that there's a game in London every week or what, but turning on the TV at 8:30 a.m. and watching a football game into the noon games, it just kind of hits. The fans are into it. They clearly value the game and they research it. And I'll take it to this. If you ever go on YouTube, and I know there's a lot of people who probably won't be able to relate to this, the best wrestling history movies, all those guys have British accents. They're laying out the history of wrestling, and they have these British accents, and they're doing perfect videos. I think we need the passion of London sports fans in the NFL in a big way. Maybe this is enough, but I kind of saw light yesterday with that Mike McDaniel interaction.
Yeah, and look, I've been saying that for a while now. Not always. It's just been the last couple of years where I'm like, this is
they like it.
This is
they
cool.
like
This
it.
is
It's
good.
not. It's not like they don't give a damn.
But
they like it.
It's definitely not. Obviously, yesterday's game was in Germany, but the London media was all about it because London loves football. So it was. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is a tough one to admit.
Okay.
This is a tough one to admit.
Okay.
What was my betting strategy going into the Aggie Ole Miss?
You said you're going to bet on Ole Miss.
I did.
Did you bet 500?
So we stopped in Hammond, Louisiana to spend the night on.
Was it 2?
What?
The spread was 2 or 1?
It was 3.5.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was 3.5. So I get to the hotel room in Hammond Thursday night, and we're just going to get up early Friday and drive on to Oxford. Open my MGM app. Start making a couple of bets. Come to the Aggie game. Couldn't pull the trigger.
Well, good for you.
Couldn't pull the trigger, man.
Lost.
Tyler, I'm sorry.
The Aggies covered.
But
the Aggies covered.
I won. I still won. I still got my money back. And then there's a second part to this confession.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Winning a couple of $100 as a consolation prize didn't make it any better. No. It didn't. I had this great strategy. Well, at least I get a couple $100. Nah, didn't make it that much better at all.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I had a true 14-hour college football day on Saturday. I watched it from 11 to 1.
Yeah.
No lie.
Yeah.
11 to 1.
It was a great day.
It was awesome.
And it's getting better.
It was awesome.
Like the college football schedule the next couple of weeks, it's going to be plant yourself.
It's remarkable.
Plant yourself on your couch or your favorite chair and just start watching.
And this was a hell of a weekend. God, that was
so good.
Man.
The night games were awesome.
Sick.
Mm-hmm. Fired a defensive coordinator, though.
Watch this.
USC.
These are my confessions.
So the Houston Texans tweeted this, and I was like, who the hell is that? The Houston Texans spotted at NRG Stadium, and I went, all right, who is this?
I had no idea.
And then
I'll be real, I had no idea.
And then I went, no, really, who is this? Figgy, help me out. Landry, help me out.
You wasn't alone.
Yeah, I had
the
no
comments
idea.
did not know who he was.
I had no clue.
Don Tolliver?
I've heard some of his stuff, but I had no idea what he looked
like.
So
Don Tolliver is a rapper / singer.
I did not know what he looked like. I had no idea.
You have to. There's a line for when you, because they tweeted spotted at NRG Stadium.
And I think even some of the people acting like they knew didn't know.
For sure.
Honestly, I'm a Don Tolliver fan. I didn't know that. I ain't know. The only reason I knew because I think they posted something.
No tag.
And they tagged his name at that time. But this one, I was thinking like
no tag.
There's a level. There's a level of stardom where you just have to.
Beyonce, you don't have to tag her name.
Exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this is a 2-part confession. Okay, I went chain crazy this weekend.
Chain.
Oh,
meals?
Restaurant chain nuts. Like I am on. I might just drink water today. I might be on a cleanse. So yesterday I had Olive Garden. I had Never Ending Pasta.
Okay.
Friday I went to Chewy's.
Wow.
Got me some ranch dip, Got me those Boom Boom enchiladas. Got me a couple Chewy's brews. I was going and shout out to Brandon up there at Chewy's. It was a very enjoyable experience. Now, at 8:50, when I was at Chewy's, I kid you not, and I probably should not be admitting this to our loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. At 8:50, I looked up. And it was the first time that I realized that the NBA games that I was watching were part of this in-season tournament. I had no idea.
The only thing that told me
Friday,
was the courts.
God. And I completely didn't even know. At 8:50 was when I realized that corny-ass disgrace of a tournament was going on.
The only reason
this
I
is
realized,
a joke.
when I saw the courts, I said, "Oh, it must be the tournament."
Dude, I had no idea that it was happening now.
Yeah,
because I watched some football on Friday. I was watching some football. I had no idea that was when these games were going on.
Yeah,
no idea,
and it didn't make it any more interesting. Like, did you?
Those
all of a
courts
sudden,
are awful.
That's the only reason I knew it was going on.
Those courts are awful. You know, you run a bad league and you've done a good job running a league when you're trying to be more like a version of your sport that basically copied you. You remember the early 90s when Michael Jordan and all these, I'm turning into that guy. I'm turning into that back in the day guy.
Yeah.
But you remember when they used to, like, when you see those Dream Team videos, even the 96 Dream Team, even Dream Team 2, even Dream Team 3, when they used to go to like China or Europe or something like that, and they were treated like the Beatles on steroids.
Yeah.
Now Adam Silver's such an idiot of a commissioner. They're trying to copy FIFA basketball.
Yeah.
That's a disgrace.
Yeah.
That would be like the Premier League saying, "You know what? We got to be more like the MLS." It'll never happen because they don't have idiots running the league. Adam Silver is an absolute disgrace.
Or I was going to say like the NFL trying to copy the XFL.
Exactly.
No, you know
the
what?
XFL did have some good camera views.
You ever come across some highlights of like some prospect or something playing in like Korea?
Yeah.
And the court is all crazy.
Yeah, like, what is that?
I'm like, wow, they must be playing in Korea or Thailand or something. That's what I thought. Like, where are the Hawks in Korea?
What are you doing, sir? Just absolute nuts.
What are the Atlanta Hawks doing playing in Korea?
It's like, damn, that's going on?
Yeah.
The hell have you done to this league?
And then the color of the court is like, it's not even our color.
Dude, it's not even, it doesn't even look good on TV.
Did y'all see Indiana's court?
Did you see the Mavs and Nuggets?
Yeah.
Dude, I couldn't see the ball.
I'm telling you, it's true.
Gosh, unbelievable.
I have a quickie related to your food.
Yeah, go ahead.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't care if you're gone for 3 days or 3 months. The first thing you eat when you come back to town is Mexican food.
Oh, for sure.
Like, we were just gone 3 days.
Yeah, no doubt.
We got home last night.
have to.
I said, "What do you want?"
Yeah,
we said it at the same time.
Yeah,
Mexican food.
Yeah, cleanse it.
It's unlike anything else in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to. Coming up, let's look ahead. Let's look at the short-term and long-term future. John Lopez says the future is Texan, and it is as simple as that. What the hell is he talking about? Let's make sense of it next.
CJ Stroud has arrived. 400. It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The headline is simple for Lopez. The future is Texan. Simple as that. Lay it out for the folks here on Reaction Monday.
Let me lay it out for you. It is an exciting time, and here's why the future is Texan. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but let me lay it out. This is my opinion, my list. How many quarterbacks do you have confidence with the right cast can win a Super Bowl? Win a Super Bowl. I'll go through them quickly. Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and C.J. Stroud. We know that now. I don't think anybody, even the most beaten down Texans fan, is going to say, "Hey, tap the brakes on that." No, we know. We've seen enough. The guy is going to be Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, and is going to be a Pro Bowler and could well be in the MVP discussion. And that is after what happened last year and where they are in terms of running game and shortcomings and injuries and everything else. You can win a Super Bowl with C.J. Stroud. So that leads to the point. The future is Texan. Here's why the future is Texan.
Okay.
And I know you guys were giving me, you especially, were giving me a hard time about 2025.
Never happens.
Never. I never give you a hard time about 2025. Over the next 5 years, but let's say over the next 2 years, you surround C.J. Stroud with the right people, with the young receivers, the way the receivers.
Well, he's on that rookie deal.
And he's on the rookie deal, which gives you more flexibility in a number of ways. You're going to be able to make a run. That sounds crazy. And then there's the kind of the organic, hard to really explain with data and statistics. He's, as Tank Dell said, as Jalen Petrie just said, he's different. He's special. We know those quarterbacks when we see him. And that is C.J. Stroud. Keep in mind, not only did he have a so-so game last week that he came back from, he had a running game this week that had 53 yards. He didn't have a kicker that could maybe bolster and help some drives. He was facing 46 seconds after, for the third time, mind you, the defense gave up a late lead, and it looked like that was going to be a bad ending again for the Texans. He has something that very few quarterbacks have. And then there's the statistical thing. He had a day yesterday. I'm going to give you some names.
Okay.
John Elway, Brett Favre, Jim Kelly, Steve Young, Troy Aikman, Andrew Luck, Dan Fouts, Roger Staubach. Pretty good, huh? Pretty good list?
Pretty good.
None of those guys have had a day like C.J. Stroud had yesterday. None. Zero. It's hard to believe, but it's true. That's the quarterback that you have. That's what you have to come to grips with no matter how much you've been beaten down. C.J. Stroud puts you in some rarefied air. That everything that you do, every decision you make, every move, the rest of the way has to center around C.J. Stroud and getting him what it takes to become and finally win, God, I can't believe I'm saying this, a Super Bowl in this city. You have him. You have the guy. It's an old saying. The kids like to say it. He is him. He's that guy. He is. He's that guy.
I just sometimes there's guys that burst onto the scene and then they kind of fall off a little bit, and there's reasons why it happens. I'm watching this and I just don't know. I don't know how this would not be sustainable. Like the way that it's being done, the way that the intangibles are clearly contagious, the way in which he plays, the way in which he communicates, not just with his teammates but his coaches. And we had the call out last week of Slowick, and then Slowick had kind of the call out of C.J. Stroud, and it was healthy. I don't know how this would not be sustainable.
Right. And in terms of the Houston Texans, even when you had all the other pieces and you surrounded the quarterback with a chance to maybe get to make a run, you had Matt Schaub, good quarterback, but not C.J. Stroud. When you had Deshaun Watson, you're feeling like, all right, this might be the guy. But you had Bill O'Brien. You had all kinds of shortcomings elsewhere on the roster. Then you had, the complete dismantling of the organization, with Jack Easterby and all that.
Yeah.
You've never had this where you have the head coach, the coordinator, ownership, stability, and the quarterback. You've never had that. Every single decision, like they should come to work today. All right, how are we doing this? I mean, we need to start planning. How are we going to support C.J. Stroud with everything that we have?
And I don't know that they are right now. Like that's the other thing, and I guess that's kind of encouraging. I guess it's discouraging in the short term, but I don't think that he has like the weaponry around him that a lot of people have. On the text line, the text line on Reaction Monday, someone said they were saying the same thing about Brock Purdy last year. Yeah, I don't know who they are. I didn't hear anyone saying
that's just not true.
That Brock Purdy, because it goes. I'm bringing this text up not to like dunk on the person that's saying it. Brock Purdy last year, like you would look at Brock Purdy and you would say, okay, that's a really good reflection of a coaching staff that can get the job done with multiple quarterbacks. Whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it's Brock Purdy, like that's a representation of a coaching staff that can get the job done. It's also a representation of a really, really elite defense and trading for Christian McCaffrey, and you didn't lose a game with him in the starting lineup until the NFC Championship game. I think you went 11 or 12-0 before you lost the game.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at C.J. Stroud right now, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. And I mean, these receivers are playing a hell of a lot better than we could have imagined, realistically.
Well, why is that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like I don't look at this situation and say, you could take any quarterback and this quarterback would be able to get the job done here. They can't run the football.
Yeah.
Like it's not, they can't, they are one of the worst rushing teams in the NFL. They got to be close to dead last after yesterday.
I'll look it up.
Like per game, they got to be close to dead last after yesterday.
Yeah.
Offensive line cannot run block. Offensive line, a lot of times CJ Stroud is buying time. Like there's I think there's a lot of quarterbacks that would get sacked. Like his ability to extend plays is way better than advertised. They don't have elite running backs. The tight end position, you have one guy who's having one of the best starts to his career in Dalton Schultz. So like I don't like the Brock Purdy thing. I think you looked at it and said, okay, he's doing it like he's got the perfect surroundings around him. I don't even know that you've even begun to make things perfect around CJ Stroud yet, unless you all of a sudden think Tank Dell and Nico Collins are really, really good receiving.
That's the thing.
duo.
Yeah, like all these receivers had questions, severe questions coming into the season, and now you're like, okay, we got the receivers. Why is that? That's because of him. Another texter said Carson Wentz. No, everybody had questions about Brock Purdy. Everybody had questions about. I mean, there was like, okay, this guy's really good. He's better than we thought.
He's playing better than. I mean, he was the last pick in the draft.
Yeah, and then Carson Wentz, people were like, wow, that guy was at an MVP level when he got hurt. But in terms of like what he did and the sustainability of it, I just don't see the same thing happen.
I'm all about a healthy amount of skepticism, and I think that a healthy amount of skepticism is good when it comes to fan expectations. I just don't see how you can have it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, unless, like, you got to tell me what you expect from the Texans or what you expected from the Texans, because they've surpassed the expectations. The most important thing was the quarterback. Like, that was the most important thing, and if you feel that you have that, then you should feel pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
And the Texans appear to have that. They appear to have a franchise type of quarterback, and the intangibles are what I love. Like, the intangibles are insane.
Yeah.
And I don't know how this wasn't, more discussed. Like, there were interviews where you're kind of like, oh, this guy's pretty sharp, but the intangibles just seem to be like, a lot of times, how when you watch someone and they're like not great in college, but you're like, man, you know what? This guy might be better in the pros. He might be a better pro. This guy might be, someone who when he goes to the pros, he's made for the pros.
Right.
I didn't hear anyone say this about CJ Stroud. And CJ Stroud, he's one of those guys who had a really successful college career. He might be better in the pros.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if it's just something that was impossible to measure. I don't know if it was overanalyzed. I know quarterbacks make fools of us all, but that's what he's done.
It's wild because he was really good in college too, man.
No, he was good. Yeah, he was good. But I mean, it was like, oh well, the Ohio State system. You don't have to do as much. Oh, the wide receivers,
gimmicky offense,
5 first round,
loaded talent,
picks, all this. Like there was a lot of things. Oh, he doesn't use his legs as well. That's a strength.
Yeah,
that's the thing that's the most telling to me is it's a strength.
Mm-hmm.
It's not only like. He did not use his legs as well in college as he could. Like in the Georgia game, he did. He admittedly did not. But what CJ Stroud has done is he's taken what the biggest question mark was about him heading into the NFL. It's a freaking strength.
They ran an option with him yesterday.
Yeah, they ran
whether it was designed or not.
They ran a zone read right up the middle, right there.
No, I'm talking about the pitch from Singletary. I don't know if that was planned or not. I'd love to find out. It looked like it was to me, no matter what the announcers said. But then there's the other part. Look, I get Texans fans have been beaten down. I get tap the brakes. I'm not. And the reason is, like, what was around Brock Purdy when he thrived? What was around Carson Wentz when he thrived? And then what's been around CJ Stroud when he got here? Questions about every receiver. Every single receiver that was here, not counting Dalton Schultz. There were questions. I don't know if this guy's going to. They need a receiver. They need a receiver. Questions about, everything around him that he's made better. That is why you have the guy.
Here's the other thing, though, that I think, and I don't want to like have like some sort of mysterious straw man interview or like opinion that gets lost in translation and minimizes what CJ Stroud has done, because CJ Stroud is the most important thing. But I do think that the head coach has something to do with this. I know we look at DeMeco Ryans and we say, he's not an offensive guy.
Oh, absolutely.
But I do think the head coach matters, because I think, like, let's say the Raiders trade up for CJ Stroud. You think that blowhard Josh McDaniels, who we're here about in and around the NFL, you think that blowhard's going to get the most out of CJ Stroud?
McDummy?
Yeah.
That guy?
He probably wouldn't even be playing.
Yeah, you think that moron's going to get the most out of CJ Stroud?
He'd be playing Brian Hoyer.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so I do think that the fact that they got the right coach, the right mindset and all that, and they picked the right system, I do think that I don't want to say it's more important, but I think it's just as important.
It's a big factor.
It's just as important.
It's a big factor.
Let's go around the NFL. Speaking of blowhards, this is probably the funniest story that you'll ever hear involving one of Nick Caserio's buddies, actually. One of Nick Caserio's buddies. My God, how would Nick handle this situation? Let's get into that. Let's go around the league. It was a very eventful weekend of pigskin in professional football. We'll go around the league next.
It's a reaction
Texas. You'll be on the path to affordable healthcare coverage that's backed by thousands of positive reviews from people across the state.
I have a busy life. I appreciate the flexibility and the affordable monthly payment.
Don't get lost in the sea of options. Call 435-1900 or visit needcoveragetx.com. Last year, 4 out of 5 people were eligible for payments as low as $10 a month or less after tax credits.
They cover so much no matter where I go, even discounts on my prescriptions.
I get wellness benefits that make my gym membership and gear more affordable, even my shoes.
Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Play a little what-if game here on Reaction Monday. Texans got a big dub yesterday, 39-37. What if Fairbairn doesn't get hurt? Is it an easier win for the Texans?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the extra points might have made a little bit different at the end, but I don't think it would have been any easier.
I don't know. What if Dameon Pierce is active and there's no Dare?
That makes it difficult. And by the way, that's happened a few times this year. So it was kind of weird, the fortune there.
Going around the NFL, Texans win 39-37. Could I interest you in a stat?
Yes, sir.
9 completions of 21 or more yards for C.J. Stroud.
They talked about that last week.
9 of 21 more. He said he wanted to take more shots. Bobby Slowick said he wanted C.J. to take advantage of the opportunities. Early on, actually missed Nico, missed Tank a couple of times, but recovered quite nicely, if I do say so myself. Titans fall to the Steelers 20-16. Could I interest you in a stat?
Yes, sir.
C.J. Stroud has more career touchdown passes than Kenny Pickett.
Saw that.
14-13.
Like he's played, 21 games or something like that?
Yeah, Kenny Pickett's played about a season and a half.
Yeah.
So, yeah, less touchdown passes. Dolphins fall to the Chiefs 21-14. The Dolphins had 5 punts in the first half. That's more than they had in any game all season long. It was also the first time under Mike McDaniel they scored no points through 6 offensive drives. Final drive, Dolphins, though, after falling down 21-0, they had a chance to tie it. Tua just completely underthrew Cedric Wilson. It was a touchdown. He underthrew him by about 23 yards. I don't know, underthrew him.
Yeah.
Then there was a snap at the end of the game, and he was unable to catch it. I don't know whose fault that was. Chiefs end up winning. I want to say this, man. The Chiefs have completely reinvented themselves because that's a really good defense.
That's a defensive team. I mean, they talked about it a lot afterwards.
And Mahomes said he'll figure it out, but he says he believes they have the best defense in the league. They've kind of reinvented themselves.
Let me ask you this. You referenced this a little bit. I think the Dolphins are like 0-6 against teams that are over 500.
The Dolphins have not beaten a team with a winning record. Tua has not beaten a team with a winning record in 407 days.
That surprised me. And
I mean, look at their division.
Yeah, but it still surprised me because it seems like they've been rolling through a lot of people.
Yeah, 407 days they have not beaten a team with a winning record. That's wild.
Yeah.
Vikings top the Falcons 31-28. There was a instance in this game where the Falcons got to the 1-yard line and Bijan Robinson did not touch the ball. 2 other running backs. They ran a reverse with Jonnu Smith, a tight end. And then they gave Algier a carry, and I think they gave Cordell Patterson a carry, and Bijan Robinson was sitting on the sidelines. At this point, Arthur Smith's just doing this because he can, right?
He's trying to get fired.
Yeah. Like, he's just doing this because he can, right? He wants to just go count Daddy's FedEx money. Like, what is this? What is this blowhard doing?
He's trying to get fired at this point.
He is
rookies. They don't know anything.
He's dead man walking.
Browns topped the Cardinals 27-0. Good game for Deshaun Watson and Amari Cooper against the Cardinals, who the Texans play in 2 ball games. The Packers topped the Rams 20-3. You want to talk about a snooze fest? That's that one. Patriots fall to the Commanders 20-17. Mac Jones with an interception late. Bears fall to the Saints 24-17. My gosh, the Saints are a 5-win team. How about that?
Yeah.
Ravens all over the Seahawks 37-3. Baltimore 298 yards rushing. Lamar Jackson playing really good. Baltimore, they found a way to run the ball. 298 yards rushing.
That's like 8 games for the Texans.
Yeah, how many rushing yards do the Texans have on the season?
I can tell you in a second because I was just looking. By the way, I'm glad you did this.
No, really look this up.
Come on, man. It's Victory Monday, man. Don't do this.
No, I just want to see this.
They have 1,476 yards for the season.
1,476.
Yeah.
In 8 games.
Switching the music.
Yeah. By the way, they ranked 30th. You were bringing this up. That's why I had this stat handy. Man, I'm telling you, not good.
But what are they per game? Yeah, so per game. My God.
Yeah.
Colts stopped the Panthers 27-13. Bryce Young, he didn't have a very good game. Few interceptions here. This was Joe Person, who covers the Carolina Panthers. This is his headline on his story. You ready for this?
Yeah.
You want to localize it?
Let's go.
I don't have to because he did it for me. Bryce Young's no good, very bad day invites questions about whether the Panthers picked the right quarterback and turns up the heat on Scott Fitterer.
It does.
This is after he beat CJ, man.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
And I think that's the most telling thing about CJ. He follows up his worst performance with his best performance.
You see Irsay dancing in the locker room?
Was that cool?
I don't know what it was.
I wanted to put him in a home after that.
I don't know. Somebody was holding his hand the whole time.
I mean, they were acting like that was sick. I thought I wanted to put him in a home.
Yeah, I was worried about him.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on there. I guess that was cool. I have no idea. The Raiders topped the Giants 30-6. Max Crosby with 3 sacks. How about that? Max Crosby did his thing. They had victory cigars in the locker room after. They've got to just hate Josh McDaniels.
I wonder if their announcer said, feels good around here.
Like Andre after B.O.B.?
Yeah.
Here was
it feels good around here.
Here was
it feels good.
This was an interesting report from Jay Glazer before, and this kind of tells you what Josh McDaniels is about. So the Raiders were in a tough spot. They had a meeting where everybody got to tell Josh McDaniels how they felt.
Mm-hmm.
Here is how that meeting went, and it led to the eventual firing of Nick Casario's former coworker and buddy, Josh McDaniels.
Players recently been going upstairs to the owner, Mark Davis, to tell them what their problems were. However, the big thing was last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. Well, he finishes up that speech. Everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week. This is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce. He has a shot to keep this job.
What are you even doing?
By the way, where the hell were you looking up the Texans rushing yards? You said like they have 696 on the year.
What did I say? 1,400?
Yeah. I was like, good Lord.
1,400 rushing yards.
No,
they have 696 this year.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Man.
Yeah, 696.
That number is 696.
Yeah. Yeah. The Ravens had 298, 696. I was like, what? That was bothering me.
I actually thought you said 400.
Yeah, you said I thought you said 14 or 1,300. I could be.
Yeah, I thought you said 400.
696.
They are 29th in
so
rushing.
They have 87. So it's literally over 3 games for them to get what the Ravens had.
Correct. I thought I said that. I don't know. I don't know what I was looking at. 696. 3.2 yard average.
But what a jerk Josh McDaniels is.
What are you even doing?
Like Antonio Pierce, the Giants started out 0-2. That's a Super Bowl, like an unthinkable, improbable Super Bowl victory, one of the biggest of all times. And Josh McDaniels is mad that he brought it up.
Yeah. You're
What a
asking
loser.
to get fired.
What a
And why are you
loser.
living like that? Why are you living in the past like that?
What a weirdo.
Yeah.
Really strange. Eagles topped the Cowboys 28-23. Cowboys, like the Texans, they got the ball with 46 seconds left.
They probably should have won the game.
They got down to the 6-yard line. Brian Baldinger just put up a tape study that's making Cowboy fans sick because Brandon Cooks was wide open in the end zone. They started first and goal from the 6. They ended on the 20.
Yeah.
They had a couple penalties. Dak Prescott got sacked, and the Eagles got the dub. The Eagles improved to 8-1. This was a phone call at one of our sister stations, WIP.
Mm-hmm.
They have a cop that calls in, just like we do. Dominic's a cop too. Shout out to Dominic in Jersey. Haven't heard Dominic do this though. This is Peter the cop calling in to WIP before the Eagles beat the Cowboys. He wanted some more hate.
I have never hated anything more than I hate the Dallas Cowboys, ever. The only game I look forward to any year, we need to bring this back. I hate the Cowboys. Everyone who loves the Eagles should hate the Cowboys. Hate them, despise them, including the players. He's got to get the team up, the players up, to hate the Cowboys. Hit them in the face. Knee them in their glory holes, as Jerry would say. You've got to bring that culture back. You've got to get them... Sorry, I'm pulling someone over. You've got to get that back and get them back in. This is not just a game.
Sorry, duty calls.
That's awesome.
He was bringing the passion and pulling somebody over at the same time.
Sorry, pulling someone over.
Yeah.
Cowboys probably should have won that game. I mean, they had a lot.
Jalen Hurts is hurt, man.
They had a lot
Jalen Hurts is not lasting the whole season.
Yes.
He's hurt.
Yeah, the Eagles do.
They need
By
to
the way,
at
the
least-
Eagles, every Eagle fan I know absolutely hates the Cowboys.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I have no
there.
idea. But they need to get to where they have enough of a cushion where Jalen Hurts can get a few weeks off.
Yes.
Because he is injured. And I don't know, does the tush push, is that good for your body?
Can't be. I mean, they
That's wear and tear, ain't it?
Yeah.
I would think. I don't know. Bills fall to the Bengals 24-18. Dalton Kincaid with a huge fumble as Buffalo was looking to cut it to a one possession. Buffalo falls. Buffalo, by the way, one game better than the Texans right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the Texans were really a half game because it's 4-4 and 5-4. Texans, I mean, you're right there in the mix with the Bills. Chargers, Jets tonight. This one will be interesting. If the Jets lose, then both the Chargers and Jets will have the same record as the Texans, and they'll be tipping on foes too. So it is a very, very crowded AFC. Texans right there in the playoff picture. Another fit by a wide receiver, George Pickens, apparently deleted all of his Steelers posts on Instagram and changed his Steelers profile picture to one from his high school days. He also on Instagram put "free me" and apparently unfollowed Kenny Pickett and Mike Tomlin and the Steelers official account. This is a slime-off nominee because y'all won the game and your teammate Deontay Johnson got his first touchdown since Ben Roethlisberger was playing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big-time slime ball.
And also, these things don't even move the needle at all anymore. Like this whole, he deleted his this.
Oh, they move it a little bit. They move it a little bit.
I could care, for me anyway, I could care less. How many times have we seen this? Doesn't mean a damn thing.
Now, how many times have we seen it and then they leave?
Not a lot, to be honest.
News from Adam Schefter ahead of Tuesday's NFL trade deadline. The Jets apparently wanted to trade for Devontae Adams. Las Vegas turned them away and then proceeded to make mass changes to the organization. For the second straight year, Carolina Panthers star pass rusher Brian Burns was in demand before the NFL trade deadline, per Schefter. He says at least 5 teams inquired about trading for the two-time Pro Bowl linebacker. Montez Sweat got a 4-year extension worth $98 million, 24.5 average per year, which is a lot. And you gave up a second-round pick. $72 million guaranteed.
That's a huge guarantee.
Free agency is crazy.
Yeah.
I know he's not a free agent, but I mean, they basically paid the free agent price with trade. We've talked about this guy a little bit as far as clout chasing. RG3's got to stop.
It's
man.
the worst.
It's like I don't. If you're following RG3 at this point, you're just a sucker. So this was what RG3 tweeted out the other day. He got called out. It was about what you'd expect. This is what he said with the Raiders after they fired Josh McDaniels. Quote, "All right, hear me out. Okay. Marshawn Lynch should at least get a head coach interview with the Raiders this offseason. Lean into the Raider way. Team becomes feared with his style and mentality. Load up his staff with experienced and proven coordinators. Who says no at Money Lynch?"
Everyone.
Does Marshawn Lynch come across as someone who wants to coach?
No.
He is chilling, doing his thing. He then got called out, and some people pulled up receipts, and it got to be like a weird conversation. Here was RG3, the re-emerging tweet. This was him last year when Jeff Saturday got hired. Quote, "Lots of tiptoeing around the Jeff Saturday hire. Jeff was a blast to work with here at ESPN, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a slap in the face to everyone on the staff."
Oh,
Close
really?
quotes.
Really? Well, and yet the Marshawn Lynch is not.
Update.
Yeah.
Update.
What's the update on that?
He got called out on it. Obviously, people were throwing out the race card, and he got defensive, and he said something like, if you can't tell the difference between hiring an interim coach and a coach in the and interviewing a coach in the offseason, then I don't know what to tell you. There's nuance in every conversation.
Worse.
Way worse.
It's worse.
It's way worse.
Interim coach. I'll take Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah,
sure.
That's what I'm saying. And then he said, there's nuance in every conversation. Saying interview and hire Marshawn Lynch is nuance? It's click chasing.
Like you want to make him. I'll be watching.
At least with the Colts, we knew it was over. They was tanking at that point.
Yeah,
they ain't give a damn.
And Jeff Saturday was at least coaching high school. I mean, come on, RG3.
But if they interview him in the offseason, it's much better.
It's
How?
worse.
Way worse.
Yeah.
That's 100 times worse. RG3 is just not. I mean, he's the worst.
He is awful.
He is the worst.
Yeah.
It is insane. He's going to be on Monday Night Countdown today trying to get his thing in and all that. It is awful. Absolutely awful. Let me say it one more time. Awful.
It ain't great.
You think the Texans should be... Last year they gave Blake Cashman the in-season extension. You think they should be looking to extend Cash right now?
I think that's something that can probably wait.
Do you want to wait for this, though?
He's having a Pro Bowl year, in my opinion.
Okay. So you don't want to lock up your Pro Bowler?
Well,
he's our friend, man.
No, love the guy.
on Friday. He's our guy.
He was great. He was absolutely great. But don't you want to wait till the end of the year and see where else you need to bolster? Because it's all about C.J. Stroud right now. Like, I know the defense is clearly hugely important.
You got a lot of bread, though.
You've got a lot of bread.
Yeah, a lot of bread.
Yeah, and you got to prioritize it. Maybe if you can kind of prioritize where you can slot him, maybe. He's having a really good year, man. Got some good karma from in the loop, too. That's good. Yeah.
Luckily, they won because he would be losing sleep, not recovering that fumble. Oh.
Yeah.
Whew.
That was big time.
That forced fumble, didn't recover it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Sure would have had that. I wonder what kicker the Texans are going to bring in. I'm serious, too.
Well, they have to, right?
I mean, I think Fairbairn's hurt.
Yeah.
He was walking around, and I was in the locker room after his
soft tissue, though.
No, I mean, Kendrick Green was walking around.
Yeah.
He ripped his damn knee.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fairbairn was walking.
Or maybe they go, no, we're good. We got Dare.
Come on. Gonna need a kicker next week, man.
Yeah, it's going to be a big time game, obviously, against a really, really good, the best team you're going to play the rest of the year.
Didn't they have that Arkansas guy here kicking in the at camp?
You hated him. We all hated him.
Oh, I hate anyone that's not Kaimi and not Cam Johnston. Yeah, I hated him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had that Arkansas kicker here doing his thing, so I'm anticipating they're going to
Jack Bates.
Oh God. Please don't be Bates. Let's get a tryout going.
Yeah.
There's got to be someone else other than him, please.
He's from Tomball, man.
Oh, God.
Homer. Local.
Oh, no.
Jack Bates. We'll see. We're going to get that news here pretty soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, Fairbairn's actually getting his leg looked at right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Checking it out.
Don't you know that as much of an elite athlete as these guys are, don't you know Agumbwale is dragging his leg today? Like I bet you he can barely walk. It's like when you go bowling, you're an otherwise pretty good athlete, but you never really do that, that bowling motion. Like the next day, your arm feels like it's going to fall off.
Dude, if I'm Dare today, I'm wearing a Morton Anderson helmet to the stadium.
The one bar?
Yeah, I'm wearing one bar.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, that's how I'm walking in.
I'll bet you his leg is dragging today. It's like everybody else, just a movement that he's not normally doing.
Coming up, internet going nuts. One of the best voice guys in the world did an impression of Al Michaels. How would Al Michaels have called C.J. Stroud's touchdown?
I wonder how this is going to go.
We'll hear.
Shabbos John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. This is Joey Molinaro, formerly of Barstool, now of the 33rd team. Does the best impressions in the game. You've heard him do Deion Sanders. You've heard him do Nick Saban. Y'all's favorite guy, Al Michaels, currently of Amazon.
Your favorite guy?
Oh, you know, Al Michaels kind of doesn't like football anymore, which is kind of a problem when you call football games. But here was Joey Molinaro doing Al Michaels if he had called C.J. Stroud's touchdown pass to Tank Dell.
Stroud looks to the end zone. Touchdown. Oh, and gee, who would have thought flags are on the field? Right? Go figure. We'll see who these are on. And they'll be on Tampa Bay. And that'll do it. Thank God.
Dude. Talk about it.
That might have been too much energy.
I was going to say.
That might have been too much energy. I actually don't think that was a good impression. I think that was too much energy.
Talk about it's funny because it's true. I mean, like, how many times has he actually done that? He is.
Yeah. What he would have said at that Tank Dell last touchdown. Or
No, he absolutely would have talked about the flags. Complete flags on the field. Now, let's just kind of hold everything here, see what it is. Oh, yeah, okay. So it is a game-winning touchdown. I mean, it's funny because...
I don't even think he would have called it a touchdown. He would be like, it looked like a catch.
Yeah, that too. He's in the back of the end zone.
On the field.
Let's hold on, see if this... we might have to get an official review.
Well, you know, Kirk, when you come to Texas, you gotta hit the River Oaks Country Club. Stroud, back to throw. Dell catch, touchdown.
Had enough of that cat.
I got the internet going nuts.
McDummy is trending, has been trending. Who is McDummy, you ask? Pretty bad when your nickname is trending, and it definitely fits, especially after the Jay Glazer report that we just heard in the last segment. The Las Vegas Raiders could not have shown anymore how glad they were that Josh McDaniels is gone. McDummy was trending. That's where it is right now.
They were smoking cigars in the locker room.
It was like filled with smoke.
By the way, I would not want cigar smoke in the locker room.
No, even I smoke cigar, but in the locker room. But that's how much they were.
Was their Super Bowl, I guess.
That's how much they were trolling their old coach.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, Astros fans, you knew this was coming. Remember the Alex Bregman video?
I got this one too.
I guess we'll never know.
This is okay.
Well. Corey Seager, Rangers, stud, World Series MVP.
Yeah.
This was him at the parade.
But I just got one thing to say. You know, everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
Teammates went nuts. I actually kind of liked it.
Hey, you earned it, man.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. I thought it was cool.
You won a World Series MVP. The Astros said what they said. I saw some Astros fans getting pissed at this.
Why?
Real recognize real.
Yeah.
Like when Bob Stoops or freaking whoever wanted to do the horns down and do that, you earned it.
Yeah.
You earned it. And
yeah.
I think they earned it.
And we knew it was coming.
You knew it was coming.
We just didn't know when.
Plus, he's also a Dodger. He was a Dodger in 2017.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if anyone's going to hate you, it's going to
And
be him.
it's just another good little chip for the rivalry as well.
Makes the rivalry a little bit better.
Yeah,
Should
absolutely.
Who knows?
I got the internet going nuts.
Arthur Smith, that dude, and I talked about this a little bit, and I was kind of hesitant. I was like, before the Texans played the Falcons, I'm like, I don't know about this guy. Well, it's pretty obvious now. That dude is a fake, a phony. On my brother's grave, he's fake, as they say. He's got to go. These are the quarterbacks that Arthur Smith has lost to. Josh Dobbs, Sam Howell, and Will Levis in recent weeks. He is, talk about a dead man walking. He is about to get fired.
Cougs back in town coming off of that W against the Baylor Bears. They're going to get you a chance to get out there. But they're taking on an Oklahoma State team that's
hangover.
off to they coming off Bedlam. This is an opportunity. You want to get the season right? They got that opportunity. We're going to get you there for free coming up in about 6 minutes. So stay tuned. Little Big 12 football coming to town. One of the best running backs you'll see, by the way.
Yes.
Good God, he is a absolute stud.
I got the internet going nuts.
So John Heyman reported that Shohei Ohtani's preferred destination is Arlington. He wants to be a Texas Ranger. I'm kind of confused as to why. I'm kind of confused as to where that money's going to come from, but that's what Heyman's reporting. He says the other two teams are the San Francisco Giants and L.A. Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was like, at first I was like, oh no, the Rangers. And then I was kind of like, well, why the Rangers? But I guess, hey, World Series champs. He wants to win, and they definitely have been winning. And they got the right manager, by the way. Bruce Bochy has confirmed that he's in fact coming back next season.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, we know what the most impressive performance in the league was. It was right here by C.J. Stroud. Second most has got the internet going nuts. The dude didn't even take a practice rep all week. He got there Tuesday after being traded to the Vikings. He didn't even know his teammates' names, all of them, and he was practicing center snaps and calls on the sideline with his offensive linemen huddled around him. Josh Dobbs, man, that was – why are you dumping water on this? That was amazing what he did.
Thank Arthur Smith, okay?
Well, that too. I just mentioned Arthur Smith, but man, didn't even know his guy's name. They'd never taken a snap, didn't have a practice rep.
I saw Baker Mayfield do that last week. Good job.
Well, I think he practiced.
Good job, Josh.
Yeah. Why are you dumping on Josh?
Good job. I like Josh Dobbs. Seems like a good guy.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good for Kevin O'Connell.
I'm sensing sarcasm.
No, good for him. Good for Josh Dobbs.
Are you feeling this, Figgy?
Yeah, I respect it, man.
Yeah, but not from
he been on three. He been on 3 teams in like 3 months.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was good.
Good job, Josh. Really good job.
Yeah, it was a good job.
Yeah, good job, Josh.
Yeah, good job, Josh.
Yeah.
Did your thing.
Yeah.
Awesome. Great story.
Why don't you go on the field and do it then?
Great story. When you're used to being a journeyman, it's easier to be a journeyman. This would be he started.
Is it easy?
He started that game for the Titans last year. After this would be.
He was a journeyman, but he wasn't starting.
This would be more impressive if it were like Patrick Mahomes, because Patrick Mahomes didn't used to be a journeyman. This guy probably didn't. This guy probably didn't even unpack his bags in Arizona.
Right?
Yeah. So it's easy for him.
No,
He's
it's
used to
not.
it.
He
He's used to being a journeyman.
They showed the video of him practicing the snap.
Yes.
With the center he'd never met.
Good for him. CJ's done that all year. He's on his fourth.
Before
center.
the game?
4 times.
He's on his fourth center. Come on.
I got the internet going nuts.
Congrats to Josh Dobbs. Swell fella. That Josh Dobbs. Caleb Williams. Man, he was getting kind of made fun of for this.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, I kind of liked it. Caleb Williams, USC loses their third straight ball game. He was just asked by Luca Evans out there in Cali. He was asked, how are you taking this in? How are you going to take this loss in? You saw him. It looked like he was crying with his family.
Yeah, he kind of leaning his head up on their shoulders. And
why did they put a picture over him?
No, why'd they cover it up?
They didn't want him to be a Jordan meme, or was he faking, or what? I don't know. That was kind of weird.
Yeah,
I mean they were covering him like he was just got arrested or something.
Yeah.
I thought he was bleeding or something.
Yeah, like where you cover the face.
Maybe just they didn't want him to be embarrassed. I don't know.
Well,
that's a little more embarrassing.
Yeah.
There was Caleb Williams after the game being asked about how he was handling the L.
Caleb, obviously emotional after, tonight. I mean, you leave everything out there. What's kind of your emotional state, mentality right now, trying to process this and how the season's going?
I want to go home and cuddle with my dog and watch some shows. We lost the game. Something to work hard for throughout months, years. To have big games like this, try and go win, play your best. Each and every one of us. We came out with the loss today. So emotionally, I want to go home and I want to lay with my dog.
Go lay with my dog.
I love that.
I respect that.
You know how many times my heart's been broken watching one of my teams, and I had Gibson by my side, and it was always better.
I'm saying, what's wrong with that?
Everybody
going home to your dog is the greatest thing ever, man.
It's the best.
I mean, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah.
What's he supposed to do?
Who are these people that are criticizing him for that?
I know. I'm looking at his Instagram right now. Look at that dog.
What kind of dog?
You don't want to hang out with that bulldog?
It's a bulldog?
Yeah, look at that.
That's a good-looking dog.
Yeah, look at that dog.
That's a loving dog.
I want to snuggle with that dog, too.
Yeah, that's a loving dog.
Look at that. I don't even know if it's a bulldog. What is that?
It looks like a mix, maybe. Like a mix, some sort of mixed bulldog.
Yeah, that's a good dog.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's chilling, man.
Looks happy.
Don't blame him for wanting to go hang with his dog. Why not? Look at him. Look at this dog.
That's a good-looking dog. That's a great dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think his name's Boombastic.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, that's what it says. Look. Look at that dog.
I'll be dog.
He's carrying the dog, too.
No pun intended.
Good for him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go hang out with your dog, Caleb. Get ready for the NFL. By the way,
is he still going to get ownership of a team?
We don't know that was true, but I will say this. I kind of think it's a little bit ridiculous that anyone would insist that they're losing because of him. That is a bad.
Who's saying that?
Is bad.
No, but like when you see him lose, like and naturally I understand this.
He's
but
getting
like,
made fun of for losing.
but it's like, I would, thank God the Texans didn't wait or whatever.
Oh, that.
Dude, they're not losing because of that dude.
They're giving up 4 points a game.
That dude is smooth.
They fired their defensive coordinator.
That dude is smooth with it.
He's really good.
He is. I mean, he is like spin move, side move, toss. Like that dude. That dude is filthy.
Yeah, that 44 points a game is a factor.
Don't take anything away from what he's done. Don't be jealous because my man is a millionaire already and he's got the Wendy's commercial and the Heisman house and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
That, by the way, that commercial inside the commercial. Have you seen the Heisman house where they're like where Tebow's like doing the floss and stuff?
Yeah,
dude, that's a good one.
That's pretty solid.
I feel like he might be a good actor.
Well, he seems to be already.
I think Caleb Williams might be a good actor.
By the way,
I like him. I still want to ride and die with CJ. Don't get me wrong, but man, I mean, he's a kid. He's making bread. He's not the reason they're losing.
How are you
he's
feeling
playing
about Jaden Daniels now?
What about as far as what?
The LSU quarterback.
What about him?
Stud, like absolute stud. If he hadn't gotten that concussion protocol, I think they would have beat Alabama.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I do.
You think so?
I do. Shout out to Milroe, but
Milroe had 4 touchdowns.
Did you watch any of that game? Oh, boy. He is legit, man.
I feel like you're just saying this because the Aggies play them and you want to set the
not even close.
Set up the
he's gonna kick the hell out of the Aggies. He's gonna. I mean, what are you talking about? Not even.
That was an old ball player.
Not even remotely close.
We had a shot.
I'll be happy if they stay within 20. I mean.
LSU is a really good team.
Oh, yeah. A lot better than the Aggies. They're going to beat the hell out of the Aggies.
This is a massive Big 12 game on November 18th. The Cougs are going to take on Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's coming off Bedlam. The Cougs are coming off a last play win over Baylor. You want to be there on Saturday at TDECU. All you got to do is be caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9. You're going to go check out the Cougs versus the Oklahoma State Cowboys. This is going to be a big one, and this is a development of a rivalry. This is the first time that we're going to see this Big 12 matchup. One of the best running backs in the country, one of the most polarizing coaches in college football, and oh, by the way, a chance to spoil Oklahoma State's attempt to get into the Big 12 championship game. So the Cougs got a shot to be a factor there. 713-572-4610. Caller number 9. You're going to TDECU Stadium to check out the Cougs versus the Pokes. Coming up, the best sounds of the game and the play that we don't talk about enough. Next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard's win-win program. So you put a lot of sweat equity into that. You want to maximize
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Noah Brown. I think this play was the biggest play of the game. You were going to have to sustain drives. It was going to be a painful, tedious process. You fall down 2 possessions. 2 possessions seems like a mile when you don't have a kicker because you're basically down 2 touchdowns. You're actually down more than 2 touchdowns because you're going to have to go for 2 a couple of times because the extra point is where it is now. This play by Noah Brown, this touchdown, was, in my opinion, the biggest play of the game, and it gave the Texans some much-needed breathing room. Here was Noah Brown, Jersey tough, touchdown.
CJ fakes the give. CJ planting, and he throws downfield over the middle, and he's got a man Brown, left side, 50, 40, left sideline, full throttle, 20, 15, 10, 5, fighting for the goal line, and he's got it! Touchdown, Houston, rock and roll!
You know, when you go back and think about all the things that we were saying and others were saying about these receivers going into the year, it's amazing what they've become. Like, just name a receiver there was skepticism.
Mechie.
Yeah. I mean, you know, the injury and coming off the...
Mechie had 1 catch yesterday.
Got hurt, too.
Yeah.
But up. Nico Collins, there was skepticism.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's skepticism
Noah
about
Brown,
this receiving
good
core.
blocker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he Kevin Walter Part 2? No. He's a lot better than that.
Yeah, that was huge.
Tank Dell, all of them.
That was huge.
All of them.
Huge.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tank Dell, glad you mentioned him.
Okay.
Scored a couple touchdowns.
He sure did.
So the first. Here's Tank Dell.
CJ in the gun, gets the snap, pumps, now fires deep down the right side, and Tank Dell, touchdown! Houston! A TD to Tank Dell! Go Cougs!
There you go. Go Cougs. By the way, the guy's a pretty good receiver, would you say?
Yeah. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Out of the backfield, please.
No.
Yeah, Bobby, keep him out of the backfield.
I can't sign up for that, man.
Yeah, keep him out.
I think it helps.
Even when they don't know you're running, you can't run the ball. So let's not tell them you're running. Let's
just get the ball in your best player's hands.
Yeah, well, give it to Hutchinson. I think Hutchinson's averaging like 10 yards a carry now. Give him the reverses and stuff. No more Tank Dell in the backfield. Okay, Bobby? Deal? All right, thanks. Appreciate you. Holler.
I like it. I still like it. I do.
What the hell's wrong with this guy?
Nothing.
What the hell's wrong with this guy, Figgy?
Absolutely nothing.
It's the type of guy that goes to a Mexican restaurant and orders a cheeseburger.
There are those. Yeah. There are people that do that.
Yeah, well, might have just talked to one. Dalton Schultz, 4th and goal. Touchdown.
Yep.
4th and goal from the 9. Stroud gets the snap. Stroud, quick throw, right side. Caught, touchdown! Dalton Schultz. The Texans are in front on 4th and goal. They convert. What a rocket from C.J. Stroud to the tight end.
Mark Vandermeer, man, he's having a good day.
Boy, he is.
He was having
rhythm. He's back. This was his comeback.
He was having a good day.
He's been having a good day, but he's feeling it now.
Yeah.
He's bought in.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
He's
giddy.
He said, Houston, you have a quarterback without saying it.
Yeah, he's giddy.
Oh, this might be his best performance if the clapping hadn't ruined some of the calls.
Yes.
Like this would be a highlight tape if the clapping had not ruined the calls.
Yeah, I agree.
But he needs to just nicely say, hey, we're getting pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
People want our highlights now. So we got to stop the clapping. I know you're excited. Fist bump, whatever. Air
Even
clap.
the occasional like hoot and holler.
Air
is good.
clap, something like that would be okay. Yeah. The yes is fine.
Yeah.
But you don't want that. You don't want that.
You can't have that.
Can't have that.
Yeah.
Can't have that. Not for the great Vandermeer. I mean, it's nightmarish. Texans win the Super Bowl, and you're hearing that.
Because
He's to the goal line.
Can't do that.
And he's
Can't do that.
got it.
Can't have that.
Because it becomes part of your history.
Yeah.
10-5,
It's
fighting for the goal line.
It's unfair to Vandy.
Absolutely
It's unfair
it
to
is.
Vandy.
Absolutely it is.
Very unfair to Vandy. 2-point conversion from C.J. Stroud. How about a little zone read action?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can't throw it in, not running the ball. Hey, running backs. This is what C.J. said. If they were mic'd up, this is what you would hear from C.J. Stroud. You ready? This is what he said.
Let's go.
Okay?
Let's go.
All right, guys. Doubles right. Zone read. USOB running backs can't get in the end zone. I'm going to get in the end zone.
They're going for 2. Stroud takes the snap. He's going to run it, and C.J. gets across. They get the deuce.
Got the deuce.
They got the deuce. Way to go, Vandy.
Look at that call. He is feeling himself.
Way to go, Vandy.
How about a little Dare field goal? Vandy hadn't done this. Matter of fact, this hadn't been done in 19 years. A non-kicker with a field goal. Dare for 3. The Golden Pipes of Vandy.
Oh, they're going to try a field goal. Here we go
Vandy's
with some
it.
dramatic stuff here for Frank Ross's special teams unit. Ogunbowale will try it.
Love
A
saying that.
29-yard attempt from the left hash mark. Weeks will snap. Cameron Johnston will hold. Ogunbowale, the running back, for the lead. Snap is down. The kick is up. And it's good! Dare Ogunbowale for 3. And the Texans are back in front. Are you kidding?
I love this from Andre.
Even that is good. Yeah.
I love
We
this
may be
from Andre.
watching the changing of the game today,
not that part.
and how it's played and how rosters are filled out. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know about that last part.
Yeah, give me a kicker, please.
Yeah, I want a kicker.
I'll take a kicker.
I get where he's coming from. You know, how valued is it? And all. Yeah, it's pretty valued still.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think he's just having some fun.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get a Tank Dell touchdown. The toe tap, by the way, don't sleep on that one.
Yeah.
Man, that was DeAndre Hopkins type stuff.
It was a thing of beauty.
From old Tank.
Yeah.
How about a touchdown, though?
How about a touchdown?
How about a touchdown?
How about a touchdown?
Here you go.
10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead. Excel with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness. Here's the call from Land Clark. Bring us some good news.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, defense number 54, a 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
That last
He's
yes.
losing his damn mind.
I mean, are we sure he's still calling a game?
He's losing his
That
damn
last
mind.
yes was.
Yes!
Holy
Yikes!
crap.
I don't think he says that too often.
Yes!
Only in certain circumstances. That was
Vandy. I think this was one of Vandy's best called
Absolutely.
games.
Yes!
Dang.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. Like, I think Vandy's been in football hell like the most of us for a long time.
Right.
However, during the actual game, he has to describe everything going on.
Yeah.
And he has to do so with a straight face.
Mhm.
That was prisoner out of jail after 3 years sex. That was prisoner out of jail after a few years sex right there.
Yes, it was.
That was a money shot.
And it was
Yes!
There you go.
That was so good. That was
Oh my!
the money shot. That was the money shot. No question about.
Now you're just getting dirty.
So what's that figure?
You're playing Vandy after Dorothy.
Oh my!
Yes!
Ooh.
Oh my!
Yes!
Oh my!
Yes!
Oh my God.
But it's like screw, because he's such a pro. And he'll call touchdowns for opposing teams like really good.
Yeah,
well.
he does his thing.
He does it really well.
But he was feeling it yesterday.
But that was like screw all that.
Nah, he was definitely
I'm
feeling
just
it.
happy. I'm giddy. Shout out to Dorothy. I'm happy.
All right, I think he might have. I think he might have emptied his bag there. Surely he didn't have a good final call too, right? Like he's done,
And
right?
finally picked up by DHC, and finally the game is over. The Texans dig
Still got it.
way deep and come up with a historic performance in beating the Buccaneers 39-37. An amazing, unforgettable day at NRG Stadium. Houston wins.
He's in a groove.
He should be in a groove. It was historic. It was practically.
Yeah.
Practically.
Yeah. He did his thing. Shout out to
nasty
Vandy.
as hell.
What?
He was doing his thing, man.
It was damn near erotic.
Yeah.
It was.
Vandy did his thing. Gotta give him his props. That was good stuff right there. That was a hell of a ball game. That was a hell of a ball game. I want to ask you guys the question of the day. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in here, presented by D&M Leasing. It is Reaction Monday. Shout out to everyone for joining us and riding along, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube. Was that performance yesterday better than the 2019 Deshaun Watson against the Bills? I know it was a playoff game. I get it, and I know that Deshaun saved all butts, so I'm not questioning that. But given the fact you didn't have a kicker in the second half, was that a better individual performance than Deshaun saves all butts against the Bills?
Without a doubt, for me. Mm-hmm. I mean, if I remember correctly,
and we're not minimizing because that was a epic performance.
Yeah, that was an epic individual performance. That was, I mean, there was nothing really about Bill O'Brien and the play calling and the team, so to speak. It was more about just if I remember correctly, right? It was more about just Deshaun Watson just being a freak.
You're down. The J.J. Watt sack, the run into the end zone with the flex, and then the spin-off and find it to set up the field goal. 5 downs to set up the field goal.
Yeah, so look, that was great. But this is, well, especially as a fan, I mean, this is something, I mean, because obviously CJ was great. But you got some young dudes that are making plays on the other end of them throws that you can get really excited about. You got a play caller that's coming into his own. You got an offense overall that's finding an identity. The defensive-minded head coach doesn't appear to be your typical defensive-minded head coach. I mean, to me, this is a lot more erotic, if you will.
I love the erotic. See, he's hornier than Vandy.
I've been football horny since the last 46 seconds.
I thought you said it. I thought you said it really good yesterday when I was driving in. I thought it was like one of the best things. I actually stole it on my stream, but I credited you, so I didn't completely steal. It wasn't a pick six, but I thought you said when you said that they're creeping towards an identity. I thought that was the best way to put it, where they're kind of like finding their identity and they're creeping towards an identity.
8 games, Locke. 8 games, man. I mean, that's the crazy. They've adjusted and failed and adjusted and had success in 8 games more than coaches that we covered for an extended period of time did in 2-3 years. Right? I mean, it's been fun to watch, man.
Yeah, man, that was a day yesterday. You gotta love this team. If you're a Texans fan, and I said that in the middle of the game when Dare, whatever that was, made that field goal. Like, I mean, no matter what happens in that game, like, you gotta love this team. Mm-hmm. Like, no matter who the hell's out there, like, they're gonna somehow make a way and find a way to make it happen.
It's going to be a fun one. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. Don't go anywhere for the next few hours because The Drive is live.
The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we're all in attendance. Clint's in the building, as you heard. Tyler with his Victory Monday shirt is in the building as well. And listen, to answer Landry's question, yes, sure. Everybody is allowed today to think crazy. I'm not poo-pooing anything. You want to say whatever. I heard Landry and Lopez say, hey, why not discuss him in the MVP race? Say whatever. Feel it all. I'm not coming back to any kind of reality or that. You deserve to be in whatever place you want to be. All right, better than a playoff game. Why not?
Wow.
Hell yes. You deserve it. Yesterday was fantastic. That was all around, and C.J. Stroud breaking records. And, hell, I said he'd have a bounce-back game, but my goodness.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
He did more than have a bounce-back game. That was one of the best performances in the history of the franchise, if not the best at the quarterback position. But I'm not, today you get to feel however the hell you want to feel. As optimistic as you want to be, because that was a day that the fans deserved as well.
Yeah, there ain't no doubt that the fans needed it. I mean, after what this fan base has been through, and because I still think there's obviously some of the past that still creeps around when the team struggles, and so I look at it, ain't no doubt about it. I think that was a huge win. That one right there. I just talked to a buddy of mine that's been a Texans fan since day one. Season ticket holder since day one. He said, man, it's been a long time since I remember a feeling like that and a victory even remotely close to that right there in that building. So, hell yeah, the fans deserve it, baby.
Yeah, they do. And listen, it was a hell of a game when Fairbairn went down and Dare started having to kick kickoffs, potentially field goals. You just had to go for two every time. I started to wonder if Tyler was in the building. Not going to lie to you, I started to wonder if Tyler crept in there, if he was in the suite somewhere. Seriously, when they didn't have a kicker, I said, where they? I'm like, looking, where is he?
I had the suite covered for the first half, Ron. He was not in the suite for the first half.
Okay,
I went to the press box.
Oh, my God, he's there. He's got to be there.
Oh, no.
They're backup running backs kicking field goals and kickoffs. I thought for sure your ass was there.
Who, if Damian Pierce was healthy, wouldn't even have been on the active roster.
Wouldn't have. I thought this son of a gun got in his car and came. But he didn't. He wasn't there.
Brought that bad luck with him, didn't he? Instead, he stayed his sick ass on the couch.
Yeah, he did.
That's right. I did it for the people.
Hey, and the Texans win. So it is on the drive a Mad Dog Monday, baby.
Damn right.
It is.
And
Did you bring us any?
Sure. Hell, I brought us all. We're going to share this puppy is what we're going to do. We ain't about to just waste these suckers all through here. Yeah, you're damn right I did.
Your little game didn't work. Your little game didn't work to pass the expense off on us, on one of us, did it?
Oh, no, listen, I was happy to go.
But instead, you cut it in thirds, huh?
Listen, I'll be honest with you. If you heard Friday, we started at Mad Dog Mondays. If we all pick a player to pick, and whichever player has the worst game. And to be honest with you, this was pretty good for all of them. I thought this was one of Will Anderson's best games in terms of rushing the passer. I took Will Anderson. Clint in the clubhouse took Tank Dell, so he caught the game winner and caught another touchdown, so he was out. And then Nico. Now listen, I think there is an argument between Will and Nico. All right, but the offense scored 39 points. The defense gave up 37 to Baker Mayfield. I did not know that was going to be possible with this defense. And yes, Will got a half a sack or a sack, and being that nobody really knew he had the sack when it happened. I will take the Nico caught a touchdown and made some big plays on his 3 receptions, caught a touchdown, and I didn't know Will had a sack for about a quarter until they finally came back and told us it was a sack, and it was hard. It was hard to get there how he got his half sack, but I thought that's the best way to lose when all 3 players, I think, impact the game. And I think Will did impact the game.
Everybody impacted the game. You got a W. It ended in dramatic fashion. and pass around this. You brought.
I got cups. You've been rocking.
I ain't never seen nothing like this, Tyler.
Mad Dogs cost all of what? 72 cents?
No, it's $4.98. But who's counting? Listen, you've had that cough here a couple of weeks here, so I don't want to.
That's one more reason to buy my own bottle.
No, because their own bottle is still sitting right there.
That was. I drank half of the last one. That was
the
fine.
last one. I'm just saying, man, we loading them up.
I mean, they make more Mad Dog where it's from.
Here we go.
This is great.
We got
out of mini styrofoam.
I'm just saying. Listen, if I'd have gone and bought all three, Tyler didn't touch the last one. I bought.
I can't.
I'm sure we'd have lined up six. We'd have lined up six in that refrigerator. And
That's
the way the
okay.
Texans are going, no,
That's okay.
It's not okay. There's no reason to be wasteful. Taking away Mad Dog from somebody else that can use it.
I mean, I tell you what we'll do.
There are thirsty children out there.
It smells good.
I'm gonna take this Mad Dog bottle right here that's left.
My man.
When we leave here, and there's an old boy up underneath this bridge down here, and I'm gonna give it to him.
Well, sure. Load it up.
See if he likes that drink. Ron poured a little more in his cup before I take it to old buddy down the street.
I don't know. Hey, listen, I'm just saying we got a full one in the fridge. I wanted to buy a fresh
one
new
down there
one.
too.
All right, I just want to line them on up. Now I ain't gonna just be wasteful.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Gosh dang, man. Hey, that is
Mad Dog Monday. You got your Mad Dog? Pop it open. You're damn right. All right.
Whoever that was that hit Tyler up on Twitter, man, bring us a box so Ron doesn't have to. He's gonna be trying to carry this one in the next week.
That dragon. No, I ain't. I bought you a new one. Now I could have walked in there.
You gonna put that in the fridge and they win back games? We've been drinking that same Mad Dog.
No, I could have done that. There is that pineapple one that Tyler didn't touch is still sitting in that fridge back there. I didn't do that. I went out and bought a fresh one.
I feel like
person behind me in the line said, "Damn, I ain't seen nobody buy Mad Dog in a long time."
You're getting street cred points, man. And look at this. I mean, I feel like I feel like this is a better win than to drink Mad Dog out of a styrofoam cup.
This is good.
It's got that super cheap alcohol, I guess, is what it is. That smell. It just takes me back to high school, man.
Well, come on, Tyler. Man, the hell with the boss, man. Okay, probably not.
No, I want to keep my job.
Let's take a sip, man. Little Mad Dog Wednesday. Little Monday here, actually. Yes, guys, you know how cheap Ron is. I'm not cheap, man. Listen, I could have paid the $15. But I'm just thinking.
That might be tops.
I'm just thinking now here, man. We're going to load.
That might be tops.
We're going to load this thing up here, man. Y'all here taking swigs and just putting them up. Oh, man. Hell with that.
We mean y'all.
You. Well, not you. You took more than the swig. Tyler's just sitting back there. All right. I love it, baby. Little Mad Dog Monday as the Texans get a W. All right. All right. What did you take from this? What did you take from this game? Because I think this game went a lot of how you wanted it to go and what you thought it would go. I think you expressed Friday being a little uneasy about the Texans' defense against this offense and how many points they could put up. They put up a lot more than I thought they would. The Bucs, that is, you thought it should have been opened up. What did you pull the most from this game yesterday?
Well, I think the instead of like reacting to exactly what happened, I think the lesson that
you go big picture.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that this offense is geared towards and most suited to be explosive and aggressive. Or let me see, aggressive and then explosive. I guess you got to be aggressive first before the explosive plays come. But like they had 7 rushes in the first half, and I believe Tank Dell had one of those. So there clearly was a plan in this game. I jokingly, for the record, I didn't say that this was a joke when I literally said it, but I didn't think there was any way in hell I was going to see some 10 personnel, which means there's 1 back, 0 tight ends, 4 wideouts. I honestly didn't think that I would see that in this ball game. I was just trying to make my point very, very clear. And I'll be damned if I didn't look up in that first quarter. I was in the suite, just breaking a little bread, and I looked up. And I'll be damned if we didn't have multiple snaps, four receivers on the field at one time. I thought, damn. So I knew at that point in time Bobby was going to open this thing up. I think the bigger picture for everybody involved is that if you want to win football games moving forward, you've got to quit beating your head against the wall of trying to establish a run and be a run-first football team and be a line-of-scrimmage football team, and do what you did yesterday and come out and be aggressive and put this thing on C.J. Stroud's shoulders. He can handle it, number one. Contrary to what I believed before the season started, you've got plenty of weapons to get it done. Your offensive line is best suited to get it done. And then once you start striking that ass, you can run football a little bit, as they did a couple of times with Devin Singletary in the second half. He got a couple of chunk plays, it looked like. But that, to me, that's the lesson in this game, man, is that's how you got to play football moving forward. Now, I hope every one of them doesn't take 39 points and every single one of them doesn't need a go down to the last 46 seconds.
Yeah.
But I think that's how you're going to score points right there. That's the big picture lesson with this football team.
They did it seem like it jumped up in the second half, because the first half it seemed a little slow there a little bit. Like,
well, he missed. I mean, he missed the go route to
that would have been almost points.
Yeah, I mean, he threw the go route out of bounds. Then he turned around, I believe, right after that and throws the out route, which would have been a first down out of bounds. And then he had him on the deep over route, which he ended up hitting Noah Brown on later in the game. He had him on that deep over route, and he overthrew that one. And so, yeah, I mean, I think CJ just missed. I think in the first half he just missed. They were aggressive. My fear at that point was they were going to shut it down, and they were going to go into a shell. But clearly,
so you're like aggressive for you. They were aggressive with their personnel packages. They were aggressive, like straight up, because I mean we didn't see it. The first 4 plays were passes. I don't think they handed it off, and they went 3 and out. But I don't think they handed off. First 4 plays were passes. But yeah, I think when you're saying the personnel packages, it just lends towards being aggressive. You know,
look, I think they adjusted when Mechie goes down with whatever issue Mechie had. Then that at that point all you have is 4 total receivers, and so we saw Xavier Hutchinson get in a rotation some, but I think that limited the amount that you could legitimately go 4 wide receivers had they planned on it. But they stayed in 11, which they were already a heavy 11 football team anyway. But the It was clear from jump that they were opening this thing up, and they were not going to beat their head against the first and second down running the football, or throw it on first down, 2nd and 10. Oh, we better run it to try to get back ahead of the chains. They were not going to do that, man. And I think that is, again, like Landry said, this coaching staff is searching for their identity. And thank the good Lord for DeMeco Ryans and him not being this, I'm going to square peg, round hole this thing, and damn it, we are going to force the issue of this run game, and it's what we're going to do. We're going to control the clock over my dead body. You're going to control that too, but control it over my dead body. Instead, they are searching, man.
He said clock.
Yeah, I mean, look, you know what I mean. They're searching, man, to try to find that identity, and they're getting closer and closer to it.
Speaking of DeMeco, you will hear from DeMeco right here live coming up at 2:30. It's scheduled to meet with the media a day after the game at 2:30. We will let you hear that in its entirety. You said something there, which I got to clean my glasses. I got to readjust my whole thinking. I mean, I ain't going to lie to you. I ain't 100% sold on it, but I can't fight with evidence. But the point you made there, yeah, man, they got enough weapons to be able to play this style of game. That one's hard for me to fight with, because this is without Robert Woods, who, however you say what you want to say about him, but he was a guy that he trusted and targeted. I mean, Noah Brown walked out there and did that,
bro. Without Robert Woods and Nico Collins, was your least targeted wide receiver?
No Damian Pierce, no. They walk that's what I got to get used to. Is that and Nico could have had a bigger day.
Yes,
right. And Tank could have had damn near 200 yards, and he should have been over 500. That's the part that I gotta get myself over. I'll be honest with you, Clint, I didn't think this was a ball club that we were going to see this year to say, yep, they're going to have 3 guys over 100 yards receiving. We got 3 guys over 100 yards receiving, 5 touchdowns. But we got to start being honest about it. I mean, they potentially have the weapons. At least they did Sunday. The weapons, and what I love, boy, they salt out old Carlton Davis, and they wouldn't let up. 2-4 for the Bucks, boy. I mean, it was tight ends, receivers, Noah.
Wherever he's at,
I love it. They wore his ass out. What about CJ for you? Because I mean, that's the big story. I like that point there, the overarching big picture thing.
Yeah.
But for you, what you saw out of CJ?
Well, look, I mean, we all know the stat line tells it: 470, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. I mean, that is obviously. I saw the list that John Lopez was talking about earlier on In the Loop. I mean, there's a laundry list of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game, Hall of Famers that never put that stat line up in a rookie year. And so, I mean, he is doing things that quite frankly, we've just never seen done. So
only 5 people have ever done it.
Yeah, right.
Rookie or not.
Well, when you just look at big picture what he's doing, I think the biggest thing to me, or the most impressive part of what C.J. Stroud is doing to me, and I talked about this last night on the postgame show, is this is not a guy that has a 50-50 ball receiver that's out there turning 50-50 balls into 80-20s. This was not a game where it was just beating, man-to-man coverage, and they were bringing 0 blitzes, and you were just bombs away, dropping bombs on them all day long. This is not a game where, you check the ball down all day long for 150 extra yards because they were playing, so loose underneath, whatever. I mean, this was as surgical of a performance as you're going to see from a quarterback. The throws that this cat makes time and time again, over and over again on most Sunday afternoons, are some of the most difficult throws that you could ever make in the game, and he appears to make them effortless. That bang 8 that he threw to Tank Dell to win the ball game, which shortly before that,
that's the throw that got me.
The sail route, the 7 route, flag route, whatever you want to call it.
That was the throw for me.
I mean, those are just. I mean, there ain't but once. I said it last night. If you turned a damn basketball hoop up, and you were looking through the top of it or the bottom of it, on that sideline over there, that's about as big as that's your margin of error with those particular balls that he's throwing. Now, Tank Dell ran a couple great routes. And so he may have created a little bit more margin for error, but when you're dropping back and you're throwing that sucker, and where he hit Tank Dell, he is literally throwing that thing through a basketball hoop, and he just does it. The deep over route to Noah Brown, where he threw it over the DB, and Noah Brown went up and caught it, kind of slowed down and went up and caught it. I mean, those are extremely, extremely high-level difficulty throws, and CJ makes them time and time and time again. And yesterday was just one of his brightest moments in terms of doing that. So I think beyond the stats and the records and the things he's doing that we haven't seen many folks do before, the way in which he's doing it, I think, is important to recognize here because it's elite.
Yeah, what we don't know is, like, what makes the guys that are great is the ones who do this more consistently than others, like almost weekly. And we don't know that yet, but it was really good to see that if he has to have hey guys, jump on my back.
Yep.
If he has to have, as my guy Therese Paylor, the late Therese Paylor would say, over my dead body game, like if he has to have that, he's capable of having it, right? Like we've seen.
Yesterday was one.
We've seen impressive performances from him, and we've seen. I was impressed with his drive to get them the lead against Atlanta, but this was all damn day. This wasn't just like the final drive was just the end of it. This was all second half. 29 points in the second half, where it was just like, yeah, we ain't losing today.
Yeah.
And as long as I got a shot, we ain't gonna lose today. And now we don't know if he can do that consistently, right? And we'll just see that with time. But it was good to see that he had that in his bag, because Clint, as you know, everybody ain't got that in their bag. Like
very few do.
Even good quarterbacks don't like. I don't know how many over my dead body games Jared Goff has shown us, and Jared Goff's a good quarterback.
Sure,
like guys like that where he just took it and just and throws he made under pressure.
Right? Then you start stacking on to that performance yesterday with C.J. Stroud again beyond the box score here with C.J. Stroud. I mean, this is a guy that called his shot the second that the Carolina game was over. We got to call more explosive plays. Yep. We got to execute more explosive plays. He doubled down on that on Wednesday when he talked to the media. He doubled down on it and said, hey, D'Amico and Bobby Slowick are right there with me. Shoot, what are y'all talking about? They're right there with me. And then he goes out there in the first half. He struggles a little bit in the first half. As I mentioned, I highlighted he missed a couple of big-time throws, a couple of those explosive throws he was talking about and then he just buckles down and lights this thing up in the second half. I mean, there's just so many – no run game. Talk about – I mean, just absolutely zero threat of a run game throughout this the entire football game. And it's – he still goes out there and does work. So it's just – I guess my biggest point, Ron, is that, man, it is more impressive than we are able to give it credit on radio. It's more impressive than anybody on TV has the ability to talk it. It is – because what this dude is doing, man, is
he took a step. He took a step from, in my opinion, he looks really good. He's been doing some really good things, especially for a rookie. Yesterday was that dude was just good.
Yep.
Right, like no designation about it. That dude was just good, and we'll see how much he can do that. All right, let's hear from his coach coming up in the next segment, D'Amico Ryans. He will speak to the media. We will carry that live right here on Sports Radio 610 on not only a Victory Monday, not only a Mad Dog Monday, a Reaction Monday. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
C.J. Stroud put on a show in the Texans' 39-37 win over Tampa.
Today was a statement game by C.J. Stroud. Houston, you have one of those dudes that can go get the whole thing for you.
He just put up a classic. He told us he's a ball placement specialist, but he was right, and it was front and center today, man.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture, I'm Vita Bell, Price's Traffic Center.
to the drive, and Tyler, we're expected to hear from the head coach, right?
Yep, they should be on schedule any minute.
2:30, we will go live to the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and we should. Tyler, how are you feeling, man? You needed that, boy. We'll get into your Aggies later. You have just been. It's just been rough.
It's been a rough few years, man.
His fellow fans in the city want him to stay away from sporting events for good reason. And his Aggies I thought they fought really hard. Tyler was texting us throughout.
The swings were real, weren't they,
game.
brother?
Yeah. Texting us throughout the game. There was one point where I felt like I may have been a bit ahead of Tyler, and he texted something, and I said, "Oh, till he sees this," or he must have texted and something else happened right behind it, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder if he's seen this yet."
Yeah, being a fan of Aggie football isn't typically fun in recent years,
but
it's not a good time.
And it's so funny. And yesterday he sent me. I don't think you were attached to this, Tyler or Clint. He sent this fool out of nowhere before the game. He has the Mills jersey, and he had put the tape over it and put Milner over it. And I'm
well done, man.
And I'm saying yesterday.
Didn't think about that one.
Yesterday, it had to. You needed that. Now you have a quarterback. Tyler's just been much like most fans dying to get another quarterback. After Deshaun.
CJ and company picked me up in a big way. I needed it, man.
How about that?
Needed it on a Sunday for my mental health.
Now tell me the truth. How was y'all feeling? 46 seconds left after Baker had hit that tight end right in the.
I did not feel good about it.
Not great.
46 seconds.
2 timeouts, 46 seconds.
75 yards, need a touchdown, 46 seconds.
You wasn't?
No, I was not feeling good at all. I'm not going to lie to you. One bit. I did not feel good about it.
You did not think what actually occurred, you did not see that one happening.
No, hell no. When
he threw the second ball to Dalton Schultz on the
and
side,
they wasted the second time out, or they used the second time out, I thought, boy, what? I mean, now we've really done it.
Yeah, I remember. I forgot who it was up there in the press box. Was like, God, that's just like one of his first rookie mistakes.
Right? Yeah. I did not. I thought we were cooked. I thought we were done. I was already. I cannot believe, by the way, that D'Amico left Henry To'oTo'o on that island the way he did on that touchdown with that tight end. I thought, oh my God, you got to be kidding me.
They had him spread out nicely.
Though, they had him spread out nicely from jump. Like Baker had to be sitting there like, what, are y'all kidding me? You gonna put Petrie that wide?
Yeah, Petrie was right there.
So I couldn't believe they put my man Henry in that spot. And I was already mad about that. And the next thing you know, Tank Dell caught that ball on the sideline. When Tank Dell caught the ball on the sideline, that's when I knew, okay, now they got legit real shots to scheme something up at the end zone, not just a Hail Mary.
And we'll see when the All-22 comes out. You'll watch it. How in the hell did he get that wide open? Or that open in them spots? That was just – like, to me, you're thinking Tampa's guarding – like, they would have been all right if he caught that inbound. Yep. But you think they're hugging the line to not allow that. And he got over there, and I think you said it in the first block, like he creates a little bit more. He created about 5 good yards.
Well, the thought, right, is to high angle that route no matter what, because that underneath defender, it looked to be. I haven't watched it the higher up version, but I mean that was clearly it looked like a half safety, or may even been a third defender back there. But the underneath defender just kind of slow backpedaled, and the way he kept that corner route high angled. The only hope was that the safety could undercut it. That was the only hope for them to make a play, and he threw it up high to where really there was no the ability for the guy to undercut it and not have to go through Tank Dell. I mean, it was impossible for him to defend it. So it was a perfectly thrown ball, a great route, and a perfectly thrown ball.
Someone texted in as we're waiting for D'Amico Ryans, who will go right to at the podium in NRG. You'll hear him live right here on the drive on Sports Radio 610. From the text line, I believe in CJ, but 46 seconds isn't much. It had to go perfect, and it did. It really didn't. Like the Dalton Schultz throw Dalton Schultz throw, the second one on the side, I bet CJ would like to have that one back to make a different decision. But I understand where you're coming from. Someone else texted in that Ron, we don't need to see, or we don't need that consistency. Ron, the man has only thrown one pick after 8 games. No, he is. That is the biggest thing. 14 touchdowns and 1 pick. What I'm saying is we hadn't seen CJ consistently just say, "Hey, I got it, man. Whatever happens." Yeah. Like we had like 470, or hey, I'll score every damn time if I need to, or hey, man, like it doesn't matter the situation. Hey, Siege, man, ain't got field goals today. You gotta go for every 4th down. Like we ain't seen him just drag the team like that.
It's been a long time since we've seen an offense take that many shots.
Oh yeah,
I mean, because
it's very clear to the texter. I haven't seen there's not a lot of people in the league that we've seen do that. As I said,
I mean, I remember just the hype, Ron, of like when DeAndre. I mean, when DeAndre Hopkins and Will Fuller, when they were both healthy and playing, and boy, Deshaun would get big balls over the top to Will pretty consistently because of DeAndre. But it still wasn't anything like yesterday. When you're just talking about like constantly lobbing, big balls over the top, just first half, second half into the very end of the ball game. That was, I don't know, we've seen that in a long time around here. Yeah. And to your point, I don't know that we've seen it. I mean, I don't know that many fan bases have seen it. I mean, literally,
only 5 people have had that stat line in the history of the game. Like no interceptions there, right? Like because that thing is like if he has one major mistake, right? Like the strip that occurred that they could have reached. If he has one major mistake, it's an issue. Let's head out to NRG as D'Amico is speaking to the media.
You say okay. Come on, buddy. He started off hot. First question, no. All right. Yeah, with Noah, man, he had a best game of his career. With Noah, man, he's been really consistent since he first got here. Right, OTAs. I mean, just remember all the plays he was making, right? Him and CJ, just all the plays he was making. He was very consistent in what he did in the summer, and it's showing up as well right now in the season. So really proud of Noah. He had a career day, his best game, in the NFL. So proud of what he did for us. And the biggest play, man, is just coming out of halftime. I thought that was really huge. We haven't been great starting the second half, and for us to come out of the second half and for Noah and CJ to connect on the play and him to convert into a 75-yard touchdown is huge. Right? We want to be an explosive offense, and that's the definition of explosive there. So proud of Noah and what he's done for us.
Coach, speaking of being explosive and aggressive, you guys talked all week about wanting to do more. When you guys lost Fairbairn yesterday at halftime, did that almost kind of force you guys to be even more aggressive than what maybe game plan for the second half?
Losing him, he hurt. And you have to be able to adjust. And that's what the game is all about. The game plan changed. You had to be more aggressive there. But our guys stepped up and nobody blinked, right? We talked about, hey, we lost our kicker. We got to be more aggressive. Nobody blinked. Everybody just kept fighting. We made some plays down there in the red zone to get in the end zone where we didn't have to worry about kicking field goals. So the offense stepped up big time for us. And, just credit to Dare and him being ready in that situation. The moment wasn't too big for him. He stepped up. Everybody, the kickoffs, all right, we're good, and everybody knows how big the field goal was for us there. So credit to Dare, credit to Frank, our special teams coach, for having them prepared.
What injury updates do you have for us?
We'll see. Yeah, we have a lot going on with injuries. We'll get more of an update as our guys go and, get scans and things from the doctors, and we'll have an update later in the week.
Also, when the Bucs scored with however much time, 49 seconds or whatever, a lot of fans left. They're not used to seeing you guys having the ability to come back and having it, like, they'd rather beat traffic. To be able to give them some FOMO and give the fans that didn't show up a reason to come next week, how much does that help, and, what does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything to me, right? If people want to be here, they'll show up, right? And if you want to stay through the entire game, you'll stay. So we just go play our game. We'll play till the clock says 0-0. We love our fans for showing up and being loud. I think that's where our fans really affected the game yesterday for us. Caused some penalties, for them on offense caused some timeouts to be called. So our fans matter. They affect the game. If they're in their stands and they're loud, it affects the game. But we're going to play till the clock says 0-0, no matter who's in the stands.
What was one thing now that you watched the tape, one thing that stood out the most about Stroud?
The accuracy. That was the one thing that stood out with CJ. Just the ball. You see the passes that Tank caught, but just being able to just slow the film down and pause it and see the precision of where those throws were. It's unreal to see how precise he was, the accuracy, ball placement being exactly where it needed to be. It's very impressive.
When it comes to accuracy, is that a trait that someone can build on, or is that something that they got to, at the bare minimum, have the natural talent to, if they don't understand? What kind of like the on accuracy?
Yeah, for me, I think accuracy is definitely like something you either have or you don't, right? And CJ has it. We're thankful that he has it. You know, you can try to coach it as much as you want to, but it has to be that natural right throwing ability, and guys who have that natural ability to throw the football, which CJ has, right? He does a really good job of putting the ball exactly where it needs to be. So proud of the game CJ had. Is one of the best games a rookie quarterback has ever had. So proud of what he's done, and proud of just the protection from our offensive line, the tight ends, the backs. Like, you don't throw 470 yards by just being about you. It's about the protection and all the guys around him, the receivers with the precision, with their route running ability. Like, all of that matters. And it's great to see our offense perform the way they did yesterday.
You're listening to D'Amico Ryans, the head coach.
You know, with rookies in general, you tend to, you know, kind of trial out here. You give them some space to make mistakes. It seems like y'all really trust him and y'all let him do things. I think Dalton was talking about him being able to make adjustments on the fly. At what point did it get to y'all where y'all really trust him, let him kind of do his thing out there?
I think trust is earned, and CJ has earned that trust by showing it on the practice field, proving it to his teammates, and you build that trust over time. CJ has built that trust amongst his teammates, amongst the coaching staff, that, you know, we can put a little bit more on him. Right? He's still a rookie, still has things to learn and things to grow from each and every week. But he's doing a really good job of just growing throughout the year. So pleased with the growth process.
So you went into that when you went into halftime. Going in, how much of your speech was half coach, half former player?
Coming in at halftime, my message to our guys was just a big smile on my face, and the message is, like, if you want to be a big-time player in this league, you got to step up and close games out like this. It doesn't matter what happened in the first half. Nobody cares. We had a lot of mistakes in the first half, but it's all about how you respond. I feel like our guys responded the right way. We said we weren't coming back in this locker room unless we come back with the win, and the guys responded the right way. No matter what happened, no matter what injury happened, everybody kept fighting to the end. Everybody kept making plays, stepping up for each other, and that's the type of locker room that we have, a group that's tight, that's going to fight for each other.
The kind of defense that you were facing, how did you feel about Devin and the running game overall?
With the running game, I feel like Devin did a good job of running the ball, and he made some tough runs for us in there.
Hey, Coach, there's been a lot of talk about this offense being a lot more aggressive, but it seemed like you guys, of course, they got the second half, but what did you see, from the sideline, just watching Bobby Story just go through, this big game stuff?
It's normal game. It's normal game stuff. It wasn't anything different. I think from this game, what you saw is just, it started, again, I go back to the protection. It started with the protection, giving CJ time to make the throws, right, and our receivers making tough catches, right, and that's where it all goes. It wasn't anything different that we did. We executed better on Sunday. When we execute, that's what it should look like.
Coach, a few weeks back, you talked about how you liked how your team responded after a loss, and you felt like you could do better after wins in terms of preparation. After a win like yesterday, do you kind of let the momentum kind of blossom into something this week, or do you change up what you've done before in the past this week in your approach?
No, I don't change anything. After I just had a team meeting, I told the guys, hey, congrats, it's over. See, Cincinnati, let's go to work. Like, no, we don't care. Tampa Bay is over, it's done with. Everybody's going to pat you on the back, say you're the best in the world. And as Coach Saban calls it, it's rat poison, right? Nobody cares. It's on to the next game. Tampa Bay game is not going to help us win, all right, Cincinnati. So everything, all of our preparation, everything that we're focused on right now is on to Cincinnati.
CJ said yesterday after the game that Jimmy Ward had suggested doing more 2-minute work in practice because a lot of the games have come down to one score. What are your thoughts on the players sort of suggesting that, you taking those suggestions into account and adapting your schedule?
It's big time when you get, just the open communication that I have amongst our leadership group. I think that's where we benefited from having those open, and honest dialogue amongst ourselves, and that's why we talked about it. And Jimmy asked for more of the 2-minute situations, and we worked more this week, and it came at the proper time. We needed it, and it showed where all the cards are stacked up against us to go and win that game, and the calm that our guys had in that 2-minute drive, it showed. So happy that we were able to work that more throughout the week this week, and it manifested itself in our game.
Coach, you talked about Cincinnati. Early on this year, they've had some issues with the quarterback waiting for him to get back healthy. Now it seems like they're starting to get a little bit better. What is your early evaluation of them?
I think Cincinnati's playing really good ball right now. Defensively, they're playing good. They're attacking the ball, taking it away. Offensively, Joe Burrow has done a great job. Like, he's healthy, has a lot of weapons around him, and he's making great decisions with the football. So an explosive offense, right? Really attacking defense. Guys are going to get after. They fly around. They play ball the right way. Great coaches on both sides of the ball. So it's going to be another tough matchup for us.
Look at what you have with a guy from a minor league, Khalil Davis, and then playing so long at this level. You kind of sense sort of an appreciation because we talked to him. It means a lot to him to be an NFL player after being missing out.
Khalil's done a good job. He's improved every week with the things we've asked him to do. And I'm proud of Khalil, just him taking the coaching and seeing it show up on Sundays, right? Small coaching points, he's getting it done. So for him to show up, make a big-time sack for us, he's been playing really well in the run game over the past couple weeks. And the more we give him, the more plays that he's making. So proud of him. And it doesn't matter where you start, right? It's just what do you do with the opportunities that you're given. And Khalil has taken advantage of those opportunities and has made plays for us.
Take a few more. Obviously, touchdown passes, but he also had the key block that sprung to go around for the touchdown. How much of Tank's impact, and actually I have to shock you guys because I've seen the shock. How impressed have you guys been by just Tank's overall ability to run this season?
Like for me, Tank hasn't impressed me much because it's still the same kid I saw at U of H, right? Those plays he made at U of H, it's the same plays he's making here for us. He was exciting to watch as a college prospect, and it's the same. Standing back watching him on the sideline is still just – it's always impressive. He's an explosive playmaker. He shows up every Sunday. And that's the thing that sticks out. You see the touchdown catches, but for me, it's like what you mentioned. It's the blocking. Like on the one that sprung Noah for the touchdown, it's him stepping in the run game, blocking safeties. You're probably twice his size. It doesn't matter. He's going to step in there. He's going to give you everything he has every single game, and that's what I love about Tank, man. True competitor, right? Always going to step up, make a big play for you, and guys rally around him because he's going to provide a spark to our team at any given moment.
You're listening to the head coach, D'Amico Ryan.
Is getting a lot of the pub as far as what he did in that game-winning drive. Can you just speak to the resiliency of your team being able to push through like that, especially with you all constantly losing players on yesterday?
It's the last drive is just it really shows the persistence from our team. Like what I saw in that last drive was just calm, no panic. It's like everybody had this quiet confidence within them that they knew we were going to go down and score, right? And it starts with having faith in your quarterback right, that he can make it happen. And CJ has built that confidence in our guys since he first got here. And for him to make the plays that he made, the O-line to block the way they block, to give him the protection, the receivers, the route run, it's very, it's very humbling to see guys just put the work in and you see it just all, right, come to life there in that moment. Something that hasn't been done, right, and I think it's 2 times it had been done, since 2000, for a team to drive down there with less than 60 seconds, 2 timeouts, 75-yard, for a touchdown. It's an unbelievable drive right there for our guys. One that I think that's going to be one of those staple moments, right, of this first season that I always remember.
D'Amico, I know you hit on Noah and Tank. Can you just address kind of the impact that Schultz is starting to have now these weeks from out?
Yeah. Dalton has showed up. The past couple games, Dalton has shown up big time in the passing game. He's made some big catches for us, none bigger than that 3rd down catch he made, and was able to make a guy miss. And I love the way he finished that. Finished physical inbounds, right, imposing on the defenders. I love that about it. And Dalton's getting better each week, and so he's showing up another big game for him as well. We had 3 guys over 100 yards. It's just all around, right? Noah, Tank, Dalton, Nico, all our receivers, they've done a great job for us.
We'll close with Jonathan, John, and DJ.
I've been thinking back off the defense. How do you leadership where you have a certain amount of players and they provide some distance? How does that work?
Yeah, that's amongst us. Yeah.
Next time you're on the 40, you're on the 25 with 46 seconds left, how much does your success Sunday should help you next time you face dire circumstances like that?
Yeah, that drive definitely helps us and should gives us even more confidence if we are in that position again, knowing that, hey, we've done it before, and hopefully we can do it again if we have to. Hopefully, we don't have to be in those situations and we can close it out before we get there. But I think it just builds that confidence, right? You can get it done. And it starts with the belief, again, in your quarterback, knowing that he can drive down and make the plays that you need to make to win those games.
When CJ first got here in training camp, you're kind of more coy, trying to keep everything calm and things like that. You're not trying to do repetition. CJ, but now when you talk to CJ, like gush, and you're always smiling when you talk about it, performance and stuff. So kind of like, what's kind of been that change for you and how you like talk to us about CJ? Because before you kind of wanted to just not it, but now you talk about CJ sometimes you gush.
And for me, it's everything you get in this league, you have to earn it. Right? For me, as a young rookie quarterback, it's not a lot of expectations or not too many expectations. Don't want to make it too weighty on him, right? Starting out, and you just see how he's grown each and every week. And you see the more and more he can do for us. And again, he's still learning, he's still growing, but the plays that he's able to make, right? You don't win games in this league unless you have a quarterback who can make those type of plays, right? And so he's continued on his way to becoming, right, that guy. But you see the ability that he has, you see the leadership that he has, you see how his teammates, right, they all believe in him. And that's what I've seen grow from once we drafted him till now. You just see him continue to grow each week. You see him to continue to just put confidence in our entire team. And that's what, I started to feel from that, the confidence that he puts in everyone around him.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, that's head coach D'Amico Ryans as he speaks to the media after which was the biggest win of the season, the comeback win as the Texans win 39-37 on Sunday against the Bucs. Let's grab a break here and get back a little big 3 at 3 as we relive the good, and then we discuss the aftermath, which there is some bad there from the Texans' W yesterday, as well as everything that happened in the NFL from a great Sunday. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, at Academy Sports and Outdoors, they carry all the gear to have fun and spend time with your family. And, boy, it's just not a time of the year where you can have some fun and spend time with your family. Look, Thanksgiving's right around the corner, man. You're gonna do some family get-together, ain't you? I mean, we all do. And if you need anything from grilling to drinkware to chairs. Oh, by the way, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all like to fry your turkey? They got about 3 different turkey fryers over there. Anything you want, anything you need to fry a turkey for Thanksgiving, you can get at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And right now, them Texans are rocking and rolling, y'all. Tailgate needs, Academy Sports and Outdoors, zero doubt about it. Cool weather clothes, sweaters, sweatshirts, jackets, half zips, hoodies, you and the kids, all brands, men, women, and children. Academy Sports and Outdoors is
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Stroud in the gun, empty backfield after motion. First down to the Bucks 15. 10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead! Yes! Down with the reception! Rock and roll! My goodness! What a comeback! Yes! Houston gets it done! Are you kidding?
Let's get it on, baby.
Hey, hold on, let me take a sip of this Mad Dog. Those of you who are on YouTube and Twitch, you can see I got a little styrofoam. Little dragon.
You got the mini styrofoam Dragon Flute MD 2020.
Sorry about that. Let me fill you up.
Yeah, your bartender let me go dry over there.
We talk a lot about, especially Clint, sports horny. A lot of my favorite when Clint says the safety's getting horny.
Oh,
we talk about a lot of that. If there is anything that has ever exhibited sports horny, that's it.
Which one, Mark or Andre?
Oh, all of it. All of it. Yes! Yes! And, I've noticed that Mark's, when he gets himself good and excited, he goes against the grain of what most do. I know when I get myself good and excited, I'm going up octaves.
Right. Okay.
What? Like I go up.
Right.
Tyler, I've heard Tyler. Tyler goes up. Mark specifically goes down.
He gets more
Come
around.
on, baby! Tickle the twat! Like
the game is over!
Yeah, he starts growling
like he goes
harder,
down.
doesn't
He goes down.
The game is over!
He goes Barry White. He goes down. The game is over! I mean, I love it. Andre, that was it. Andre needed that. Yes! Yes! Yes!
The best part is Andre ain't got he don't have the ability to wait for Mark to get done with his call.
He didn't click his button off or nothing. Yes! Yes! Yeah, I mean, it was Daniel Bryan up in that piece. Man, how about it? It should be excited, baby. You should be excited. A fantastic finish yesterday. And I don't want to hear it. Like today, I'm sorry. Okay? I don't care how you say it. Many of you call me Mr. Negative all the time. I see somebody here on YouTube saying, I know it's Victory Monday and should be positive, but I feel like the final drive is taking the spotlight off the defense. Stop! I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. All right? We can talk about that defense at some point.
Shed a tear about it.
Damn it, we got 2 more hours. All right? I'm not doing it today. Today, for me, is go crazy. Go crazy. All right, you want to say that C.J. Stroud's in the MVP vote race? Sure, do it.
Is that what Lopez did?
He did. I've heard top 10, top 8 quarterback today. Do it. I'm not taking your joy at all. Shout out to Dabo Sweeney, who really shoved it to Tyler this weekend as well. But I'm not taking nobody's joy away. You want to dream as big as you want to dream today. All right? CJ, MVP candidate, do it. The division is within grasp. Do it. I don't care, baby. Thanks, Tyler. I don't care, man. Listen, we'll talk about the defense at some point, Clint. But yesterday, I'll be honest. I'm going to tell you, we were sitting up there in that press box. I had just eaten that ice cream that I'd filled with toffee and caramel. Took a while.
How about that? Made out of a can.
Yeah, I had the salted caramel. Took a while for it to come out. Perks of being at the game, Tyler. But
press box.
Well, just being there, Tyler. Took it a while for it to come out. But as I just ate that thing, and he just hit that tight end in the middle of the field, Clint, with 46 seconds left, I'm not going to lie to you. Or to the very anal texture. It was 40 seconds. There was 6 seconds left when they scored the touchdown. Whatever.
Good point.
It's okay. All right. With 46 seconds left, Clint, Tyler, I'm not going to lie to you. I even with the 2 timeouts, Hadn't really seen him in that position, having to score a touchdown. I was not real confident that they were going to come out of this game with a win. I didn't think I was going to have to buy Mad Dog or a single. I did not think I was going to have to do anything. I was not that incredibly confident that they will pull this off. And it's not because I don't believe in C.J. Stroud or anything. I just thought it was a very tall task. And this is really, to me, the first time down. Like down with that amount of time for them to come back. And Clint, they marched down there and did it with almost ease.
Yep.
Almost eased right there. Weren't helped with penalties. Weren't like the Cowboys had a similar thing. They were helped with multiple penalties to get down, and they still didn't score. I was shocked that they went down there and pulled that off.
Well, look, it was a thing of beauty, man. I mean, it played right into the Texans' hands from a standpoint of what do we know and what are we confident, especially today. But even at that moment, what are you the most confident that this Texans offense can do? And that is drop back and sling the football around the park and. Now, again, we didn't know that they were going to have the ability. I'm not sitting here saying everybody expected 46 seconds to go down and score a touchdown and win, but you feel like at least what you're being asked to do in that moment, needing a touchdown, 46 seconds, 2 timeouts, at least you feel like you've been there before and you're playing to your strong suit. And the Texans went out there and made it even stronger. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it was. I mean, this is one that I think Texans fans will remember for a very, very, very long time.
D'Amico just said he would. D'Amico said he would remember it.
If you're just a football fan, forget about being a Texans fan. If you're just a fan of the game and you tune in because you heard C.J. Stroud was doing some big things and having a big day, what you watched, you were unbelievably impressed with, you were entertained with, and you'll probably come back for more.
I want to see if you agreed with D'Amico, because I didn't. D'Amico, we just heard from D'Amico. He just spoke to the media. He was asked the most impressive thing that he watched. Sat back and watched the film. The most impressive thing that he watched and saw from CJ yesterday was his accuracy, his ball placement. Do you agree with him? Is that the most impressive thing you saw from him yesterday in a record-setting day? 470 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Do you agree with D'Amico? That was the most impressive thing?
It's hard. It's hard not to agree with, especially after going back and watching the film of where the ball were placed. The balls were placed throughout, throughout the game, not just in that last drive, and mostly in the second half, but throughout the game, really. It'd be hard to think of something over and above the accuracy. I tell you what I'm most impressed with, for me personally, is just the poise. In those moments, you're in a shootout. They've got a pretty damn good defense in terms of causing problems, and they got a good defensive coordinator over there in terms of causing problems, and they stood in there in a shootout. So I would probably rank just his overall poise and ability to call your shot before the game and say we need to be more explosive than go out there and do it. So I would probably say the maturity and the poise more so than accuracy, but they're right there neck and neck.
Yeah,
what you got?
I think I'm in the same vein. To me, it's just to be able to respond to self-inflicted wounds. I mean, he missed throws.
Yeah.
And he missed throws early. And to come out, like I remember I sent out a tweet early in the game where that series you talked about early where he missed Tank wide over route. I mean, he threw it out of bounds. No pressure, didn't give him a chance to catch it, and then missed him again. Nico and him got crossed up on a crossing route that could have been a big play, might have been 6, where it seemed like the timing was off. He missed on a 2-point conversion. I mean, absolutely threw the ball way behind Tank Dell in a chance where he couldn't get it. I think you talked about it yesterday on a screen pass to Noah Brown. It was off and behind him and caused it. He missed some spots early.
He was off early, no doubt.
He was off. I think you said it up there. CJ's off. But that didn't stop him. Like, he came back and continued and found it. And I find that impressive for a rookie who had just come off the game he just had, probably the worst of his career, probably in college or in or in the NFL, against the Panthers, and then to come back and have some early misses.
Yeah.
And then just like, nah, man, I got it. I got it to the tune where I'm going to go ahead and set records. That was, to me, even more impressive. His ability to respond to early misses. Because there was pressure on him when he comes out saying what he was saying.
There's just so much to be impressed with. And I, now that we've talked it through, and I'll be honest with you. I mean, I think just the degree of difficulty on the throws that he had to make throughout that game in order to score 29 points in the second half is probably the most impressive. Yeah, the accuracy, play to play, throw to throw, the poise, as I mentioned, but the level of difficulty on I'm talking about I'd counted probably 10 different throws was absolutely through the roof, and the dude makes it look effortless, and so that would probably be, after some thought, that mine would probably be the level of difficulty of how he accumulated those stats in those throws. Those reads and throws were just, man, that's through the roof.
All right, CJ Stroud, as we'll continue to talk through some of the greatness that we saw, and I think at least since I've been here for 3 years, the biggest Texans win that I've seen, and many others have seen as well.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Texans was one of the top games yesterday in the NFL. That game could have been argued as the game of the day, but Clint, I think there were 4 big games yesterday, and I think they all lived up to it, right? There were big games yesterday. Some would say the game of the year in the NFC between the Eagles and the Cowboys. The Eagles beat the Cowboys on the last play of the game. The Chiefs, they beat the Dolphins really at the end of it as well, in what some thought could be the game of the year in the AFC. The Ravens, they played the Seahawks, 2 teams that are playoff-level teams, and the Ravens just absolutely demolished them. Lamar was sitting down in the fourth quarter like he was in college. And the Bengals and the Bills last night, the next opponent for the Texans, the Bengals get the Bills late, able to close that game out in a tight one as well. When you look at everything, all of the top potential teams right now, Clint, right now as I go through it, the Chiefs, they're atop the AFC. The Eagles are atop the NFC. The Ravens and the Chiefs are tied up there. For you, who is the best team in football? Who is the best team in the NFL right now to you?
Ooh, man, that's a tough one. I'm gonna ride the Eagles, man. I'm gonna ride the Eagles on this one. Their ability to spin it around the park with a big play wide receiver and multiple complementary wide receivers and pass catchers. Their ability to run the football, with their quarterback, and then their ability to play defense, whether you're talking about just being big up front and causing problems, or you're talking about rushing the passer. I mean, the Eagles, I think, are the most complete team. And the scary thing about the Eagles is that we're still talking about last night. You win with a banged-up Jalen Hurts. Throughout the season, they've really, again, kind of struggled to find their identity with a new offensive coordinator, with Jalen Hurts. And so I think they're getting better as the season goes along as well.
They're 8-1. It's hard not to say them. Their schedule's about to get really tough.
Yeah.
But that damn Ravens team, Clint.
Yeah. You were on that. You've been on that for 2 weeks.
They are. I mean, Seattle is a good football team.
Yeah.
Just beat the hell out of them. It was 37 to 3 or to 7. I don't know what it was. I know Lamar shut it down. And what they have done, and I know like the Lions are a really good team, they beat the hell out of them. The Seahawks, a good team, they beat the hell out of them. I think the Eagles are the best. I would say the best right now. They're 8-1. They beat the Cowboys. They've beaten teams. I don't know if anybody's playing better than the Ravens right now.
Yeah, I hadn't got a chance. I mean, obviously I see the box score, but I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of the Ravens because I think that the last couple of weeks they played at the same time. Well, hell, I'm doing a post-game show through 6:30 anyway, so I don't get a chance to watch them unless I go back and watch them on NFL Plus. But there's no doubt about it. I mean, there ain't no way to argue that they are hitting stride in a big way.
You've said it repeatedly. This is most definitely not the same team or offense that the Houston Texans played in Week 1. A very, very different team, and they are They are loading up.
That team the Texans got next week, they're coming too now.
Yeah, the Bengals are coming too. Yeah, they just had a rough start. Joe looks like himself. Shut up, Tyler. Real quick,
Burrowhead my
ass. Thank you. Shout out. You could have done something yesterday, Travis. Shout out to Josh Dobbs. As somebody as you who's played in the league, moved around in the league a little bit, you've probably had to go and pick up systems real quick in your time. They signed Josh Dobbs on Halloween. That was Tuesday. The kid got hurt, knocked out of the game, who was supposed to be the starter
Jaron
for the
Hall
Vikings.
from BYU.
Immediately in the first quarter, and he was playing well. And he goes in to the Atlanta Falcons, a team the Texans couldn't solve on the road. And he goes in with, 4-5 days? And just has a masterful performance, wins the game for the Vikings. He played pretty well when he was with the Cardinals, to be honest with you. And they struggled, but he played pretty well at the quarterback position. So shout out to Josh Dobbs. That was just impossible, the situation he was in yesterday.
Big shout out to Josh Dobbs, man. I'm a big fan. I think he's one of those guys.
Always liked him.
I like him a lot, man. I mean, a very cerebral guy, obviously, that can throw the entire route tree with great mechanics and with a true power stroke. And then you look at the way that he is he can be even a dual threat guy in terms of he's not just going to scramble around and make some plays with his feet. You can actually bank on it and plan on it to some degree. And so he's one of them guys that in order to get a real shot to start long-term for a franchise, he's going to get one like this with Minnesota. And while they're out on Kirk Cousins, I know Kirk's hurt, but, I mean, clearly they're trying to move along from him. If he goes out there and plays well, will Minnesota hang their hat on Josh Dobbs? It's going to be one of those situations for him to get a real shot at being a franchise guy. But I think he's got the makeup to be one.
Yeah. So good for him, man. We'll see what happens as he is. He's definitely going to be in the league another 10 years if he wants to.
Oh, there ain't no doubt about that.
He's earned that. All right, coming up, we do this every single Monday. You can text in 713-572-4610. Our players of the game, and there are a lot of candidates for this. Text in your players of the game. We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, it's that time of year, y'all. We got nonstop live sports to watch night in, night out. Right now, the NBA's cranking up, rocking and rolling. Hell, their play-in tournament or in-season tournament is rocking and rolling right now. So the games mean a little bit more. Them cats, as if they need more money, can make more money. We got, obviously, college football rocking and rolling throughout the week, big time on the weekends, and them Texans are making it happen, man. If you can't get behind them Texans right now, I don't know what the heck's going on, man. Twin Peaks, they have got TVs everywhere, so you can see every bit of the live action. A solid made-from-scratch menu, and my favorite, the 29-degree man-sized draft. Boy, it pairs so beautifully live sports. If you like the hard stuff, Twin Peaks, they got big-time tequila and bourbon selections as well. And, look, it's always a place that you can just ease into on happy hour, or you can ease in lunch or dinner and hang with your friends, your family, and catch you a good meal and, again, catch some live sports. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're breaking down yesterday's win over the Bucs on Houston Sports Leader. The best. and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Little Reaction Monday on Victory Monday and on, as Mark Vandermeer would say, Mad Dog Monday on The Drive.
That was a really deep. That was a deep.
I really hate though. They gave him credit of a half a sack. He didn't get to do the Terminator thing, I bet, on Will Anderson.
It all happened so.
He probably didn't know it was a sack.
Did he end up getting a full sack or half a sack?
We're in the press box. They announced it as a half a sack to Will Anderson and Khalil Davis. Now you said you looked up and you said
you look in the ESPN box score last night. They had the full sack was Will's.
The game is
It was
over.
on the funky play where Baker Mayfield kind of fell forward and he got up and kept running again. And
so they were saying he was down there, and then they said,
wasn't it Perryman?
Jimmy Ward.
Was it Jimmy Ward?
We can't wait to hear what's up with him in his hamstring, because the vaunted hamstrings. The hell is with the hamstrings at Houston? There's been a long history of Houston athletes with the hamstrings, Chris Paul. It's Derek Stingley. Wonder if we'll hear about him and his hamstring this week. That'd be nice.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
I was thinking about that the entire time, every time I saw Mike go deep. But anyway, let's go here, and you can text it in 713-572-4610. We do this every week, not just our players of the game, but our Man Eye Institute players of the game. You can text in yours. Tyler Milner, I'll let you jump off first, man. Since you did a good job, did a good service, you had a free ticket, free food, free drinks to enter the building, and you stayed away because clearly there is a curse with you. The Milner curse. Clearly. Who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Man, I'm going to go with the tight end Dalton Schultz. And funny enough, you mentioned that curse. I feel like I somewhat reverse cursed Dalton Schultz. I feel like he should be thanking me a bit here, but I'm going to go Dalton Schultz. I did fire off a tweet right after his fumble saying that he was my biggest disappointment for the Texans so far this season. He then continued on for the rest of the game to have his best output of the year. So I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz. Big game for the big fella.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz was big. He had one catch for 5 yards last week against Carolina as the passing game struggled big time this week, and he's a 10 for 130 and a touch. So that was a huge game for him. All right, Clint. Tyler goes with Dalton Schultz, who he hit with the car on the way in. Who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Well, look, I think the low-hanging fruit one here is C.J. Stroud, so we got to at least mention, obviously, him once again every segment, I would suppose, today.
I'm going to give you your flowers.
But I didn't want to take that one. I wanted to take my man Tank Dell. Because Tank Dell not only had 2 big touchdowns down the stretch in the second half, one being the game winner with 6 seconds on the clock, but on that play and the go route where he catches a touchdown, the route, the little subtleties within the route just created the separation that he needed, that C.J. Stroud needed to make himself as available as possible to the quarterback. They were tremendous routes. Early in the game, obviously had a drop and actually had 2 drops. You can argue he should have caught that first ball too.
Yes.
The first play of the game or the second play of the game, but nonetheless had a couple of drops. He comes back and just has huge catches throughout this game. This offense is just significantly different when you've got Tank Dell involved. I mean, he's the one guy. I love the way that all these guys are so complimentary of each other, and I don't mean when they speak. I'm talking about by their style of play.
Yeah.
Tank Dell is just that. I mean, his routes are freakish, man. I mean, if you play soft on Tank Dell and you allow him to step on your toes as a DB, you have no chance. Whether he's running the go route, he's running the post route, or he's running that speed cut, deep speed cut out route to the sideline, he is special. Ron, I've got to go with Tank Dell on this one.
So Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz.
Yep.
All right, I want to do an honorable mention here, as I'm seeing many people coming through here. Someone said Tank's blocks too. I didn't catch those. But
on the Noah Brown.
The Noah Brown, where you said, why didn't he stop?
I don't know why he stopped where he stopped, because that could not have been within the play. But I'm glad he did, because he picked off two defenders. You are correct.
Good call on the Noah Brown. I want to do an honorable mention, and my honorable mention is to Dare Ogunbowale.
Mm-hmm.
I just, what was that? Are you kidding me? I mean, that was a fourth quarter tie ball game. Pressure, what was that, 31 yards? Something like that. 33 yards, something like that. Pressure kick, probably should know I don't. Some of you, I'm sure, will text in and try to have me fired. But, I mean, that was incredible that he went ahead and stuck it. And then I enjoyed him, because he stuck that bad boy the way I did them 2 cups in beer pong, and just walked off like that's his everyday thing. Like he just kicks field goals, and that's what he does.
Yeah.
And also, he never kicked the ball out of bounds, which, I was concerned about when they were
Two of them were touchbacks.
When they were showing him warming up, he looked like he rifled one out of bounds. It was like, oh, dang. I said, oh, hell, man. Where are these balls going? But all the kickoffs didn't give him any extra yards, and knocks down that field goal they had to have.
Yeah, 29 yards, by the way.
Yeah, 29 yards. So I'll push it up. 30-yard field goal. A 31-yard field goal that Dare Ogunbowale made. He's my honorable mention. But my real one, listen, I got to go to this guy, because Dare made a couple of plays. This Noah Brown fella, who I'm going to be honest with you, I did not think Noah Brown was capable of going 6 for 1. What the hell did he go?
153.
153. And I sure as hell did not think that Noah Brown could go in the clear for 75 yards. Now, I know, and that gentleman had the angle on him,
Mm-hmm.
and Noah still.
You're talking about the one that caught him at the 5.
Yes.
Like kind of, okay,
yes.
Yeah.
That was still, I didn't know Noah had that in him.
Yep.
153? I don't want to take them 3 yards for you. No, I did not know that Noah Brown had that in him, and it was multiple points through the game. So for me, my Man Eye Institute player of the game, honorable mention to Dare Ogunbowale, but Noah Brown. 6 for 153?
Hey, raise a glass to our Man Eye Institute Mad Dog players of the game.
I just don't think we can add Mad Dog.
Oh, can we not? Okay, the Man Eye Institute player of the game. Right
as
there.
we sip a little Mad Dog in that piece.
I'm sure whoever's owning and operating Man Eye Institute
has had
that Mad Dog has some time in their life been very close to him.
There were a lot of players. Obviously, C.J. Stroud could have made this. It probably was the player of the game, but there were so many guys that stepped up to be the player of the game. Once again, Clint goes with Tank Dell, Tyler Dalton Schultz. I go with Noah Brown with an honorable mention of Dare Ogunbowale. Those are our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Remember, Man Eye Institute, see life better. All right, coming up, some congratulations are in order for, I'd say, maybe one of the breakout players and athletes in Houston sports this year. We'll tell you.
and Hughley.
We appreciate everybody on this Victory Monday, this Mad Dog Monday, this Reaction Monday presented by Shoppers John Deere. We appreciate you joining us on the drive. And I do want to get to a little injury front and appreciate everybody the way you're listening to us, whether that is on Sports Radio 610, whether that's on the Odyssey app or on YouTube and Twitch. My man's here, David. I'm going to put you right out there, David Dold. Just watching the YouTube for the first time, and none of the hosts look like I thought they would. Sort of hilarious. Somebody texted in, Dave then texted in. I said, what the hell do you think we was going to look like? Dave said, Ron, I thought you were an old-timer. Hell, that mean, Dave?
I think it's probably just because how much you worry.
It's a good point.
It's not a good point.
Well, I mean, I thought it was. I mean, you worry a lot, man.
And it's not a bad thing. I've told you this. You're the mother of the show. We need someone like you to look out.
Kind of crabby.
Dave came back, loved the show. Not trying to be rude or anything. Just not an image I had. Damn.
I mean, you
didn't know I was that sexy, did you, Dave?
You didn't know he was that DILF, did you, Dave?
I see you, baby. I got you. Raising the roof a little bit over there. The big DILF. DILF in the building. That's what I'm talking about. It's all right, man. Hey. I can't help it. An old timer. What you think I was 70? No, you thought me and Dusty kicked it? Thought I was. You thought he's from Kansas City. He must know Buck O'Neil as old as that dude is talking. That's
Hold
all right,
on,
Dave.
Joe.
We appreciate it. Oh, a lot of people thought I would look like Tyler for some reason. By the way,
sexy?
No.
And white?
White. Yeah.
White with some fair skin with some dark features.
It's mostly white folks who think that.
Who think what?
Oh, I thought Ron was white.
I mean, I tell you, I think every person that's come up to me and told me they thought that you were the white guy and I was the black guy was a black man.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm sure there are some. Yeah, most black folks are like, oh yeah, I can hear it.
You can
most white folks, most of them are white folks that come up to me and say, oh wow, oh you're Ron. By the way, injury things real quick.
You're Ron.
Injury updates real quick. We'll see what happens because there are some important, like hell, I lost count. I mean, guys went out.
Yeah,
they lost safeties that didn't return back to back. MJ Stewart, who knew that was going to be important, and then Jimmy Ward, really the big one. They go out. We'll see what happened. Jimmy Ward had the hamstring. MJ Stewart had the shoulder. D'Amico, who spoke earlier, said we'll find out more later in the week, as well as Fairbairn, the kicker. Obviously, he went out, and that's why Dare was a big story. But one we do know, Clinton, I think this is unfortunate, especially with the injuries at that position already. Hassan Ridgeway has suffered a torn Achilles, and he is going to be out for the season. And they were hoping Sheldon Rankins would get back, and they'd finally have that. Sheldon Rankins and Hassan Ridgeway, where they're going to need Khalil Davis and Kurt Heinisch to step up and continue to play the way they have, along with Malik Collins, obviously, because they've lost Hassan Ridgeway, who went out in that game early as well with an Achilles injury.
Well, glad Khalil Davis is playing well.
Yes, and he is.
I mean,
what a find.
is. Yeah, I mean, he's playing well, and it's. I mean, he's all over the place. He is definitely a high motor guy. I mean, you don't have to work real hard when you're watching the Texans game on TV to find him. He flashes from inside quite a bit, especially for what the expectations were for him, buried on the depth chart to start the season. Probably a guy that was just stoked to make the team, and then all of a sudden he's getting quality run, and then all of a sudden he's flashing. So with Ridgeway's issues, with Sheldon Rankins, injuries on and off, then it's just good to make sure it's good to know that Khalil Davis is playing well above expectations right now. So he's a little bit of a safety net there for this injury, I hope. Now you got to get
Rankins back.
You got to get Rankins back.
He's missed the last 2 games. Hopefully he can return with the injury of Hassan Ridgeway. By the way, again, if you missed it, torn Achilles. He is going to be out for the year. Real quick shout out on this this Reaction Monday. Mauricio Dubon, he of the Astros was the American League Gold Glove winner for the new utility position. He won that Gold Glove, his first one. The Astros had two others up, Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker. They did not win, but Mauricio Dubon wins. So congratulations to him, man. Breakout season.
Deserved it.
He did. He deserved it, especially for that position. He was up for second base as well, a finalist for second base. I think, to me, it would be great if the Astros, we understand they got to figure out the manager situation, but the Astros can find a center fielder or a left fielder that allows Mauricio Dubon to continue to be this Swiss Army knife, because I think that fits the team best, right? Like he basically became the center fielder really a lot in the playoffs. He started in center more, but during the season, like just he's not play all the games. Probably going to have injuries to corners, the outfielders. The hope is that you can have him to give people rest. So I hope he's able to stay in this utility role.
Yeah, there's no debating the importance that Mauricio Dubon played to this team. I mean, this past year, and I mean, there's no debating the product that is Mauricio Dubon right now. We had a season full of him just, I mean, quality at bat after quality at bat after quality at bat, hitting 300. Clutch as anybody on the team throughout the season, and as you mentioned, can play both the middle infield spots, anywhere in the outfield. Is speed if you need it coming off the bench if that's where he's at. So yeah, Mauricio Dubon he deserved to be in the second base running, and he deserved to be the utility position Gold Glove winner in 2023. Second year, by the way. They started doing that last year. I don't know who won it last year, but they started doing it last year. Second year. I'm glad to see Mauricio Dubon getting a little bit of love, man. It's well deserved.
Yeah, he had a breakout year. Congratulations to him. Also, I just want to say shout out, man. Hey, Clint, our teams had a really good weekend.
Good weekend, man.
Big weekend. The Arkansas Razorbacks.
The Hogs and them Texans, man, they both won. I'm on cloud nine, bud.
They get a road win at Florida.
Yeah.
Big game there.
They beat them mighty Gators.
Is that overtime?
Oh, no.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, no.
No, it was a finished in regulation, high-scoring game. And my Jayhawks got their 7th win. First time they got 7 wins since 2008. Got a chance to keep going on the road at Iowa State with their backup quarterback. And then there was Tyler's Aggies.
It does piss me off.
Oh, boy.
And I believe Tyler texted me, we have to talk about Texas A&M on Monday. Now, Tyler did not know that we were going to have a record-breaking rookie quarterback do things and maybe the best win that we've seen in a long time. But A&M.
We got time.
It was a hard-fought game. They go to a top 10 team in Ole Miss. They go on the road. They lose 38-35. Tyler, are you over Jimbo? You done?
Yes. I am beyond over Jimbo.
Like, you'll be pissed if he returns.
I mean, it's all about what's going to be out there and available. But, yeah, I don't want to see him wearing maroon anymore.
Damn, it's over. That was it.
It's over. Yeah.
Man,
Ron,
I was already close, man. He needed to win out.
3-point.
But he's not in play the biggest game left on your schedule. Well, I guess it's not the biggest because LSU is down the road. Yeah, it is because they were 10 at the time.
Well,
I mean, here's the deal: is he's beyond go play well against a top 10 opponent and everything will be okay. If they were sitting there with a better record, then
just put them at 5-4.
Yes, they are sitting 5-4 right now with LSU still on the schedule right there.
Mm-hmm.
So look, you got Abilene Christian, so you at least gonna get 6 dubs. You got Mississippi State next week. They are bad.
They're gonna
Trust
be
me, they beat Arkansas.
7 dubs.
They should be, but 7 don't get it with him. Not this year, man. Yeah, 7 don't get it with him.
Listen, I honest to God, I don't know what's happened to him. I really don't. They go and get Bobby Petrino, not Al, but Bobby Petrino, and
You ever watch Bobby?
A&M can do better than 7. Like if Missouri,
here we are again.
If Missouri's going to put together, if Missouri, like I don't know that A&M can, like I don't know if A&M played Georgia that they would compete that way, the way that Missouri did on Saturday, and I know they have better parts. far better parts of Missouri.
That's you're talking about the part. That is why I'm so frustrated with.
Like, you think it would be a
A&M.
one-possession game against Georgia?
No, I do not believe that. Now, I think they have as comparable a roster as anybody in the league with them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not named Alabama. I know Alabama's not who they typically are, but Alabama's roster is still pretty strong.
You just feel like they can be better.
The most frustrating thing. Look, the same thing with A&M right now, guys, is in terms of my feelings is the same way I feel about Arkansas. Like, Arkansas could have had, not because A&M should have been looking at an SEC championship, and then if you do that, you're talking national championship at that point in time. But Arkansas could have been looking at an 8 or 9 win season this year. And you look up and you look at the schedule, Alabama's down, Tennessee's not what they were last year. Auburn ain't worth a damn. If we're talking A&M, Arkansas ain't worth a damn. Ole Miss they just played them to a 3-point game right there. Ole Miss is always gettable. LSU is very gettable. Their defense is awful, and you're sitting here pissing away with a 7-win season if you're A&M, or a 3-4 win season if you're Arkansas. It's a crying ass shame, and it's magnified times 10 when it's A&M.
Yeah. You just 7 wins just didn't.
I'll just have him come back next year and get 7 again.
Like who? Like, you're looking at the schedule right now. Who should they have? Who do you think they should have beaten? Like, you look at that schedule and you say A&M should have beaten them. There's no reason they should have lost to them. Ole Miss?
Ole Miss, definitely. Tennessee, definitely. Now looking at Miami, that's a tough one to swallow.
Those are the 4.
Look, Alabama, they played them to a 6-point game, and I'm just telling you, like, Alabama, I watched that game. Like, that was a very winnable game for A&M.
I completely outplayed Bama in the first half in every phase.
Yeah.
And then they come out in the second half and play not to lose.
It's hard to think. Like, even if he wins out, it's hard.
What year is this for Jimbo? 5?
5 or 6.
I mean, you're in year 5 or 6 with the roster that you have, and you're backing up. I mean, what is this? What they have in 2022? How many wins they have last year? Gosh, they had 5 wins last year.
5 years they weren't bowl eligible. The only really big year is that COVID year.
The Orange Bowl, yeah.
Orange Bowl year with Kelman, the greatest quarterback in the history since Johnny.
That one New Year's Eve 6 Bowl. That'll keep him in place.
What you got coming up at the 4?
Good gosh. The Texans, let's talk something positive, man. Them Texans, they whooped ass this weekend. And I think there's 2 big overarching takeaways, lessons, if you will, that we can take away from that.
get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
And it is a reaction Monday, and damn it, boy, if you ain't happier, now I'll get out. I was going to use a couple different lines there, but I don't know if they're appropriate for radio. After that Texans win 39-37 over the Buccaneers, then I don't know how you fan, man. The Texans, they were down, guys. The Texans were down 20-10 after the first possession of the second half. And they went on to rattle off 29 points in regulation, the rest of regulation, won the ball game with 6 seconds left on the clock. Touchdown pass, C.J. Stroud to Tank Dell. Tank Dell caught his second touchdown pass, but clearly there was enough to go around. C.J. Stroud had 5 touchdown passes, set all kind of records, 470 yards passing, 0 interceptions, and 5 touchdowns. Again, C.J. Stroud is putting himself on a list that is mostly reserved for Hall of Famers, if we're being honest. Some of these interceptions are not throwing interceptions, and now 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions as a rookie. That list is very, very slim. So big time win for the Houston Texans. But on that last drive, Ron, C.J. Stroud was 5 of 6 for 75 yards and a touchdown. You asked the question earlier. I don't know if you ever answered it. How confident were you in the Texans at that point? 46 seconds, needing a touchdown to win it.
Yeah, I wasn't real confident in that, and I didn't think it was enough. They had 2 timeouts, and it started off well, and my confidence really dropped when they made the mistake. And I think CJ made that mistake of throwing the ball to Dalton Schultz for about a 3 or 4 yard gain that got him tackled inbounds, which they had to fire off their last timeout. And at that point, I really thought it'd be hard and difficult. But to me, the money moment was that throw to Tank Dell on the sideline,
on the Tampa Bay sideline.
Yeah, he gets it on the sideline and gets out of bounds, drags that other foot. But that was the play that I think really got it.
Well, coming into this game, I think for the most part, I know a big talking point was, what is this offense going to do after going down to Carolina? And almost like, to me, it was almost like a last-ditch effort. You had 2 weeks to prepare. Carolina was the 31st of 32 run defenses in all of the NFL, and you went down there and you pretty much laid an egg and couldn't run the ball consistently against that team. And the biggest question coming into this game was, what is this offense going to look like? What is Bobby Slowick going to do to adjust off of the first 7 games of the season? And we knew he's going to have to adjust to some degree because the run game had been so bad over the first 7 ball games, but nobody knew exactly how much he was going to adjust. And quite frankly, nobody knew exactly. I think the biggest X factor there was DeMeco Ryans being a defensive-minded head coach. How much was he going to allow Bobby Slowick to open this thing up? I don't think it's a stretch to think that an offensive-minded head coach would open this thing up and have no problem with it. But DeMeco Ryans being a defensive mind obviously is an X factor. Well, I think there was a couple of lessons that we learned in this game.
That's some lessons, huh? It's a big picture.
And I mean all of us, the fan base, Bobby Slowick, DeMeco Ryans, and everybody involved over there. One of the biggest question marks is, what is the identity of this offense? You can sit around and talk about wanting to be physical at the line of scrimmage and wanting to run the football, wanting to establish the run, and wanting to be balanced and all this kind of jive. You can talk about it, but until you do it, it is not your identity. And so I think throughout the first 2 months of this season, the biggest question is, what is your identity on offense? I think we got that answer yesterday. And I'm talking more of again. I want to make sure that I reiterate this every time we have this conversation, because I don't care if at the end of the game you end up with as many runs as you do passes. I don't care if the quarterback throws it 25 times or throws it 50 times. Like that. That's all. The game is going to dictate that. The mindset of your offensive football team, what is it? And I believe right now it is blatantly obvious to all decision makers involved that this offense, being a pass-first offense and being an aggressive, explosive offense, is where the identity needs to lie. Now, I think they're still forming it because I don't think you just completely give up on the run.
When you say aggressive offense, this is where they need to live. Like, what exactly do you mean by that? When you say it doesn't mean to completely abandon the run game.
Well, we cannot come in here and have conversations of like, Ron, do you remember one ball being thrown over 20 yards in the air? Do you remember one go route being thrown? Do you remember one post being thrown over the top? Like the days of coming in here and not win, lose or draw. The days of coming in here and not having that answer and not knowing that, or being able to seriously have a conversation about, man, do you even remember if a ball was thrown over? Those days have to be over. You're like there's a handful of teams that can maybe win ball games that way, and that's your more physical run first football teams. You're not one of them. The good thing is you've got a quarterback that can handle the load. You got a quarterback that can handle being aggressive. You got a quarterback that can protect the football while being explosive, and I think you got to lean into it, Ron. I think like we saw yesterday, your quarterback wasn't quite on in the first half. He missed two. I think he missed two. He missed Tank Dell 3 times, but 2 of them would have been for monster plays. But you don't blink. You come back in the second half and you stay aggressive, and the next thing you know, your quarterback's thrown for 470 and 5 touchdowns. Now, he wouldn't have thrown for 5 touchdowns and 470 if they didn't get into a shootout with a pretty talented offense in Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans and Godwin and all these guys. Right? They were pretty good, and they forced it to be a shootout, and the Texans got into a shootout and ended up winning. But when you look at this team, the mindset going into every ball game, Ron, the Texans had 7 rushes in the first half, and one of those, I believe, was the Tank Dell carry.
Yeah, about a 3 or 4 yard carry. Yeah.
They had 7 rushes
for 7 yards.
For 7 yards in the first half. I said this on Friday, Ron. I said when we were wrapping things up, I said, man, I hope they stay in 10 and 11 personnel. And I said 10 personnel, tongue in cheek. You just don't see a whole lot of that in the NFL. The last thing I thought is I would legitimately see it. I was really just trying to make my point of how important or how serious I was about them needing to open this thing up. I'll be damned if in the first couple of drives I didn't see 10 personnel. I know I saw it twice, if not 3 times. And I don't know that I wouldn't have seen it more if John Mechie wouldn't have got injured. There's no doubt about it. 7 rushes in the first half. We saw some 10 personnel. We saw a ton of 11 personnel. We saw, 2 big shots missed in the first half. And then they go out and score 29 points and win a shootout in the second half. There is zero doubt about it for me that the approach that was in this game that was not present in the Carolina game was we're going to put this thing on C.J. Stroud. We're going to be explosive. We're going to create as many explosives as we possibly can. And I just believe that as bad as you are in a run game, your identity has to lean heavily into C.J. Stroud and being aggressive in the pass game.
But what the part that gets me is, like, listen, I'll be the one that's by himself, I guess, although I know I'm not. CJ is one thing as a rookie to think like, all right, you can. It still for me at this point, it's been 8 games, and through the 8 games, what I've watched, I'm still not all the way there. Just hey man, let's put it all on him every game, and I think D'Amico kind of expressed that earlier today. But it's not as much CJ is. Like for me, my thought is, CJ and then the parts around him, are they going to be good enough to just say, hey, let's put it all in your hands. Let's put it all like Noah Brown and Nico. And I like Nico. As I said before the season, I think Nico, I wouldn't give up on him being a number 2 receiver. Nico and Tank and Schultz, and week after week, can that group just say, hey, man, let's put it in their hands? Not just CJ, but hell, yesterday, and really, to be honest, the bulk of the season, especially when you look at Nico and Tank, they have proven that they are more inclined to be ready to handle that.
Well, that's a gamble that I'm just willing to take. What we can't, like if I'm Bobby Sloak and D'Amico Ryans, what we cannot do is lose to teams like Carolina, and in the process we're trying to establish the run. And in the process we're just settling to check the football down and throw it underneath because that's what the defense is dictating we do. Run it because they got two safeties high. If it's 3rd and long or 2nd and long, check it down because they got two safeties high. You can't let the defense dictate to you what your identity is going to be. You in an ideal world, you don't ever want to let the defense dictate to you. You want to always have answers, and you want to be the aggressor. Now, that's not always the case, but you damn sure don't want them dictating what your identity is. And to me, that's what the youth of this offensive group, and I'm talking about the coaches, the game planners, the youth of the group, along with the youth of the team in terms of not knowing what they're capable of doing, right? And only having 2 months together, it would be very easy to just continue to do what it is you first set out to do. Now they've adjusted. I think it's blatantly obvious that they got to lean into a more aggressive pass-first offensive identity, Ron. I think that's number one. And number two, you're going to like this because I think you wholeheartedly agree. This squad, their ability to adapt is crazy, man. Like their ability, whether we're talking about all the injuries on the offensive side of the football early in the year, we're talking about the defensive injuries yesterday where you lose two safeties. They've also lost a middle linebacker 2 different times. Just the being down 10 points to a really explosive offense and being able to score 29 points in the second half. The defense not holding water and the offense doing all the scoring last week. The defense held the water and gave the offense every opportunity under the sun to win a game. I mean, this team's maturity, call it culture, but really their ability to adapt to whatever situation is thrown at them is it's crazy good, but I think it's something that's a testament to D'Amico Ryans, but it's something that's going to play long term here with him with the Texans.
No, they and I think it comes with the coaching staff. Like it kind of starts up there because they are the ones that are adapting. Clearly, you saw Bobby Slowick even with the aggressive style, he adapted from first half to second half.
Yeah,
right. Like because it was a little sluggish and slow from the first half, and then they just like what I loved was they saw a clear problem in the secondary for the Bucs.
Yeah.
And it was Carlton Davis. They saw a clear problem there, and they exploited it. And like good NBA teams, they kept running the same play until you stopped it. And the Bucs never stopped. I mean, it didn't matter who they lined up against him. And anytime Tank got lined up against Carlton Davis, good night, including the touchdown that finished it off right there. So they were. I mean, everybody, especially offensively, started clicking there in that second half.
Well, it's just, again, we're taking a 2-month snapshot here, and you just look at what D'Amico – and look, I know D'Amico's defense. A lot of folks were mad at D'Amico's defense yesterday, whatever. You're going to come up against gunslinging quarterbacks and really talented wide receivers, and you're going to have to win a game offensively. The beautiful thing about being a Texans fan right now is that we may show up next Sunday – and or flip the TV on next, whatever it is. I don't know where we play next Sunday. Where are we at?
It's Cincinnati against old Lou. And Lou is
but it may be a shootout. It may be a game where the defense goes out there and grinds it out. I mean, the beautiful thing is you have the ability to win multiple ways. You're not just a one-trick pony where, well, if the defense gives up a couple of big shots early and you get down, you have no chance. Right, I mean, you've got ways to win ball games, but Ron, like the adapting thing. I mean, again, over a 2-month span is just with the play callers on both sides of the football, with the head coach, with the quarterback, overcome like just being ready. You lose your kicker, and Dare Ogunbowale is the kicker. And just the ability to have a laundry list of 2-point plays. You're prepared. You're ready. You go out there. You don't miss a beat. In fact, it comes down to one time the guy actually kicks a field goal. I mean, the readiness, the preparedness, the ability to not just adapt but adapt and win and succeed is I mean, it's second to none here in Houston right now. And it was on on stage big time, on Front Street big time at NRG yesterday.
Yeah, very, very impressive throughout. And that's something they've been able to show throughout the year. All right. Hey, man, today is one of those days to hear from the people. Let's put our guy Tyler Milner to work. 713-572-4610. This is the best win and the best way you felt about the Texans since when? This is the best way you felt about the Texans since when? For me, this is the best that I've seen or felt about them since I've been here. But many of you have been here and been on it for a lot longer than I have. Is it 2019 when they beat the Bills in the playoffs and went to Kansas City? Is it during the Matt Schaub years? When is the last time you felt this good about the Texans? This is a day to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Tyler will have you ready, and we'll take your calls coming up next. take calls as much. And I like to, but sometimes there's so much going on, and it makes it difficult. But these are a day.
Chief, we're doing something right.
Come on now. I mean, I know that.
Let's be honest, man.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Thanks,
let's
Larry.
be honest.
But I mean, I just
Big
said,
Hill. Boy, he's happier than hell today.
Oh
ain't he?
my God, man!
You think he's hungover?
That's Hennessy right there all day.
Hold on, so
He told us last night. He told us last night on the postgame show he's going to drown himself in Hennessy.
Yeah.
I said, don't do that,
You
Ed.
drown yourself in happiness.
It's a
and
figure of
anger?
speech.
The game is over.
Can I get a look? Yeah, let me get that last call. I want to get that last call from just to get people in the mood, right? Because I want to hear yes. It really is Andre Ware who's I want to hear. This is the last call as we're listening to you. Like, this is a day for you. 713-572-4610. We want to hear from the people on this day. Strictly this. Be ready for this. This is the best time you felt about the Texans since when? But here is Mark Vandermeer on the play of the game as Tank Dell gives the Texans the lead on C.J. Stroud's 5th touchdown pass of the game.
Stroud in the gun, empty backfield after motion. First down to the Bucs 15. 10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead. Yes! Dell with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness! What a comeback! Yes! Houston gets it done. Are you kidding?
That second yes from Mark. Well, that's the one.
His voice cracked up. Yes! His voice, either his voice or his mic, one of the two of them cracked a little bit on him right there.
Yes! I so badly wish I could see the facial expressions that Andre and Mark had while they were doing it. Andre had to be in full intensity.
Wow.
Yes!
Well, you can tell how Andre calls games. You can tell that his mind is like he's super serious. Like his mind is as if he were literally taking the snap. You know what I mean? You can tell when he's talking about it how everything is such a deep thought, which I as an old quarterback, I greatly appreciate. But not everybody's like that. A lot of guys that are calling games are so surface and big picture, which is fine too. But Andre's really dug in, man, on the details and in the moment. It's good stuff.
Yeah, from the text line, last time I felt this good was when we were up 24-0 on the Chiefs.
Ooh, I didn't think about that because the way it turned out, but that was a good.
But I would imagine that's probably a popular spot. Someone texted and said last time I felt this good was never about the Texans. Interesting there in the time frame. Let's go out to the people to hear from you, Chris. Let's hear your thoughts. When's the last time you felt this good about the Texans?
My brothers, last time I felt this is like a playoff win almost, man. Last time I felt this was like when we won against Buffalo. And I'm going to say this, man. The days of Houston Texans fans being the laughingstock of the NFL is over, bro. We're now from being the laughingstock to now it's crazy, man. Now we're the media darlings, man. ESPN, Bristol, they can't get enough of this kid, man. He is marketable. He is humble. On top of his talent, this is just the beginning, man. The NFL Giants is going to eat this kid up, man. So he is going to be the face of the franchise. Not only the face of the franchise, he's going to be one of the faces of the league. It's coming. Houston, we there, baby.
All right, appreciate the call, Chris. I'm not even, seriously, I honest to God, Texans fans, if that felt like a playoff win to you, that's fine, man. These last 3 years have been hell on earth as a football fan.
Yes!
Yeah.
Hell on earth. And I don't this isn't like the Raiders smoking cigars after they beat the Giants and Daniel Jones tore his ACL early and you're over-celebrating. No, Texans fans, you get to, yes, however you feel, you ought to feel that way. If this felt like a playoff win, you deserve it because this has been a tough watch the last 3 years to be a Texans fan.
Yeah, look, I think it's has a lot to do with what you just said. The 3 years of a tough watch. It's a tough fan. It's hell, if you do go to the game, it's a tough spend. And now all of a sudden you've got something to justify the spending and the time invested and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
I mean that's one thing. But I'll tell you that the other thing for me, Ryan, and I don't know. Look, I know a lot of people just show up and go to the games on Sunday, and that's fine. I mean, again, I get it. But for the fans that are a lot of our listeners that are a little more invested, that just pay a little more close attention, just pay, the outcome of the game really does, move their emotions one way or another on Monday when they go to work. For those people that pay that close attention, that win was big because of the statement that it made about your organization. Not just, it's easy to look at the box score and say, man, C.J. Stroud has arrived. He's going to be the face. Everything Chris just said, and he's spot on. But to me, it's bigger than that. To me, it was a statement game of what your offensive play caller is all about, whether we're talking about the adjustment, the willingness to adjust on the fly, the ability to adjust on the fly, the ability to adapt, or your defensive play caller, what he's done. It's all kind of come to a head 2 months into this thing. And then you look at your head coach, and your head coach, whether it's the work he's doing on the defensive side of the football, the culture that he's building throughout, the hands-off approach that it appears he has with Bobby Slowick and, hey, man, you do what you got to do to go win ball games and put points on the board. Like, that was a very powerful statement game as it pertains to the future of this organization. And being a fan, you're just like, now I don't even feel good about going to the game. I don't only feel good about buying this gear. I feel like moving forward, we're going to win a bunch of ball games and we're going to be competitive, and we're at some point sooner rather than later, we're going to be in them playoffs making noise and be a true contender. So I think that game was that much of a statement game. Yeah. It's easy, but it's easy to say, well, one's a regular season game and one of them's a playoff game. Yeah, I mean, it was a mid-season regular season game, and that was a playoff. But even when what Chris said, when they beat Buffalo, nobody thought they were contending. Yeah, they were lucky to win that ball game. It was square peg, round hole. What the hell were you doing for 3 quarters? And Deshaun just went out there and won it. You know what I mean? It was a great feeling. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying the overall feeling of being able to believe now, I think, is even greater than it was then.
Kansas City, I sure as hell thought they were.
Now that's a different animal. The Kansas City game.
Well, they had already beaten the Chiefs in Kansas City earlier in the year, and they were up 24-0. Right. So I thought they were way. All right, Jose, jump in. Let's hear it. Jose, the last time you felt this good about the Texans' win?
Man, it was when, as y'all mentioned, that Buffalo game. That was a great game. But, man, this game this Sunday, it reminded me of the old Houston Oilers run and shoot, man.
Let it out, man.
This guy is put everybody out like Warren Moon. He was hitting everybody on the dime. I mean, it reminded me of Warren Moon hitting Haywood, Jeffries, Curtis Duncan, and Ernest Givens out there just wide open. These guys were getting away from all their defenders, and it was an awesome game. With our running game not going nowhere, hey, just put the ball out there, let them boys catch it.
There you go, man. I love to hear that, Jose, man. They did that Jose, Ernest Givens for the people.
Jose, I want to let you know I did that Ernest Givens. What was that thing called? The electric slide?
That man, Ernest.
Isn't that what he called it?
That boy, Ernest. That used to be my favorite touchdown celebration.
I'm in tight quarters. Hey, YouTube and Twitch. I'm in tight quarters over here. I did the best I could, boy. I think he called it the electric slide, didn't he?
Old Webster Slaughter.
What's Ron talking about?
Boy, man, I have to see what they're talking about. No, man, we'll get to you on the other side, Ron. But I want to hear from the people. 713-572-4610. This is a day to hear from the Drive family, not just the three of us, as much as any of you. The last time you felt this good about the Texans' win, and we got to get to the man of the hour. C.J. Stroud is probably the reason why you feel this good about things, and we got to talk about his performance yesterday. We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
All right, save big on Silverados at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown, man. I'm talking up to $9,000 off.
Rizzy.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
It's a Reaction Monday, presented by Shoppers John Deere on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What a huge day it is. It is a Reaction Monday here in Houston, presented by our great friends at Shoppers John Deere, and Mad Dog Monday. We punished this Mad Dog pretty good, Tyler. Without you, I feel like Tyler should have to take down the rest of it.
I will as soon as we get off air.
No, you won't. You said that the last time.
You bubble the rest of it. There ain't nothing but a little quarter of it left.
I don't think
you gonna bubble the rest of it.
Yeah, that's slight work.
Have you ever had Mad Dog, Tyler?
Yes.
I just wondering. I just.
Boy, I don't even care if you're lying. I'm gonna be really disappointed in you.
No, I told y'all that
From the east side over there.
Tyler has said a few things that he had never had or heard of that I don't.
Well, he's not afraid to be honest.
I won't take anything for granted.
Circle T's and OBT, man. Used to frequent often.
Oh, that's right. There you go. Hey, by the way, man, we're gonna be around You guys, this neck of the woods later on this week.
Friday, O'Neill's on the water, baby.
That's right. We'll be in Baytown,
Put it on
baby.
your calendar on the east side. Y'all come on through over there. We throw down nicely over there.
It is a good time out there. I've had a good time. Drive over that bridge. That'll be fun.
Tyler, you gonna be there?
I will not.
I think we can pull the Baytown card and probably make it happen.
Do you still have people who live in Baytown?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man.
Does your mom still live in Baytown?
No, Mom is over in Crosby.
Like I know where that is. But
It's just outside.
Yeah, not far from Baytown.
I almost said a suburb of Baytown.
Trying to make that thing a suburb of Baytown. Today's a big day. We're talking to the people, and I want to pose it to you too, because I'm seeing a lot of people. I said this is the last time you felt this good about the Texans. Many people are chiming in. A lot of people are talking about since the Bills playoff game, since they drafted Deshaun and Deshaun's first games. This is the last time they felt good. Tyler, when's the last time you've been here from the beginning? When is the last time you felt this good about the Texans after yesterday's game?
I mean, if I was thinking myself about like the moments when we drafted CJ and whenever we hired D'Amico, but I want to keep it on the field. Those are good answers, but on the field, as far as what I'm seeing from people wearing a Texans uniform, it's got to be up 24-0 against the Chiefs. I mean, that might be the last time until now I had any positive feelings whatsoever towards this football team. So that's got to be it.
The problem is, Tyler, that why it's such a struggle to do this is we've had several fans tell us this, is usually even in these big moments like up 24-0, we the Texans have come out on the losing end of it. Think about. I'm gonna tell you one where I was probably, because it was early. I think it was the first game of the year, and I had expectations of Bill and Deshaun not being a square peg round hole. That was
felt like something happened. Was going to happen.
Monday night, Texans Saints. Wasn't it the first? Wasn't it week one?
Yeah,
wasn't it opening week?
They just got Laramie Tunsil. He had been there for like 4 or 5 days.
Yep, and Deshaun. That was the game where Deshaun did it again, where he just pulled
had a moment like
it was 2 monster throws back to back. There was a run in there where he jumped over somebody for a touchdown or to get inside the 5-yard line, if I remember correctly. But at that point, before they end up, Aaron Colvin plays soft coverage.
Who lost his job.
Right. Lets him get in field goal range. At that point, because it was so early in the season, it was in prime time. I felt like, man, the stars may align, and they may make the right adjustments and do something here. I felt pretty good at that moment, man.
Yeah.
Tyler's right though. The 24-0 in Kansas City, you feel that was, you felt like you turned the corner there.
To me, I would
the
think
Buffalo playoff. It didn't do. It wasn't a great feeling for me.
That one felt like we kind of stole that.
Yeah, right.
Like it was positive, it was good, but it was like, oh.
Yeah, but it got you to the next step.
And Josh was bad.
That's the thing.
Yeah, Josh was real bad.
I remember Josh running backwards in that game for like 15 or 20 yards.
Did he try to like lateral something?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he was bad in that game. So you almost, I mean, if it was a playoff game. And
that guy is drunk.
It was a playoff game. He got to the next level, sure. But if you're really looking at what's going on the field, for me personally, it's not even – I mean, it's not even in my top 3.
The Buffalo game? Yeah.
I mean, that was literally a put your cape on moment for Deshaun Watson and go win and be Superman.
But the thing is, that's what you like when you find a quarterback when you find that you got a guy that can throw a cape on.
Yeah.
Like that's an ultimate feeling over more than, boy, your defense just shut them down to 10 points.
Yeah.
Like, because you feel like you can win anyway that way. So, and then you go in and you're up 24-0 to follow that thing up.
Yeah.
Against this is before Kansas City was this is the year they won their title. So they weren't even the champs yet, but it was still like,
yeah.
And you're up 24-0. At that point, you know it can happen. I think that's bigger than the draft. The draft is hope. At that point, you knew like, oh, they're up 24-0. They can. And just like yesterday, we saw action. We saw action of what he is capable of doing. So that was something, and him and the whole team, because that's the other part. It is CJ is going to get a lot of the talk, which he deservedly should. But now you got like, oh man, this Tank Dell dude. Like, it's not just that either. This Tank Dell dude was doing something to get open too on the other side. And then where the hell did Nico come from and all of this? And that coming up behind us, remember, we're out early on Monday for the head coach. The Texans coaches show coming up behind us with DeMeco Ryan. So stay tuned. We'll hand that right off to the head coach of the Texans. But while we're here, as we're talking about the best way the last time you felt this good about the Texans, it's all really geared towards what appears to be a franchise quarterback in C.J. Stroud. You cannot be in a better possible space in the first 8 games than he has been. Now, there's been some ups and some downs, but coming off of this one, record-setting day, apparently what he said last week, he lived up to it.
Yeah.
He talked about being a more aggressive. We got to use our players.
Well, he stepped out on a limb, Ron.
Yeah, he did. He went for it.
He stepped out on a limb, and look, I understand that him and Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans are all on the same page, but you know that what he did after the Carolina game, could have very easily, had he not been the guy he is, and had he not had the relationship he has with Bobby Slowick, which makes it all okay, by the way. I'm here for it. But if he'd have just been a rogue quarterback that hadn't earned his stripes yet and went out there and all of a sudden started pinning it on the OC and not being aggressive enough and dinking and dunking too much, that could have been taken very differently than I think the way it was with Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans. And so he really stepped out there to say those things, and he got what he asked for from a standpoint of being more explosive, being more aggressive, and not only did he get what he asked for, but he backed it up, man.
No, he did.
He backed it up in a major way. So that was a big week for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and
I'm not talking about the box score, by the way. I'm talking about the week leading up to this week's game.
I just and we talked about it throughout the day as it is. For me, the big thing for me is I've been impressed. Obviously, who hasn't been C.J. Stroud? Sure. And for me, a lot of it was, and he is already, ahead of schedule of what you would think a rookie would be at a lot of just the mental part of the game, right? And a lot of the decisions he makes, he's there and further along. You can see it with other guys. But this was you don't want your quarterback, and especially your rookie, to me, and we'll talk about this the rest of the week. Like, I don't think him having to score 29 points in the second half and just put it up like this is going to be the best way to win every week. But it sure is good to know he can throw you on your back.
Yep.
And I didn't listen. For a whole game, and this is the things that a lot of the really elite quarterbacks are able to do more consistently than everybody else. But it is good to know he can say, "Jump on my back, fellas, I got it." And we learned that lesson. You talked about lessons earlier. We learned that lesson this week and Sunday, that if he needs to, not everybody can pull that club out of their bag, but if he needs to, he can go and just flat by himself damn near win a game. And you're never out of it. And that was a big lesson to learn. And that and even good quarterbacks don't have the ability to pull that off. Even guys that are solid quarterbacks, like Geno Smith has been a really good quarterback. I don't know if Geno can have that game right now. And it's good to know that at this point.
Well, there's just so much good, man, with the box score, with the moment, with the ability to draw things up on the sideline and then go execute them in the moment, the willingness of Bobby Slowick to let him do that, the chemistry he has with his receivers to do it at the clip in which they did it on Sunday. To your point, every game's not going to unfold like this, and every game isn't going to be throwing the ball 42 times to the tune of 470 yards, right? But this offense is best suited to be aggressive. And this offense, to your point, exactly what you did. If and when you need to be aggressive, you've got a quarterback. You got a pilot that can make it happen, and you got some dudes out wide that can be available for him. So it was a hell of a Sunday for the Texans, and I'm talking about for the future moving forward. It was very promising.
Texans coaches show coming up behind us. D'Amico Ryans, we'll hand it right off to him. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job as always. I am Ron Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
Always seems to know the way. The game is over.
It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Shoppers John Deere. We're